אדוני אל משה, נטה את ידך על הים, וישובו המים, ויכסו את הרכב לכל חיל פרעה הבאים אחריהם בים. לא נשאר בהם עד אחד.
תותח.
מה אמרתי לכם שאחי יסדר אותנו, לא ככה? משה! משה!
אלוהים!
אלוהים! אלוהים!
בדיוק, הוא ולא אחר, בדיוק מה שהבטחתי לכם. הוציא אתכם מארץ מצרים, העביר אתכם את הים, ועכשיו...
הפתעות לכולם!
לא, עכשיו לארץ המובטחת! איזה אידיוטים.
וואי, איפה הארנק שלי? מישהו ראה פה את הארנק שלי?
מה קרה?
שיט. כנראה נפל לי הארנק כשחצינו את הים בחרבה.
זה שטויות, מה הבעיה? דבר עם משה פה, יפתח את הים, תביא את הארנק, פתח לו את הים.
לא, אנחנו לא מתעסקים עכשיו עם שום ארנק, אין לנו זמן, אנחנו הולכים לארץ כנען.
אני לא זז בלי הארנק הזה.
עזוב את הארנק עכשיו, בואו אחריי, נו. רגע, מה הבעיה? דבר שנייה עם אלוהים. שיפתח לו רגע את הים, שימצא לו את הארנק, זה שנייה בשבילו. לא, אני ממש לא הולך לבקש עכשיו מאלוהים שימצא לו את הארנק.
מה הוא אמר?
מה זה? מה הוא אמר?
שאלוהים לא יכול למצוא לו את הארנק. לא, זה לא מה שאמרתי. לא אמרתי שאלוהים לא יכול. זה כי הוא לא מתעסק בדברים קטנים כאלה.
מה דברים קטנים? כל החיים שלי בארנק הזה. היומן שלי שם. וואו. איך אני יודע מה התוכניות שלי למחר?
לצעוד לארץ כנען. זה לא מה שאנחנו אמורים לעשות היום? זה רחוק, זה לוקח יותר מיום אחד.
באמת? אז תגיד לאלוהים שיעשה איזה פוף קטן ויקפיץ אותנו לכנען.
ובדרך שיביא לי את הארנק, שיפתח שנייה.
לא, זה לא עובד ככה, ציפי.
מה הוא אמר?
שאין אלוהים.
זה לא מה שאמרתי, ברור שיש אלוהים, הוא עכשיו פתח בשבילכם את הים. בטח יש לזה איזה הסבר מדעי.
רגע, למה הוא לא התייעץ איתנו לפני זה מה אנחנו מעדיפים?
נכון מאוד. תקשיבו, בואו נעשה הצבעה. מי שרוצה שאלוהים יקפיץ אותנו לכנען, בלי כל החרטה של המדבר, שיגיד אני.
אני.
מה? לא, אהרון, לא. אנחנו עכשיו לא עושים שום הצבעה.
אוקיי, משה צודק, הצבעה זה רעיון מטופש. בואו נשלוף קשים!
לא, שום קשים ושום הצבעה.
אז איך אלוהים ידע מה אנחנו רוצים?
נכון? זה לא מעניין אותו מה אתם רוצים, זה אלוהים, זה הכל פה חלק מהתוכנית הגדולה.
מה התוכנית הגדולה?
זהו, שהוא לא בדיוק מעדכן אותי. נכון, זה היה יכול להיות הרבה יותר נחמד אם הוא היה מעדכן אותי קצת, אבל לא, הוא לא אומר לי למה, כי הוא אלוהים, אולי זה מצחיק אותו. רגע, אז אני לא מבין למה אנחנו הולכים אחריך בכלל.
נכון מאוד.
חבר'ה, בואו, אני רוצה להזכיר לכם שהאיש הזה הפך מהכלא לנחש.
בסדר,
רוצים להגיע מהר לארץ כנען. אתם חושבים שזה בעיה בשבילו? אם הוא רוצה, הבן אדם בשנייה מעמיד לכם פה כרכרות זהב, לוקחים אתכם עד לארץ. תראה להם, משה.
אני לא יכול לעשות את זה.
אוקיי. יש לנו פה בעיה, לא נעים, אני מצטער, מסתבר שיש פה אי-הבנה. אני לא רוצה להשתמש במילים חריפות יותר כמו הונאה, אבל מסתבר שאח שלי משה לא יכול לקיים את ההבטחה שלו. נו, מה תעשו? תהרגו אותו בגלל זה? נו, שכל אחד יעשה מה שהוא מבין.
מה אתה עושה? לא, אנחנו נהרוג אותו, בטח! מה זה? למה אנחנו...
תראו, מצאתי את הארנק!
איך זה?
איך הגיע פתאום?
אלוהים מצא לך את הארנק! אלוהים!
עם של קקות.
I do love that. Let me know if you can hear me. Yes, indeed, a nation of assholes. I do enjoy that. The Jews are coming. Oh. While I'm waiting to see if anyone wants to pop in, let's do another. I enjoyed that.
Il Identifikationsnummer.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler!
אני שמח לראות שכל החבר'ה הוותיקים פה די! מספיק עם גילויי הרגשות וההשתפכויות האלה. אספו את עצמכם ובואו נתחיל. הפסדנו במלחמה. הפירר מת. אבל המלאכה לא הושלמה. אני גאה להציג את הפתרון הסופי 2.
אני ידעתי שאנחנו לא נוותר בכזו קלות.
אז מה התוכנית?
אז ככה, בשלב הראשון אנחנו נתפזר בכל מדינות אירופה. אנגליה, צרפת, ואפילו לוקסמבורג. בשלב השני, אנחנו נתברק בעמדות מפתח של התקשורת האירופאית, ואז השלב הסופי, הגרנד פינאלה. בבוא הזמן המתאים, כל הסוכנים הרדומים שלנו באירופה ידאגו שישראל לא תקבל אף נקודה באירוויזיון!
זה יהרוג אותם.
אוי, זה נהדר! יש לי רעיון.
יא.
אולי במקום שהם לא יקבלו אף נקודה, נדאג שהם יקבלו רק נקודה אחת. ככה יצלמו את הפרצופים המבואסים שלהם בגרינרום.
יש לי גם רעיון. אנחנו נגרום להתפוררות מדינות אירופה, שיתפצלו להרבה מדינות קטנטנות. ככה יהיו חייבים לעשות חצי גמר, והיהודים לא יעלו לגמר אף פעם.
טוב, אנחנו נסיים כרגיל בשירת ההמנון.
ג'ינגיס חאן, הרייכר הולך, הרייכר הרייכר ג'ינגיס חאן, הרייכר הולך,
Okay, I'm going to admit that one was a little bit over my head. Quite funny. And now for a little bit of news. Let me just look through my history. Here we are. And good news is, Sandy, you won't need to read anything for this one. Not huge news, but pretty close to home for me.
Hello and welcome to another special bulletin for JW Watch. We're now 1 week on from the tragic Kingdom Hall shooting in Hamburg, Germany, in which 8 individuals, including the gunman, were killed. The incident, which was reported on extensively in the media, has sent shockwaves throughout the Jehovah's Witness and ex-Jehovah's Witness communities and beyond.
Police in the German city of Hamburg say several people have been killed in a shooting incident and several others have been injured. The attack happened inside a meeting hall for Jehovah's Witnesses in Hamburg, where an event had apparently been underway. Let's show you the live shot that we have just outside that meeting hall. Police there, the investigation very much underway. Police say the gunman acted alone, and it is thought that the gunman is dead. And yet there is no reliable information on the motive, according to police.
On March 10th, the day after the shooting, I extended a message of solidarity to any Jehovah's Witnesses who watch this channel, and I promised to return with more information on this atrocity and what I consider to be an emerging pattern of JW-related murder-suicides. First of all, let me repeat what I said in the hours following the shooting. Murder is murder, and this heinous crime deserves complete and unequivocal condemnation. If you're watching this video as a believing Jehovah's Witness, please know the majority of ex-witnesses or apostates like myself were heartbroken by what's happened and offer our deepest sympathies and condolences to the victims and their families. This cold-blooded murder was profoundly wrong, and there is never any excuse for killing innocent people just because one person feels they have been poorly treated. In the days following the shooting, German authorities identified the gunman as Philip F., a 35-year-old freelance business consultant who had been disassociated from Jehovah's Witnesses 18 months prior. Philip was the registered owner of a HK-P30 semi-automatic handgun, and authorities had been tipped off about the threat posed by him due to his animosity towards Jehovah's Witnesses weeks before the incident. However, during an unannounced visit to his apartment on February 7th, he was able to convince officers that he was not a risk, and his gun was never confiscated. This allowed Philip to, on the fateful night of March 9th, end the lives of 4 men and 2 women aged 33 to 60, as well as an unborn female baby whose mother survived. Once police arrived at the scene, Philip turned the gun on himself. We can only imagine the pain and psychological trauma of all who have lost loved ones during this horrendous ordeal. As I've already said, these are precious human lives who should still be with us today. Among the many injured in the tragedy, I'm especially heartbroken for a woman who will doubtless be traumatized for the rest of her life by the loss of her baby daughter before she could even draw breath. Apart from the obvious need to extend sympathy, compassion, and solidarity to all Jehovah's Witnesses who were impacted by this shooting, including their unbelieving friends and relatives, it's also perhaps worth asking, what can we learn from it, and how might we prevent such a terrible thing from happening again? The day after the shooting, I was interviewed by Dutch news channel RTL4, and I made these comments.
We are unfortunately seeing a pattern emerging where clearly people with mental health problems who are ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are either damaging Kingdom Halls or carrying out murders within Kingdom Halls.
Do you think it would be the last one, or is that...
No. Definitely. I wish I could say it will be the last one.
Over het motief van de schutter in Hamburg is nog niets bekendgemaakt.
You know, Sandy, it's the shunning. The shunning, whether it be the hard shunning or what they have a soft shunning as well as a thing called being marked, M-A-R-K-E-D, where they will announce to the Kingdom Hall or to your church that you have been marked, which essentially means you're now a bad association. You're not shunned, but you're a bad association, so people should avoid associating with you. So how that's not shunning anyway is, you know, a little beyond me, but yeah, and I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
I'll explain very shortly why I felt compelled to answer the way I did. But before I do, I want to also share with you a voicemail message that was sent into the Lloyd Evans channel on February 25th. In other words, 12 days before the shooting.
Hello, Lloyd. This is Bruce from Chicago, Illinois, USA. You have my permission to use this message any way you see fit. I was listening to your video about your updated video about the predictions for the future of the Watchtower organization. Anyway, I have a prediction of my own, and I wanted to run it by you. I predict there will be a mass shooting at a Jehovah's Witness regional convention in the USA sometime in the next few years.
So
If you never lived in the States, you might not be familiar with.
Just in case I talked over the top, part of what Lloyd does on his channel is you can call up and leave voice messages, and he'll make a short video responding to them. And he was just showing that this was one of the voice messages that he received, I think he said just a month before this happened in Hamburg.
Into the Lloyd Evans channel on February 25th. In other words, 12 days before the shooting.
Hello, Lloyd.
Shit,
This is
12
Bruce
days.
from Chicago, Illinois, USA. You have my permission to use this message any way you see fit. I was listening to your video about your updated video about the predictions for the future of the Watchtower organization. Anyway, I have a prediction of my own, and I wanted to run it by you. I predict there will be a mass shooting at a Jehovah's Witness regional convention in the USA sometime in the next few years. If you never lived in the States, you might not be familiar with the gun culture here, but this is what I'm thinking. There have been so many stories in the news and other media about what's been happening to children in the organization and how the organization is protecting the offenders, the criminals. And the narrative that the governing body is giving us is so far removed from reality, and they haven't suffered any real consequences as a result. So I believe it's only a matter of time before a former victim or just someone who wants to take matters into their own hands comes in with a weapon and just kind of lets loose. They don't have any metal detectors at these events. Anyone is allowed in, and they've always bragged about the scarcity of security needed because the witnesses are so well behaved. We know none of the witnesses themselves are going to be armed. I'm not trying to give anybody any ideas. My family's going to be there. I just think that it's inevitable that at some point someone is going to try something, and the witnesses naively believing that there's some sort of blanket of divine protection over these events, it has the potential to make this very ugly. So I'd like to know if you think.
I just want to point out that phrase that he said there, that they believe there's a blanket of divine defense over their events, like their assemblies and meetings and such. And I've explained before how that's it's very literal. I used to believe that my family home had a bubble around it, like a physical force field, held in place by angels that could be, you could be punctured or broken, but certainly not at an assembly or a kingdom hall. You believed that they were protected.
You think this is a realistic concern? And I'd also like for PMOs like myself to get together and think about this and talk about this seriously, because none of us are willing to die for this. Anyway, thanks for listening. Thanks for everything you do, and have a nice day.
In case you're wondering, PMO stands for physically in, mentally out. So what we've just heard is a caller to this channel who feels forced to identify as a Jehovah's Witness despite no longer believing, predicting something eerily similar to what happened in Hamburg only 12 days later. And though you might find this prediction not only chilling, but perhaps a little sinister, I consider Bruce's concerns to be valid in the context of a number of developments over the past 5 years. Consider the 2018 murder-suicide in Keego Harbor, Michigan, in which an ex-Jehovah's Witness mother gunned down her husband and 2 children before turning the gun on herself.
This video is raising more questions about a murder-suicide involving a wife, her husband, and their 2 adult children. Was the way a church treated the wife a contributing factor to her killing her family and then herself?
It was Friday that police found the family of 4 dead, all with gunshot wounds to the head. Bethany Stewart, a 24-year-old daughter, Stephen, a 27-year-old son, Daniel, the husband, 47, who worked at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, and the wife, Lauren, who police said killed her family, then turned the gun on herself. It was recovered inside the house. Lauren was an aspiring model and actress. Police sources confirm these are her pictures from a couple of years ago. Emotions are running high in this video. No one was at that church when we called today. I can also tell you police sources say the family dog was killed here, found inside a bathtub.
In the weeks following Lauren Stewart's murder spree, various pieces of evidence, including a suicide note, shed light on her motives. As reported in the Daily Mail, investigation documents described the years of depression, mental scars from alleged sexual abuse, and ostracism from the Jehovah's Witness Church that broke Stewart and pushed her to end the life of her husband, 2 adult children, and dog before killing herself. The same article quotes Stewart's suicide note as saying, "I allowed evil into my heart when I chose not to accept God's free love, and it made me sick inside. I killed my..."
Sorry, I should have given a trigger warning before this. To anyone who, is not enjoying this, feel free to leave and come back in 5 minutes. And greetings, Hillary. It's good to see you, friend.
Thank you.
Just, I don't know, you've probably already seen this video if you follow the channel.
I quit following Wade Evans around January.
Oh, yeah, because of, yeah.
Yeah,
I've drastically reduced how much I watch, but when I saw this, I was quite interested because there's not much news around about it, unfortunately.
Killed my family because I know my death would stumble them. At least now they will not suffer. Stewart's suicide note as saying, "I allowed evil into my heart when I chose not to accept God's free love, and it made me sick inside. I killed my family because I know my death would stumble them. At least now they will not suffer and will be resurrected into love forever in peace."
See, that's what I've been saying lately about the Christians should be concerned that they've stumbled, Will. But maybe it's just a Jehovah's Witness thing that they took stumbling so seriously. But I thought that was just a Christian thing in general.
yeah, I would think it would be. Calvinists, I think, don't care because it's either elect or it's not elect.
Yeah.
But all the rest, I think, I'm pretty sure it's biblical not to cause your brother to stumble.
Yeah.
More recently, in fact, as recently as last Christmas, another murder-suicide occurred at a Kingdom Hall in Thornton, Colorado, fortunately this time while no meeting was in progress.
Christmas Day tragedy topping national news this morning. Colorado police say a couple died in a murder-suicide. So this happened at a Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall in the town of Thornton, which is north of Denver. Police originally responded to a call about a fire at that facility Sunday morning. So when they arrived, they found 2 people, a husband and a wife, dead. Officials now believe that the husband shot his wife, then killed himself. The county sheriff's office were also investigating multiple suspicious devices they say were found at the scene.
So given at least 2 instances in just the last 5 years involving Jehovah's Witness-related murder-suicides, including one at a Kingdom Hall, we can understand the reasoning behind Bruce's grim prediction that a mass shooting at a Jehovah's Witness event was more a matter of when than if. This leaves us pondering the questions: who is to blame, and what, if anything, can be done? I, for one, believe anyone who is abusive or commits crimes against their fellow human beings, regardless of personal justification, bears ultimate responsibility for their actions. And I believe this applies to Philip, the Hamburg Kingdom Hall murderer, whose evil has caused 7 precious lives to be snuffed out. That said, we cannot ignore the obvious pattern in recent years of abusive Jehovah's Witness teachings and policies sending people with mental health problems over the edge. Unfortunately, these tragedies are likely to continue or even escalate unless Jehovah's Witnesses implement urgent reforms, including not just changes to their shunning and child abuse policies, but their overall attitudes to safety during meetings. I also believe government authorities have a duty of care to religious communities so that insular groups known to inflict unnecessary suffering on their members or former members are disincentivized from doing so, as we have seen recently in Norway, where authorities have withheld state subsidies and threatened deregistering Jehovah's Witnesses as a religious entity. Until governments step in and take more of an interest in cults and the many nuanced ways in which they impact people's lives for the worse, including devastating effects on mental health, I'm afraid we need to brace ourselves for more tears and bloodshed in years to come. But for now, that's all we have time for here on JW Watch. Thank you for watching.
Damn. Peace and respect, Richard.
Peace and respect,
sorry
and
came in on
happy...
such a sad note.
Oh, real life, man.
Yeah, sucks. And happy
Friday for me.
Stay
Saturday
away
for
from
you.
my luck. Stay away from my Lucky Charms Day.
Oh, is it? Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Stay away from me Lucky Charms. Or is that tomorrow? Today or tomorrow?
I think it's today, but Math Pig's celebrating it tomorrow because he's got his kid today. If I got all that right.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. So even the JWs are starting to shoot each other now.
Wow.
It's crazy. It's never a thing when I was growing up.
Peace and
But I'm
respect to Crypta
surprised.
and Sandy as well. And I think that's Hillary's, yeah?
Yeah, it's me.
Johnster.
And Sandy and all the people who did watch my live gaming just now, I think I figured out why my audio wasn't coming through. So hopefully the next one will be even more successful.
I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to stream over the top of you.
No, that's fine.
I didn't
Sure.
know that I'm subbed to your channel. I'll have to do that.
I should check that myself.
Now that you're... Is it just your name?
Yeah. Let's see if I can find. Yeah, it's like Hillary's email 1615, I think.
Of course, the best way to do it is just go ahead and put it in the chat.
There you are.
What was that number?
So it's
16.
Sergeant's badge?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, so that was your first video?
No. My, okay, I had that open panel,
Oh, you've got loads.
you know, the other day, but I've made like 3 or 4 War Thunder Gaming videos also. And I wasn't sure why I wasn't, well, first I wasn't even trying to put my audio on. I was just making sure everything worked. And then this stream that I just did was a battle where I was giving commentary throughout. But apparently, I know what I did wrong. Even though I had said share audio, I still needed to do one more step.
Okay, it's not coming up in my feed at all. I even wrote the word channel. I'm just getting pictures of an old white woman.
Okay. Let me... Okay.
Yeah, I give up.
Yeah.
There we go. So what's on the agenda today, guys? Talking about injustice, talking about violence, talking about, you know, here's a funny one. Something to lighten it up a little bit. I'm on Ace Theo's channel the other day. He says to me, "Oh," and essentially he's going, "Oh, if you're so smart." You know, that's what he's doing to me, right?
You're kidding. Yeah.
Richard, I'll let you on my show if you'll tell me 10 things the crucifix accomplished. And I thought, you smart ass. So I wrote 10 things. I wrote it down on a piece of paper. 10 things the crucifix accomplished. Another form of social prejudice. How's that for one thing? Your ability to be a jerk. How's that for one thing? The Crusades. There you go. There's something the crucifix accomplished. The Crusades.
Right. And the list goes on.
Oh, yeah. It's easy to list lots of things it did. A place for pedophiles to look normal so they could rape children. How about that?
Yeah. But not just look normal, be protected.
Oh, yeah, that too. I can't say the crucifix accomplished that. That's something the church did.
Yeah.
So it's too indirect. I think that's 2 steps away.
Good morning, Thunder Dwarf.
Good morning. I did not intend to start my morning off with such heartbreak, but it is okay.
I know, I'm sorry. It's late for me, so I forget that you're all just waking. Dump that heavy stuff on you all.
My mind's going to be turning that over all day. Not just the incident, right? But, like, the concept of being a believer, right? And watching your cult ostracize you while they protect the person who abused you.
Yeah.
Like, to somebody who's lost belief, you know, that you're going to get anger and you're going to get resentment, but to somebody who believes watching it happen, can you... That's got to be a special kind of fucked up.
And that's the point. It is so hidden. Just the level of damage, you know, that this cult does. And people, I know that people think that I'm overreacting when I call it a cult and I say how evil it is, but, you know, I got to experience it firsthand to see victims, young girls, be taken into a back room with 3 older men and made to relay every single detail of what happened, and pushed till the point where they admit that they somehow enjoyed it. There's nothing more evil than that.
You know, it really sounds like the same psychology used against soldiers joining into the military to break them down.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You get this accepted authority in mass to diminish the individual to the point where they break.
Yeah.
That's what
They
I'm saying.
create they create a standard that is above possible for man to reach. So everyone feels fallen short. Everyone. You
So-
have to feel that all the time.
If they're protecting the abusers in this organization, please tell me they don't tell those girls the same thing the other fundies tell girls. That it was like kind of her fault because she wasn't modest enough, or she was stumbling her fellow brethren or whatever.
Absolutely. That's what I meant. They go further, and they push and push and push until they get the girl to say something that implies she somehow
is responsible
consented or yeah.
See, that bothers me. I've been not believed before, and that's one thing, right? I even had somebody ask me why I would put myself in that situation, which boggles my mind because the other party wasn't even supposed to be involved in this situation. But anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
But I've never ever had somebody be like, "What did you do to make that guy do that to you?" Right? And I'm lucky because I wasn't a believer, you know, and the little pushback I got, I was just like, yeah, whatever. And I kept pushing. But to be a believer and have everyone around you, I mean, just more than say it.
Now imagine you're in this room with these three older men and the person who abused you.
Exactly. Like, you don't even get to choose to tell the person. Like, I chose who I told, right? And one person I told it went really well, and the other person that was there, not so well. But I chose, right? It wasn't like, you're going to go in this room with these three older people who judge the entire congregation on a daily basis, and then now you're going to explain to them why this horrible thing that happened to you is your fault.
Yeah. Because these whole judicial meetings are designed not to figure out what happened, but purely to figure out what punishment and where it needs to be laid. And you'll find
needs to be
because
her, not him. Right?
Well, both. They'll often go both, but that's not like the point. Is one's a fucking victim, usually a child, but you know, especially older ones, 12, 13, and trigger warning for anyone listening, but they will say, force them to admit that they had an orgasm.
Or at least some physiological response that, shows that their body responded.
Yep. And
That's
that
so messed up.
they will get disfellowshipped.
I guess.
And because the abuser will show repentance, he'll be forgiven. The victim won't, will try and stand up for themselves and defend themselves, and so they will stay shunned while the abuser is forgiven. Yeah.
That's horrible.
Well,
how does anybody make logical sense of that?
Cognitive dissonance, I guess.
How at that point, as a governing body member, at that point, how are you not a stumbling block to that poor girl?
Well, the fascinating thing, and I didn't realize this growing up, but the governing body don't have children. They're of the generation who chose not to have kids because they thought Armageddon was coming in like 75. And the one that did have kids, he was actually one of the sickest. He's recently been removed from the governing body, which is a first for like 100
Right,
years.
but they don't have to have kids to understand that they're responsible for their congregation. And if not stumbling somebody is such an idea to them, do they not consider these things when they're stumbling all these little females?
They don't see it that
Yeah,
way.
but exactly. It's this whole thing. Hang on, where is it? I've got it here somewhere. I may have removed it. As the babies are evil, and you know, people say, "Oh, look at that little angel." We should be actually saying, "Oh, look at that little enemy of God."
Oh, I remember that. That's right. So he doesn't think they don't think they're causing them to stumble. They think they did stumble and they can't be saved or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's such a deranged worldview.
It's not exceptional though. I mean, it's maybe half a step from you are broken, you are a failure, everything is wrong with you, you will never please God.
Well, I get that it's not exceptional, right? I mean, the Fundy Baptists do it, Quiverful does it, Mormons do it to an extent, not in that same manner. I mean, even the evangelicals have a bare minimum way of doing that, right? Like it's not unique. It's just it's so warped and so insidious that I don't understand how people who claim love can live that.
I really think the moderate churches do this as well. And it's not better. It's still mentally damaging to the individual. To say, be ye perfect as the Father in heaven is perfect. And then teach people the laws, and then point out that they cannot keep the laws. It's a setup. It's a setup from the start.
Not all churches place importance on the laws, though. A lot of churches, the laws aren't important at all. As a matter of fact, it's all about grace in the new covenant.
Well, what's the word grace mean there?
It's just believing. To them, it's just believing that Jesus died for you. That's you know.
No.
Died for you for what?
For your
Grace
sins.
is unmerited favor.
Yeah, unmerited favor. Like you don't earn it. It's there because you believe and you accept, and that's it. They don't place any value on the law.
Now, why do you need grace?
Well, okay. I guess there's value on the law in the way that because you cannot fulfill the law, you need grace, right? But you don't even have. It's not like they're teaching you the laws. They don't spend time teaching you the laws because you can't follow them.
That's not the point. The point is you're broken and you can't succeed, and that's the overall message. You need someone to succeed for you.
Oh, that's true.
Okay.
But I don't know. I rejected that so long ago. I guess.
Well, good for you, but I'm talking about people who think it's true.
I know.
Yeah. It's so foreign to a mind that is logical and clear, not foggy.
Not only do you need someone to succeed for you, but you have to force yourself to believe in that someone.
Yeah. But that's why, they have conflated and equated over the years the term the governing body or the Jehovah's earthly organization with Jehovah itself.
Right.
There's no difference. If you disobey the organization, you're disobeying Jehovah and vice versa. So all of a sudden, whatever the organization says, it's actually Jehovah saying it.
But I think you can take that all the way down to independent fundamental Baptist churches. But instead of being a group of people, well, it's still a group of people, but it goes down to the individual independent church and what that preacher says, and that preacher becomes the mouth of God.
In some ways, yes.
Yeah.
In other ways, there's congregations where if they don't like their preacher, they'll force them out real quick. I've seen it happen lots of times.
Sure, but now you're just saying, does he say it the right way? Or does he say it some way that was significantly different from the social memory of that church compared to the last preacher? That's the question.
Sometimes, and sometimes it's, do I like his behavior?
Yeah, okay. If he does, if he says something or does something that's quote unquote wrong in their view, which is so subjective.
Like a preacher had an affair, and the church was like, nope, no forgiveness for you. You go, you leave, get out. Things like that.
And in defense of what I think the text of the Bible is trying to say, if there's an intended reader and everyone else receives grace, which is why there's this argument over works salvation versus grace salvation. That's why that argument exists, is because the text says both. But if there's an intended reader who could be perfect as the Father in heaven is perfect, then all of it makes sense to that singular individual. It would be applicable. Of course, they'd have huge support systems and a decoder ring and big time cheating, but they'd be able to do it.
I'm glad I'm a non-religious person who didn't take my child to church all the time. I feel like there's a greater chance something bad would have happened to her if I did.
Mm-hmm. Of course there's a greater chance.
Yeah.
I think it could be important to parents to consider what kind of young person gets taken advantage of. And I've heard a little bit about it, and I'd like to hear from everybody what they would add to this.
Well, and where?
Oh, that's excellent. That's an excellent addition. Please cover that. That a shy, polite, introverted child who shows signs of needing a lot of social acceptance and they're not getting it.
A child who thinks, who is taught. I'm not saying children shouldn't respect authority at all, but a children who is given an over appreciation for authority makes a really good target too.
I would think so.
A child that's given an over appreciation of one type of authority and given a complete mistrust of any and all authority outside of their
yeah, but culture. I mean, just that would intensify it, right? But I mean, like, if you're even a child who's just overly taught to appreciate authority, right? I mean, it may not be one specific authority, but that leaves them open to lots of authorities. It could be the doctor, it could be the teacher, it could be the preacher.
Yeah.
Because they're all authority, and if authority is always right, then
oh, that's interesting.
Then you're open to be taken advantage of.
That is an excellent point, but I think it's kind of it's a further point. Specifically, though, is when in the case of the Watchtower,
when it's religious.
Yeah,
I agree.
is this
I agree.
Well, not even just religious.
Inability to turn to your teacher.
Yes.
Like,
well,
you think your teachers and every person around you that you would normally tell stuff to is evil and going to use it against you.
Right. Well, I mean, in a little kid's mind, they could think that anyway, because they could think, okay, well, that authority figure was right, and this other adult knows that they were right, so why would I tell them? But on top of that, the reason I said religion is extra insidious is because it's more than mortal, right? It's mortal and the hereafter. Your everlasting soul is somehow tied into whatever these people are playing with, and that I think that makes it extra insidious.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's a massive part of it. That going outside to tell some authority it's like a sin.
And I know we teach kids stranger danger and go only go places but I think a lot of times these things happen where people feel safe. A lot of it happens in churches. Some of it can happen like at your house or with your family, but I'm not saying these cases where it's some random place you're walking down the road doesn't happen. Obviously those happen, right? But I think the majority of cases happen someplace safe, in some place where you feel like you can trust an authority. And I think that's why when it happens in churches, it's extra insidious.
Yeah. Especially because they're supposed to be places of refuge, you know?
Yeah, but and everybody kept saying, I can't believe you support the Catholics. Look at these Catholic priests. They shuffled these priests around. But the more I look into it, the more I realize the Southern Baptists didn't do any better. The JWs aren't doing any better. The Mormons didn't do any better. Quiverful didn't do any better. They sent that boy to a camp and brought him home, right? I mean, like, I get the outrage of the Catholics. I'm outraged, but did they do anything different than everybody else?
Yeah.
Right? Why would a parent take their kid to a church knowing this? I mean, even if you were a believer, like, believe at home.
Big Z says in response to the Watchtower and Awake magazines, I always wanted to create a magazine called Renounce and asked to talk to them if they've ever considered rejecting Jesus Christ as their personal Lord and Savior.
Well, they were very organized, and I'll give you that. But these other people are organized too. You think they're not? They'll just send you to the next city over, to their next little encampment, and prop you up there. They'll just send you to some little camp and then bring you home, right? Like, there are people with long rap sheets of molesting, but they're never in trouble. They're just being shuffled and moved and maybe sent to a camp every now and then, right? Like, it's not different.
And they gloat that the way that they forgive, is something to be proud of. That it's like ultimate forgiveness, which means you can do any sin, and it used to be even crime, but as long as you were repentful, they would never tell the authorities. Now, they reluctantly tell their rank and file that if someone has committed a crime,
you want me to bring this up?
That they, it's up to their conscience, basically.
Sorry, guys.
Oops. That's all right. Yeah, it's up to your conscience.
I don't know. I just think
They still won't go as far as to say, yes, you should report crimes. It's essentially come and tell the elders.
I don't think they would have gotten that far, though, if it wasn't for that lawsuit.
Oh, no.
The avalanche of lawsuits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was one where they got particularly embarrassed, I should say.
That was the Australian Royal Commission.
Yeah.
Into child sex abuse in institutions. Because they came out looking so bad compared to even like the Catholic Church,
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, they really embarrassed themselves.
Yeah. Because while the Catholic Church was known for shuffling around and protecting them and whatnot. The Jehovah's Witnesses have a fucking database.
Mm-hmm.
They have records of every accusation made, you know, every judicial meeting. So all of these abuses that they've protected in the thousands, and still, I don't know what Russia's done, but because I know that Russia's essentially
Criminalized them.
Yeah, but whether they've forced them to release their documents and database, I don't know. But I know that Australia hasn't, America hasn't, and there's plenty of activists have informed them of it and, you know, given evidence of its existence. But governments just seem to want to still turn a blind eye to it for some reason.
Would Russia even keep a local database within the Russia's geographic boundary?
Probably.
I would think that they'd encrypt it and then send it to some cloud server.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know. I guess the lesson for me today is never take your little ones to church.
Yeah, never leave them alone with.
Well, never leave them alone.
Yeah.
I see a possibility of a logical fallacy here. Because some certain group kept better records on who the offenders within that group were, means more of it happened there?
No, not more of it. I'm saying they did the same thing. Like, people say that they're angry at the Catholics because the Catholics were more organized or whatever. They would take these perpetrators and they would shuffle them around and move them so that these accusations wouldn't get out of control, right? And they would just start the process over and keep moving these people. What I'm saying is it's no less organized, right? With the way that they keep records and the number of times they move people from this little community to that community to this community to that camp and back, and the number of things they've forgiven and all this other stuff, like, it's no different and it's no less organized, right? It's just not. I think the one that you could argue is less organized is probably the Southern Baptists, but they still did as much damage.
Sure.
Even Quiverful, except for Quiverful. Quiverful within the Southern Baptists is organized. And they do the same thing the JWs do. They don't keep a database. They try to keep zero records, but they just move people from like one group to another group to another group to this camp to home, and they don't tell anybody.
The statement was made in Australia, the JWs looked really bad.
On the Royal Commission.
Oh, that they embarrassed them, that they looked worse than the Catholics?
That's what I'm saying. Are they worse?
No, I think the reason they embarrassed themselves and looked worse than the Catholics was not what they did, but the way they tried to explain it.
Yeah.
When they were on
what
this.
does that mean?
So, like, they would be like, well, why didn't you tell someone? Or this happened how many times and you still thought you would do the same thing? Like, why didn't you tell anybody then? Or like, so was this a confession? No. Was this? It's the way they answered these questions with like absolute indifference and no sympathy and no remorse. It was really strange, and they really embarrassed themselves and made themselves look horrible.
Well, this is one of those times where I didn't keep up on the news and I don't know these things, so thank you for your patience.
And I would say, Richard, yes. I think that they are worse than the Catholic Church. I think the Catholic Church had a problem with its papacy, if that's the right word, like the priesthood.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, within what the people in the church were doing was no different than the general population, whereas Jehovah's Witnesses culture actually lends people to not only be more susceptible to being a victim, but it also enables people to be an abuser easier. So
I can see the value of that, because I mean, the death sentence does prevent a certain amount of crimes because people don't want to die. It doesn't absolutely prevent them, but people who are borderline and, you know, are thinking they want to do a certain thing won't, because of the repercussions. So when you lessen the repercussions, you have more occurrences.
So, well, that and it's more occurrences, I guess, but just not just more occurrences, but more people, right? Because he's right. In the Catholic Church, it was priests. They were moving priests from location to location. But I don't know if it's this way for the JWs, but I assume it is because of the way you said it. I know it is for Quiverful, right? Like, it's not just priests. It could be your neighbor, your brother, your friend,
your father.
right? Your father, your uncle, like it's just in there, and nobody's gonna say anything. They're just gonna keep forgiving it and moving you around and all that.
You know, all this makes it look like everyone would abuse children. You know?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I guess I'm glad I didn't take my kid to church. When she was in church, she was with one of her grandmothers, so she was good. But
I'm glad I don't have the brain dysfunction where I want to hurt children.
well, me too. But I don't know. It's sad. No, I think what it shows is not that everyone will hurt children, but that anybody capable of hurting children is also capable of hiding in places where you expect the least amount of harm.
Of course. Doesn't that...
And be careful, because good people will justify bad behavior.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't that itself speak to intent? That they knew they were wrong, that they knew they were searching for someplace with, you know, access and cover.
Well, that's if they joined later in life, but if you're born in, you didn't really search for it, you just took advantage of it.
That's true.
Well, that, and I think there are groups that are particularly adept at taking advantage of and manipulating someone's grief.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, oh, you want to be a youth pastor? Great. Who are you sexually involved with right now?
Yeah.
I'd be grilling people who want to be a youth pastor. I'd just be grilling them, or Sunday school teachers, or I mean, all that stuff. I would be looking so harsh at those people. Anyone taking care of kids with special needs.
Oh, I would be brutal about it, especially if it's any sort of religious, because I'm not, well, I'd go even further. I'd be like, so, you know, we live in this like modern age. How do you feel about videoing in? We do this over video?
Right.
Yeah.
Especially youth pastors, because they're not just working with like little kids, they're working with teenagers, right? I don't care if that 17-year-old looks legal.
Yeah.
I watched a video recently. I'm trying to remember whether it was school teachers or bartenders. They had a whole bunch of adult, 30 plus bartenders, right? And they had this one girl, and the bartenders had to guess her age. And I think the youngest age guessed was 21. The girl was 14. Just, she was really tall, dressed nice, had makeup on, high heels.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was blown away. She was 14. Like, she...
Well, people are like that though, right? Like I had the opposite problem. I always looked way younger than I am. But you see it with like Super Munchkin and her friends, right? She has friends of all age groups. She just turned 17, but one of her younger friends, and they've been friends since they were little, is 14. And it's so funny because when people see them in public, they'll ask the ages, and I'll say 17 and 14. But every time they think that the other girl is 17 and that my Super Munchkin is 14.
Never again. You're right. There is no perfect system. I totally agree with you. But I would like to there have been, and at least starting now, more regulation than we're presently seeing.
Yeah, I do think people put too much importance on height, though, because I think part of the reason that they think she's the 14-year-old and the other girl's the 17-year-old is because not only does the other girl look older, like more mature, like, when kids lose the babyness.
More developed,
right?
Yeah.
But she's 5'9", and Super Munchkin's 4'9", and she still looks really, really young.
Christ.
So they always assume backwards, and it cracks me up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually, I was approached by a woman who was probably like 23 when I was 16. And I was scared because I thought she worked at the museum I was at. And I thought perhaps I had touched something or done something wrong. And it turned out she was a year younger than I was. And we ended up dating.
Sweet.
I mean, I could have sworn she was an employee, and I mean, I was a teenager, but she was well reared, and she was dressed nice, and she handled herself not like a kid. She didn't act like a clumsy kid,
Yeah.
Super Munchkin's going to have the same problem I had. They're just going to think she's super young for a really long time. And there's not any way around that, bless her little heart. I mean, even in my late 20s, people thought I was a teenager. It was awful. I mean, it's nice to look young, don't get me wrong, but it's really awkward when you're like 28, 29 years old, and everywhere you go with your Super Munchkin, you're getting hit on by teenagers, or Super Munchkin's teenage peers are asking if I'm her sister and then hitting on me. Like, it's really weird.
Yeah.
It's really awkward. It's not a fun time.
I actually had kind of a similar, not because of my physical appearance, but because of my age. I married a woman who was 8 years my senior, who had a daughter when she was 18. So the kid was, depending on the time of year, 9 or 10 years my junior. And when she was at the sleepover ages, where like girls her age were coming over to the house all the time. Yeah, I could tell some of them thought they had a chance at like maybe persuading me, which was very, very clumsy.
Yeah, it's so. Isn't that the most awkward thing ever? It's so weird. You're just like, please stop. It's like cringy.
Yeah.
It's so bad. It is.
Yeah.
Let's watch this fumbling, bumbling
this will be
idiot.
fun.
It is. It's sad but fun at the same time.
Now, do you recognize Mr. Jackson? And in asking this question, let me make it clear.
And can I say, this guy here is brilliant. Like, he listened to the activists and the survivors, and really did his homework, so he knew what questions to ask. He really got involved into the religions that they were looking at and found where the problems lied. And so he would ask, you know, are you willing to move on this belief? Are you willing to look at this option? Like giving them actual ways, and even showing biblically, because their whole thing is it's biblical, showing how the Bible could support another opinion. And like, could you go with this biblical verse? And
Right.
he was brilliant and just made them look absolutely horrific.
Mr. Jackson, and in asking this question, let me make it clear, I'm not suggesting it's peculiar to the Jehovah's Witness organization. There are many, many organizations in this position. But do you accept that the Jehovah's Witness organization has a problem with child abuse amongst its members?
I accept that child abuse is a problem right throughout the community, and it's something that we've had to deal with as well.
And do you accept that it's presented, I withdraw that, do you accept that the manner in which your organization has dealt with allegations of child sexual abuse has also presented problems?
There have been changes in policies over the last 20 or 30 years where we've tried to address some of those problem areas. And by the
lies
fact
too.
that we've
They
changed the
haven't
policy
changed
would
anything.
indicate that the original policies weren't perfect.
And you accept, of course, that your organization, including people in positions of responsibility like elders, are not immune from the problem of child sexual abuse.
That appears to be the case.
And do you accept, Mr. Jackson, that many of the efforts...
That appears to be the case. Not, the question is, can you accept it? That appears to be the case.
It's called distancing. It's just like, here's a famous one, That Woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that woman has a name and you're aware of it. Why aren't you using that woman's name? Well, because you're emotionally distancing yourself because you're guilty.
Yeah.
efforts that are being made by different people and organizations to highlight the issue of child sexual abuse and try and find solutions are genuine efforts to improve the situation?
I do accept that, and that's why I'm happy to testify.
And that such efforts are not necessarily an attack on your organization or its system of beliefs?
We understand that too.
You described earlier in your testimony that the work of this Royal Commission is beneficial. Do you accept then that the Royal Commission's efforts are genuine and well-intentioned?
I certainly do. And that's why we came into the Royal Commission hoping that collectively something would come forward that would help us as well as everybody else.
And do you disagree then with anyone who's...
Can I just give a bit of context to that comment? We came into the Royal Commission hoping something collectively could be done. Is they basically said, and by basically I almost mean forthright said, if you made laws that required mandatory reporting, we would follow those laws.
Mm-hmm.
But while they're not there, we will not enforce brothers or people to go against their personal conscience. In other words,
I doubt
saying,
anyone but a Jehovah's Witness would have known what you just said.
Oh.
Yeah, Jeffrey Jackson also did not voluntarily go before them. They subpoenaed him, and because he was in the country and couldn't leave without their permission, then he had no choice but to appear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded very politically manipulative to me.
Just insane.
You said that the efforts to highlight and deal with child sexual abuse in the Jehovah's Witness Church is engaging in apostate lies?
I guess that's a broad question, because sometimes those who make these accusations make many other accusations as well. But let me assure you, the person making the accusation is not the main thing. The main thing is there some basis to the accusation? And if there is some way that we can improve, the governing body is always interested in seeing how we can refine.
This is his answer to, you basically call victims apostates.
Yep. Can I ask a question, Sammy?
Yeah, sure.
Is he holding an open Bible in his left hand, or is that just my imagination?
No, he's holding an open Bible.
Why?
Because a lot of his answers that he's given Bible verses. And partly because some of the questions have been, can you show us where the Bible says, that a child claiming rape needs 2 witnesses, for example, trying to just get him to admit that it's not biblical, that it's just their interpretation, and it was absolutely fascinating.
I would have gone with the subjective objective reading frame, definitely.
And yeah, every one of them that they put on the stand squirmed.
You see, Mr. Stewart, could I just emphasize, as a religion, 2 very strong things we feel. One is we try to keep a high moral standard, and secondly, there's love among the organization. So we want to treat victims in a loving way.
Wow. He could have chosen some better words right there.
They could have chosen some better words at many points throughout this ordeal.
He could have used the word compassionate or compassioned way right there, because I don't know, people can mean a myriad of things by the word love.
Exactly, like the way Westboro Baptist, or the way that churches say, like, love the sinner, hate the sin. Be careful what you call love.
These 2 elders, they just, I know it's such a shallow thing to say, but just to look at them, they look like dudes I would not leave my kids alone with.
Well, they don't look like Kenny Rogers, that's for sure.
I understand what you say, but can I just ask you this simple question? Why is it necessary, when someone feels that they can no longer abide the organisation and has to dissociate, why is it necessary to shun them? Why can't they keep having social contact with those people who happen to remain in the organisation?
I'd say again, we're going to appear very repetitive. I apologise, Your Honour, but the individual can choose.
Why is it necessary for the organisation to tell all of its adherents, you must shun that person?
Because the individual has not taken the decision to no longer associate or to no longer be involved with congregation activities, which is their right. They've taken the decision to say, I'm shunning the congregation, I'm no longer a part.
Can you hear that filth spewing from his lips? The person that's being shunned is shunning the church.
Yeah, sure. Makes perfect sense.
Victim blaming. Pure.
Oh, come on.
Victim blaming.
Part of the congregation, I put it in writing, so the individual takes that action and we understand the implications. that when someone is disfellowshipped, the congregation takes that action. So the individual does not need to put themselves in a position where they're shunned. They can walk away, they can go to another congregation. That's their personal choice. But we understand and agree with the point you're making, Your Honour.
They can go to another congregation.
Yeah, if they find the governing body to be abhorrent, they can just, go to another meeting hall.
What does he mean he understands and agrees with the judge when he just said... Never mind.
Answer the questions. You have not answered his honest question. His answer is...
Hear the crowd?
No, what'd they
His
do?
honest question is, why is it necessary?
They just uproared at his answer, and this guy's like, dude, you haven't answered the question.
Right.
To shun the person who disassociates. And before you answer, let me clarify one thing. The person who disassociates, both you and Mr. O'Brien have now said it. You said that they shun the organisation. They don't necessarily at all. You're talking about someone who just doesn't want to be part of it anymore. They still want to have their friends, their family, and everything else, their social network. So accept that kind of person, but he disassociates. Now, why is it necessary to have a policy that everyone else must now shun them?
Again, that's a decision the person makes because that individual
thinks that doesn't answer the question.
Stuart, I don't think we're going to get anywhere. I think we should.
Well, the real answer to the question is because you say the Bible says so. That's the answer, isn't it?
Yes, that's our understanding of the scriptural disfellowshipping and disassociation doctrine.
I should just say also that in relation to the point that Mr. O'Brien, you made, and Mr. Spinks as well, I think, and that's that a person can become inactive without disassociating and in that way not be shunned. Now, without going through that evidence again, I just want to say to you that that's highly contested by a lot of people.
Yep.
As to whether that is possible.
It's a flat-out lie.
A lot of other people say it isn't.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. But
what simple point is, and I'll let you respond, but I'm not going to go down this path we went down it before. The simple point is this: a person who does not want to be active in the organisation anymore, in order to avoid being shunned, must disassociate. There isn't a category of membership of inactive and nevertheless welcome.
He makes a great point because Mormons have that. It's just inactive. It means you haven't renounced anything. You haven't written saying that you want your records removed. You're just, for whatever reason, you don't believe it anymore. And so you don't want to be associated.
So they...
Well,
I guess they have a form of inactive in JWs, but the difference is that while you're inactive, you'll be hunted. So they'll be knocking on your door, looking through your windows to see if you've got a Christmas tree up at Christmas time, They want to know.
In fairness, the Mormons do still knock on your door a ton and constantly invite you to everything.
Yeah, and they also it's in the not in all Mormonism, I know that, but like in the fundamentalist Mormon groups, right? Like if you can like separate and you can be like inactive for a period, but once you make a statement, and they're still going to hound you, but once you make a statement like, I no longer have that testimony, or I no longer believe in this thing, then you are shunned. Absolutely.
You're welcome. I love you.
Yeah, that last point that he made about the only way, it was almost a nonsense sentence because he said the only way to leave the organization without being shunned, so disfellowshipped, is to disassociate. But as they were just discussing, if you disassociate, you will also be shunned. They just
Yeah.
say that you've shunned the congregation. So there is no way to leave.
Point of kindness. Jody, I think your microphone is so bad that I wasn't even sure that you had tried to speak, but I did see your icon radiate and made me say, oh, she must be trying to speak. I couldn't make out a thing you said, though. Has anyone heard anything from Jody since she came in?
One time I heard a crackle and I realized that it was her because I looked, and that was it.
Yeah,
I'm watching my work computer and being oblivious. My apologies.
Okay, Jody, I think you need to do something about your microphone.
Can you hear me?
No.
Yep.
Oh, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Yes. Can we hear you? Can you hear me? No.
Maybe you were talking to someone else, Jody, in the background.
Oh, yeah, my boyfriend came in for a cigarette.
Okay, yeah, that's what we heard. That's why I muted you, just in case. In case you got down and funky or something.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Doing well. A little bit of a headache, but not too bad.
Is that normal?
I get headaches sometimes, yeah.
I get headaches sometimes, but usually I invite them and they're Christians.
Very noble of you.
There are different types of headache. What kind of headache do you have?
Now I think it's more from eye strain, a little bit of tension headaches. But
got you.
I've got spinal problems, and like lots of times I'll get a pinched nerve, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I take naproxen and Lyrica.
Got you.
You ever hang upside down?
Yeah, we have an inversion table.
Oh, good for you.
It helps.
Yeah, I don't really get any pain, but my hips still hurt. But other than that, and that's probably from giving birth to 6 babies. I'm guessing.
Could be related.
Oh, I definitely have some back issues and hips, but that's because my hips. I'm double jointed in my hips. My right hip especially likes to come out of place sometimes.
Oh, on topic question. I think Sammy should field.
Can someone iterate what is wrong with the church shunning a person when their behavior goes against the church's stated doctrinal interpretations?
Because their shunning has nothing to do with their behavior. First of all.
And when the church is shunning children, when parents are shunning their own children who are not even of the age of consent, there's a bit of an issue there.
If someone says,
I don't even think that requires an answer,
yeah,
to be honest.
Exactly. If someone says, if I may not believe this, and your own parents have to shun you, that has nothing to do with you being some crazy radical, like, misbehaving. Like, what do you think, that they're being shunned because they're delinquents? No. Sometimes they're being shunned because they say, no, I don't accept that old guy touching me was my fault. Bam, you're shunned. Because that behavior is so abhorrent to the church. That's such a ridiculous. I don't know. I don't even know.
And when they shun someone, correct me where I'm wrong, they're losing all of their family and friend group.
Yeah.
Which means they are like fed and watered and sheltered and have no love from anyone anywhere.
And that's what the church is supposed to do, right? Just turn your back on everybody. Fuck you. Throw you to the wolves.
In my case, it wasn't the church.
They're supposed to treat you like you're dead.
I treated them like they were dead, and then they
No,
tried to sex with me.
I wasn't responding to you directly, Jody. I just meant the Jehovah's Witnesses tell their congregants to treat the person like they're dead. And supposedly that's very loving because it's encouraging them to, then accept whatever.
Mm.
Yeah, it's funny. The Jehovah's Witness magazine came out with an article about how horrible it is, infant baptism and shunning in Catholicism, but yet they do the same things now too. Baptize.
Not only is that a reason why I think you're absolutely fucking disgusting, and I have zero respect for you. That's just another reason why. But we did answer your question. I said, first of all, because it doesn't have to do with their behavior. So maybe ask a question that's relevant or means something. Is that better?
And because it's not just the congregation shunning them, shunning adults who go into this belief knowing that that's going to happen to them. This is happening to children and people born into these cultures, and it's their immediate family shunning them.
Yeah.
Not the congregation, and the congregation, but
Someone please tell me what is so abhorrent and shun-worthy about it's not my fault that old man touched me.
They even had a video on one of their meetings where they said
unforgiving spirit.
Exactly. They can excuse anything abhorrent. So to ask a question like that, to seek justification for something so disgusting and insidious, and then be like, I'm still waiting. Well, keep fucking waiting, because it's not about their behavior. So your question was stupid to begin with.
I'd like to answer directly to Irenic. It's mental abuse of people for disagreeing, where their entire infrastructure, their societal infrastructure, is ripped away from them because they don't agree.
Yeah.
And nominally, it's going to be with children. It's not going to be with adults.
Because the adults are smart enough to just say, I repent.
Yeah.
So
they know they've only got to say the words.
Right, but I think the question is inherently, that's such an awful question, because he said, what is wrong with a church shunning a person whose behavior is abhorrent to the church? And my problem with that is, it's not about that person's behavior, right? Because the church went to everybody. They went to the people they considered had abhorrent behavior. They went to the tax collectors and the sinners, right? They didn't turn their back on these people. But what it does allow is you to justify any you don't agree with as like anything you don't agree with can have the acceptable answer of, we'll just take their entire social circle and their entire social life and their family, and their friends, we'll just take everything away from them because I can justify it with this one stupid thing.
Yeah. And I understand a community turning their back on someone who is continuously stealing from the people and taking advantage of the people or abusing the people. Absolutely.
I agree. But that's why it's so poorly worded. Like, what are you talking about? Behavior. Define the behavior, first of all. Because what we were speaking of didn't even have to do with the behavior of the person being shunned.
Exactly. It was victims and survivors, or people who just simply have stopped believing.
I'm not saying that I've already thought this through and have thought of a way that, as this deeply religious community, I could find some way to use positive reinforcement to get a better result. But I would think that would exist somewhere. There must be some way to do that, because certainly negative reinforcement, like ripping away someone's society, would be effective. I'm not saying it wouldn't be generally effective, or even the threat of it is probably effective, making people stay longer than they want to, or longer than they should have. But I'd like to think there could be something in the way of positive reinforcement instead, because you have much greater influence in a person's life by being positive than you ever could by being negative.
Yeah, I agree. And at the very least, if they stopped punishing the victims.
Yeah, start shunning some perpetrators, right?
Yeah.
Like, start shunning the people who did the abuse, not the victims. What? It just doesn't.
Then they have to own it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem, is that they don't want Jehovah's name dragged through the mud. That's the exact words that the elders will say to the victim.
So instead they'll say, we forgive him and look how great we are, and you won't forgive, look how bad you are. Let us all shun you.
Yeah, you just want to sully God's organization.
In my case, there wasn't any religion involved.
Yeah.
It was family members that, I actually shunned them. I didn't want anything to do with them. And then they shunned me. At least I got that sense. And then they tried to reconnect with me, but I didn't open that door.
Well, that's your right as an individual. You weren't forcing other people to, shun minor children. And there was even a video that they put up at one of their meetings that said that if your daughter calls you and says, I'm being raped at this location, you're supposed to not even answer. You're not supposed to respond to the text. Because that's
I'm
Jehovah's
sorry,
way
how
of,
do they justify
bringing her
that?
back into the fold.
She went out into Satan's world.
Yeah, they're dead, remember? You don't speak to the dead. You can't help the dead.
Wow.
Look at this. They refer to girls as cows.
When a young girl who has reached her puberty is in physical condition, and after the quote that Ralph Walls has just read, it says, as with a cow, when a young girl who has reached her puberty is in physical condition to conceive and become pregnant, her sex emotions are greatly aroused. If she has association with a boy, she is inclined to think that it is the sweetness of the boyfriend that causes this delightful and new feeling. And so she becomes infatuated with him. If the boyfriend should become sexually aroused and lets her know it, and then she yields her body to the advances of the amorous boyfriend, she is likely to become pregnant as a result of just one sex experience of this kind. I kid you not. That's the sort of material that Watchtower is pointing to with pride and saying, listen, I know it's the 21st century, I know it's 2018, but can you guys just read this article from 1961 where we make this fantastic point about humans being like cows when it comes to sex?
Men are generally...
What do you think?
It seemed like they were putting all of the responsibility on the female for no evident reason to me.
Mm.
I mean, is there some title somewhere? Young men are moved by their chemical emotional states too? Is that somewhere?
No, because it's the woman's job to be modest and not stumble the man or give him impure thoughts. So if he had impure thoughts, then the immodest woman was either immodest in dress or behavior or speech or something.
Oh, bullcrap. There's been women that turned me on. I hadn't even seen them yet.
I mean, look at what I paused on the screen. Christian women have the obligation not to dress provocatively, not to tempt men to keep looking at them, and so reap a prideful pleasure in noting how they are able to play upon the emotions of men. Evil women.
I will
See?
testify that there are people who do this. I will say there are definitely people who go way beyond what is like social norms in order to get a certain amount of power over others. And I think it's a bad play, and I think that's not really where a person's power lies. And I think it's actually diminishing to people when they're told that's the only way they can exercise personal power. I think that's horrible.
I agree, and I don't think that describes like a majority of women either. Like, it's just so. Yeah,
it's certainly a very small percentage.
I think it goes back to the Adam and Eve story, right? Eve ate the apple first. She's the bad one. So women are the bad one. I don't know.
Holy crap. Everyone read my translation on Adam and Eve.
I'm just saying, I've heard that explanation before.
It's not your fault.
Thin and flimsy as it is.
No, it's not your fault that people present the story that way. But as I think Silverman pointed out, if that is the right way to read it, God set them up for a fall, then they fell, then he found a way to fix that, so he got to pretend to be the hero when he's the one that set up the situation in the first place, and they could not have understood if they didn't know what good and evil were, that they shouldn't commit an evil act other than might makes right.
Exactly. It's all. I don't know,
Christians think that's the right way to look at that. That
that's how they justify it, right? Like every woman is like inherently a Jezebel, the Jezebel spirit, right? If that man's having impure thoughts about you, it's because you were immodest in speech, you were immodest in dress, you were.
It could be just his time of the month, you know.
Well, that's not how they see it. I don't know.
Well, it's true.
Being more sexually excitable than women, you have these assertions being made, and I find it interesting that they are dredging up watchtowers from sort of the 50s and 60s, when, quite frankly, if we're going to we could make a video about all the appalling stuff that the society printed in that period, but it's painting this picture of women who are dressing provocatively so that they can reap a prideful pleasure in noting how they're able to play upon the emotions of men. So they're painting this picture of women who are manipulative and conniving and calculated and trying to lead men astray. These are these words have been written by someone. Well, these words were written back in the 60s, but they're now being appealed to. They're written by someone with an extremely unhealthy view of women. And this is the kind of logic that is being appealed to by the current Watchtower leadership in the 21st century.
The next area of concern is a more sensitive matter.
You see the problem. Self-abuse or masturbation.
Yourself become contaminated by this unclean habit.
So now we're into the masturbation stuff, and mercifully, the material on masturbation in Ralph's talk is quite short compared to the amount of material in the talk to follow, which is directed at men. In fact, if I'm counting the material, the number of seconds, in total, Ralph spends just little over a minute talking about masturbation from a female perspective. And if you think about it, this again speaks volumes about how male-oriented these videos are. that they are written by people who aren't really interested in female sexuality because they're not women. So they just kind of have shoehorned this material in because they're going to talk at much, much, much greater length about male masturbation. It's almost like they've thought, well, we need to even this out a little bit by talking a little bit about female masturbation and how wrong it is. Masturbation is a victimless crime. It doesn't hurt anyone. It's perfectly natural. And furthermore, it's mentioned nowhere in the Bible. You wouldn't think that, judging from how much they keep going on about it in these videos.
Here's a situation that might arise. A sister views a list
This
of
will be
recommended
good.
pictures and videos displayed by a social media application. Maybe it's installed on her phone. She comes across some provocative pictures. She doesn't open the pictures, but she lingers over what they call thumbnail images, which are small images reduced in size. As she studies them, she becomes aroused to the point of engaging in self-abuse. Anyone can happen upon pornography accidentally. This world has made it easy for that to happen. But if one intentionally practices exposing oneself to such harmful images, that may lead to such uncleanness.
And that's it. Mercifully, that's pretty much all Watchtower has to say to female Bethelites on the subject of masturbation. Compare that.
So, look out for sexy thumbnails. Sorry.
I don't even know what to say about that.
I've never even met a woman who was that easily aroused. Man, what a blessing
Well,
that would have been.
Go meet some Jehovah's Witnesses.
Okay, maybe they're really desperate. I don't know.
No, this is the power of repression, right? And this is why it's the priests in the Catholic Church, because they're celibate. But in the Jehovah's Witness, sex is so focused on and so
taboo,
unclean compared to all other sins. It's all about sexual immorality. And even among partners, like, I imagine sex would be awkward and rare, or either that or the opposite, and really kinky and weird. But it just causes so many issues when people can't naturally explore their sexuality and figure out what they like and what they don't like, what they're comfortable with, what they're not comfortable with. A wife has to basically just do whatever the husband says. Just endless issues.
With what we're going to come to later.
Up until now, we've discussed personal matters. But let's talk about conduct with others. First, we will discuss something that is very common in the world with single and married persons alike: flirting. In some instances, individuals may not realize what flirting involves. It can involve using flattering speech or provocative body language towards someone with no intention of pursuing an honorable romantic relationship, or not being in a circumstance to pursue a romantic relationship. For example, a sister compliments a brother on the way he is dressed for work. On another occasion, she mentions his new haircut. And from time to time, she sends him a text message to check to see that he's arrived home safely. Now, such actions on the part of a married sister or a single sister towards a married man are totally inappropriate and lead to disastrous consequences. If the sister and brother are
totally inappropriate and disastrous consequences.
That's hilarious to me. You know the wedding I just went to? So he happened to be the first friend I made at work, right?
Aww.
Sometimes I would drive him, like when his car was being worked on after work, before I went home, I'd take him to pick up his car. Sometimes we had lunch together. He's part of the group that sometimes goes out on payday Friday with me and has some drinks. And then, like, Right. I mean, like, my significant other met him on several occasions. He brings his kids here to swim. Like, why is any of that, like, inherently bad?
Yeah. But did you tell him his hair was nice? That's the thing.
I told him I have before. I've also told him that suit looks really nice.
Well,
I also know
that's-
his favorite color is purple. But why is that
it's
so
completely
disastrous?
inappropriate.
You were
and,
over a line here, woman.
and utterly disastrous.
You know, that's going to lead to you have tempted him in ways that he cannot be responsible, and
Well,
if something should happen now,
apparently it led to him. I encouraged him to invite this girl he had been talking about to his game night, and he did. And he started texting me, "She did this. She wore this. What do you think this means?" And now they're married. So disaster.
Aww. You're a siren. That's what you are.
Temptress.
I don't get their perspective. It's so foreign.
It's extreme, isn't it?
Consider that this brother would be justified in concluding that she has a romantic interest in him. And if she is not interested in pursuing the courtship, she's flirting. And that's damaging. Flirting is cruel and dangerous.
Cruel!
It's a form of lying that disregards Jehovah's counsel.
Wait a minute.
Bible
Can you
is
pause
very
that?
plain in its expressions on lying.
Okay, it doesn't repress one gender. It represses all genders, right? And all preferences and all that, right? So where's the responsibility on the guy where it says, you know, you could be misreading the signs here. It could just be that this is a nice person who thinks you're a nice person. Why is the guy absolved of all responsibilities and proper judgment of this situation?
Let me guess. This is a guy who chose to be celibate and have no kids, and now this is all he fucking thinks about is sex, and he thinks everybody else does too.
Well, not celibate, because they're allowed to have wives.
Oh, okay.
They didn't have children. But you can imagine their view on sex.
Wow.
Like how there's a line in one of my favorite songs. What do the men say to the women when they lay down at night? And I've often had that thought, like, what does a man like that say to his wife in bed? You know, shut up and lay still.
Proverbs 12:22 says, lying lips are detestable to Jehovah.
So two things here. First of all, this stuff on lying, because Ralph Walls is saying here that if you flirt, well, it's kind of lying, and we know how detestable lying is. What about all of the documented instances in Watchtower literature where they've either predicted something that will to happen by a certain date that hasn't happened, or they've misquoted a scientist or an intellectual, or they've taken a quote out of context in a book to try and push forward their agenda. In fact, I've already talked about this recently. If you go on jwfacts.com, there is an entire page, I think it's called something like Lies and Misquotes, where it catalogues all of the examples of dishonesty in Watchtower literature down through the decades. They have a track record of being dishonest, but apparently it's okay for them, not so okay if it's flirting. Flirting is what's really bad. It's okay for them to deceive people in their literature. But you also have this outrageous rule that if a married sister compliments a single brother on their haircut or on how they're dressed, this is, quote, totally inappropriate. There is now, and this just to highlight how crazy this is, there is now more video material from Watchtower on how inappropriate it is to compliment someone on how they look under certain circumstances than there is material telling elders how inappropriate it is not to report child abuse. This is where Watchtower's priorities are, in regulating the personal lives, the romantic lives, the sex lives of Jehovah's Witnesses to the degree that you can't even tell, under certain circumstances, you can't even tell someone that they look nice without this being considered totally inappropriate.
Is it possible that a sister could let her guard down with a married brother? Here's a circumstance where that could happen. A young sister is taken in or adopted by a married couple.
So this is one of 2 occasions in these videos where it uses the phrase adopted in relation to a young brother or sister basically befriending a married couple. It uses this phrase adopted as though it's almost like a formal arrangement. And I find it very odd indeed. I mean, if you're serving at Bethel, surely you're an adult and you don't need to be adopted by anyone. You certainly don't need to be guided by any married couples. But what I find fascinating is that this does kind of echo something, a very ugly aspect of Watchtower history, where you did have a young girl who was adopted by an older couple. That young girl's name was Rose Ball, and the couple who adopted her were Charles and Maria Russell. And honestly, if you haven't researched this already, it's quite astonishing because
that's the guy who started it.
It came out in the divorce proceedings that Charles Taze Russell, the founder of the Jehovah's Witness religion, essentially, or at least the Bible student movement from which Jehovah's Witnesses came, he had an entirely, according to his wife, an entirely inappropriate relationship with Rose Ball, where there was far more than flirting going on. But I visited Watchtower headquarters, and you can quite clearly see Charles Taze Russell on full display, kind of wall-to-ceiling images of him. The fact that he broke these rules as regards flirting is entirely ignored. And they repeatedly, and because we revisit this scenario in Gary Bro's talk, we repeatedly have this concept of a married couple adopting a single person.
The husband, who may be older, hugs her affectionately in public and views her as his little sister. She visits their room often and feels very comfortable talking to the brother about her concerns. The sister feels that they are like family. There's nothing wrong with such relationships. In fact, they can have a wholesome, nurturing effect. Expressions of affection toward others vary greatly in different cultures. However, good discernment and judgment must be exercised. Please be mindful that hugging, stroking, and kissing a brother on the cheek may be intended to convey wholesome love. But keep in mind that marriage does not make the brother immune from becoming emotionally attached or sexually.
So, you are meant to understand that telling them their jacket's nice or I like your haircut is completely inappropriate. But you can kiss them on the cheek or stroke their hand as long as you're aware, you know. What the fuck? It's so arbitrary and it's so confusing. And that's why you can never feel like you're getting it right.
That is really weird. Okay, I don't take that if a woman touches my shoulder and runs her hand down the outside of my arm, I do take that as a sign that she's not scared of me, okay? Or that she's not grossed out by me. But if you think it's more than that, I mean, she didn't grab the inside of your thigh and stroke that, did she? Come on, man. Like, how excited should you be at that kind of interaction? Like, why is this guy making it sound like those are for sure signs that she's all about you and she's giving you the come on?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? No, it's not.
No, but as degrading as it is to females, do they understand how degrading it is to them? I don't think they do, right? Because they put all the blame and all the responsibility on females, but all they're really saying is, I lack any intelligence or self-control, therefore it's your fault.
Okay, Bond says it. Single women are like supervillains to Jehovah's Witnesses. The single touch or the simple compliment will trap a man instantly.
Dun, dun, dun. That is a superpower. That's amazing. That's like Wonder Woman's lasso or something there.
Yeah.
They're trying to steal a child's authority, is what I've come to believe.
Yeah, well, they infanticide adults as well.
Right. Well, it's the same story, though. They're trying to steal your authority. Like, you don't have any control, they're controlling you.
Absolutely.
And that's the hardest thing to get over.
Sexually aroused. And if you feel a particularly strong emotional attachment to the brother, it can lead to trouble.
And if Ralph Walls has researched at all what happened between Charles Taze Russell and Rose Ball, he knows exactly what kind of trouble this scenario can lead to. Overall, though, I just can't help but wonder how this material would be coming across if you are a single sister who's just arrived at Bethel and you're excited about getting stuck into serving Jehovah here in Jehovah's house, and you're being spoken down to like this and given these ideas that if you show affection to a married person, well, this is going to be looked at. We want you to be mindful of the kind of trouble you can get into if you stroke someone or pat someone the wrong way. Quite apart from whether it's appropriate or not for someone to flirt with a married man or woman, this kind of material is surely going to nurture an extremely paranoid atmosphere at Bethel, where if you're single, you don't want to say anything or do anything when there's a married person around, because you don't want anything you do or say to be interpreted as flirting.
If you are a married sister, your husband has the right to expect that he is your closest confidant and the sole object of your romantic attention. Of course, there's a need for balance. Exercising appropriate caution does not mean that you should be stiff and aloof around members of the opposite sex, married or single. Nonetheless, at Proverbs 28:26, the Bible makes the point that we cannot trust our own heart.
I don't see how you can be anything other than stiff or aloof after you have sat through this video, and certainly the video to follow. If you're a man, you're going to be terrified of doing or saying anything, as I've already said. But he also quotes this scripture about the heart.
Thank you. That scripture, what isn't that one of the atheistic arguments against the Bible as a whole, talking about how and they're reading it the same way, like you're not supposed to trust you, and that's what that scripture means.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'm sorry, why did God make such a flawed animal?
Well, they would say he didn't.
Okay, then who did make us?
We
we
got
ate
further and further away from perfection.
No, but it's referring to the intrinsic animal that we are, and whether or not our logic and reasoning is sound, whether we should trust ourselves and our own feelings. And we've made spaceships. We've made spaceships. We're not retarded.
Yeah, you're exactly right, actually, Richard. And I even could never get my head around that as a child, like the whole Adam sin thing. And when I would say, well, why didn't God just boop him out of existence and go again? They would say because that was inevitable. He represented all men, so it was always going to happen. So doesn't that mean like
that's a weird
he
excuse.
designed this thing
Then that would mean we were designed
to
flawed.
fail?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, we were designed to be flawed.
I tell you, Christians do a really good job making Silverman look good.
Yeah. I think we might skip ahead to the funny male stuff. Like, it's insane.
Wouldn't the idea that we didn't have knowledge of good and evil and right and wrong and all of that before we broke the rules also signify that we were somehow broken?
Certainly incomplete.
Not perfect.
Yeah. See, we had a different idea of perfect. It had to include this level of holiness. And
but in order to be holy,
we were holy in our ignorance of evil.
That doesn't. No, we couldn't be holy in our ignorance of evil, because being holy means doing good, choosing good. You can't choose good if you don't know that there isn't something that's not good.
Holy means
holy
to be
was
smarter.
Yeah, holy was more of like a magic power.
Well, then why did he design them to not know it was bad to do the one thing he asked them not to do? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, or punish them for it. That's the part that makes no sense. Oh, you
Well,
didn't know what you were doing. Oh, I'm sorry. And then kick you up the ass.
The whole idea that I normally hear promoted by Christians in their reading of the book, concerning the Garden of Eden, is inconsistent within the rest of the Bible. It makes God into a monster. I don't know why anyone would want to read it that way. And they have to want to. Because they have to say things like, oh, I'm sitting here defending the text. Well, I'll shut up real soon. They have to ignore that immediately after this quote-unquote fall and first sin and mistake, that angels offer them eternal life. And they just have to not think about that. Because there's this gigantic reward at the end of the story for everything they just did.
Yeah. Only if you guessed right.
Only if you guess right? No, not only if you guess right. It's talking about the revelation of knowledge of good and evil. And that's what the whole story is about. And at the revelation of what is good and what is evil is also the offer of eternal life, which is consistent throughout the Bible.
Right, but I'm saying depending on a person's reading frame. Some people say heaven is only for the people who guess right.
Yeah, that's interesting. Just for argument's sake, and I'm going to go smoke a cigarette and shut up, but just for argument's sake, let's say that we gave God a normal scale that we give children and we gave him grades. That is such a horrible noise, Jody. I can't even tell you. That's really killing me like nails on a chalkboard. But let's give God a scale of A to F, right? And let's take the human present population and let's grant the 144,000. I've already done the math. Here's how it turns out. God's failure rating, 264,000 and 41.3 to 1. You reckon that's an F?
Not particularly.
264,000 failures to 1 success. One goes to, yeah. That's not particularly a bad marks. Yeah.
I was kidding.
But maybe that was God's plan.
Well, here's what the text actually says. That the God of the Bible claims the whole earth, that all people of the earth are his children, that he puts the message out through Israel, but the message is for everyone, and he knows of his intent for you to benefit you and prosper you, and that all be saved, not damnation. This damnation preaching is just tribal pride. That's all it is. It can't be justified from the text.
Nerdy wrote it. It cracks me up. He said Earth is fine-tuned for sending people to heaven.
Right. Like the rest of the universe is fine-tuned? Got it.
Masturbation. The God's Love book explains that masturbation is the stroking or rubbing of the genital organs, commonly resulting in an orgasm. So, does a person have to use their hands to masturbate? For example, say a brother wears an undergarment that's so tight it rubs his penis as he moves around. He gets aroused and even ejaculates. Is he masturbating? Yes, he is, because he's deliberately stimulating his genitals, even though he's not using his hands.
So now we're into the stuff on masturbation. It just gets worse from here, folks. I'm not going to lie. We're into the really crazy stuff at this point. And thanks as well, Gary, for the definition of what masturbation is. We were completely in the dark up to that point. He gives this scenario of someone masturbating just by wearing tight clothing, as though this is a common thing. I mean, if you're going to sit in front of a camera in a highly polished production, I'm presuming this is, really
state-of-the-art technology that's being used to film this. There are resources being devoted to the production of this video. And if you're going to make it for an audience of any size, you're going to make it relevant. You're going to talk about things that matter. And of all the things that witnesses who are joining Bethel need to think about, it's this specific scenario where someone wears clothing that's so tight that they wear it deliberately in order to masturbate. That apparently is a thing, or it's enough of a thing for it to be brought up early on in this video.
Does there have to be an orgasm for it to be considered masturbation? Suppose a brother starts rubbing his genitals against a pillow. He gets an erection, but stops before having an orgasm. Is he masturbating? Yes, again, because he is deliberately stimulating himself, whether he has an orgasm or not. How about having an emission of semen at night, maybe even after an erotic dream? Is that masturbation? No. Jehovah made that a part of a man's reproductive system, and it happens without any deliberate stimulation. But even so, when this happens to you, it would be good to examine whether you were dwelling on sexual thoughts before going to sleep. Could you have been sleeping in a position that stimulated you, such as with a blanket or
Even though it's a natural part of reproduction that Jehovah created, you should still examine whether you are dwelling on sexual thoughts before going to bed. You know, it's still your fault if you have a wet dream.
pillow held tightly between your legs? If you're honest with yourself about these matters, it will help you to avoid falling into unclean practices.
So I guess all I can say at this point is do not adjust your sets. We are going deep into the Watchtower Twilight Zone of just, well, madness. Who wrote this? Who wrote this and what were they on? Because you can see now where the Pillowgate name comes from. Apparently this is a thing. And I don't want to judge anyone. It's not something I can say I've tried, but this apparently is enough of a thing. People humping pillows. It's enough of a thing to make a HD video about it. And as I pointed out in the trailer, for them to be talking about this on a video that is designed as an induction video for Bethelites, what's been going on in what has been going on in Jehovah's house to make this something that right guys, we need to put together a script for new Bethelites, and let's kind of tell them based on our experience what they should avoid. Well, funny you should mention that, because we've been getting all sorts of calls from the Lord. Oh, good grief. Anyway, I find the part about sleeping, well, the whole thing about pillows is fascinating, but specifically where he's talking about sleeping, the position in which you are sleeping could be a problem. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you are sleeping, you are unconscious. How can you be blamed for something that you are doing unconsciously? Because when I go to sleep, the position in which I'm lying when I go to bed is not the position in which I'm lying throughout the night. So how on earth can you introduce laws or rules or try to police the position in which someone sleeps? It's just absurd, isn't it? We have reached the stage where Watchtower, where the Jehovah's Witness religion is so Pharisaical, I'll say it, Pharisaical and rule obsessed, where there are now sleep laws.
What effect does masturbation have on a person's sacred service? 2 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 1 explains what Jehovah expects of us. It says, "Therefore, since we have these promises, beloved ones, let us cleanse ourselves of every defilement of flesh and spirit, perfecting holiness in the fear of God." So Jehovah wants us to cleanse ourselves of anything that defiles our spirit. In other words, anything that contaminates our mental attitude. Masturbation contaminates a man with selfishness, it weakens his self-control, and it makes him believe that sex doesn't have to be related to love. It also fills a Christian with guilt.
Let's just get one thing straight. Everybody masturbates. Everybody does. I'm sorry if you're watching this and you're saying, I don't masturbate. If you're saying that, you are a liar. I'm sorry. Everyone masturbates. They just do, because it's a perfectly natural thing. And actually, when we're talking about men, because again, apparently male masturbation is a bigger problem than female masturbation, at least according to the number of minutes that are devoted to talking, in these videos. There are actually physical issues that come up if you don't masturbate as a man. And if you're a man, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a thing called blue balls, which I don't need to explain to you, when you get the buildup of semen because there's been no release at all. There are physical issues that affect you if you fail to masturbate. So for them to be talking about it in these terms, where you're wicked, you're selfish, you're this, you're that, this stuff, we can laugh at this. But this sort of material has a really tangible effect on millions of witness men and young boys. Because don't forget, when you're a Jehovah's Witness, you are limited with who you can marry. You're only allowed to marry from among other Jehovah's Witnesses. So already there's that restriction to think about. There's a restriction of not having sex before marriage. And on top of all of that, there's a restriction of not being able to masturbate. So what you end up with is generation after generation after generation of sexually frustrated men. And that is not a good thing. It's not something to celebrate. And what I find fascinating is that Gary Bro says, well, let's read a scripture to remind ourselves of the importance of not masturbating when it comes to keeping our sacred service clean, proceeds to read a scripture that says nothing about masturbation. And how can it? Because the Bible is silent on the issue. And, let's be clear, the Bible has no qualms about going into quite a lot of detail about the things it doesn't like or the things that the writers don't like. We get all sorts of crazy rules in the Bible about all sorts of bizarre situations. Not one verse does it say. I mean, it has a thing about wet dreams, but not one verse does it talk about masturbation. So how on earth can you, A, go on about it this much, and B, have the gall to suggest that this is a biblical thing? It's not a biblical thing. It's a case of the Watchtower leadership over many decades being extremely prudish and enforcing their own sexual hang-ups on the next generation with often catastrophic consequences.
Trying to keep your service to Jehovah holy while under the influence of masturbation is like trying to climb a mountain with a large boulder that you're carrying. Until you free yourself of it, it can only hold you back. What have you done to cultivate a deep disgust for this practice so as to keep yourself clean?
Okay, there's two things here. First of all, you'll notice that question at the end. What have you done? What have you done to develop a deep disgust for this practice? And that's quite manipulative. There's something quite cynical going on there, because if you're in the audience, and I mean, goodness knows what's going through your head. I think I'm going to go and serve Jehovah at Bethel. Oh, it's our induction meeting. Oh, they want to play us a video. Oh, this will be fun. Oh, goodness knows what's going on in their mind. But in addition to watching Gary Bro disgrace himself with this material, you're also having these questions fired at you. And I find that quite an interesting control technique. Well, what are you doing exactly? Because it's repeated throughout the talk, by the way. They'll give a series of kind of scenarios. And when they're concluding, he'll say, so what have you been doing? And that kind of makes it gives the talk a very kind of accusatory, almost like a very interrogatory feel. When, what have you been doing? This must apply to you. So exactly what measures have you been putting in place to show your disgust of masturbation? And there's also this thing where he talks about being under the influence of masturbation. What crazy language! Under the influence of something that people do with their bodies. How would this work with other words that are just bodily functions? You see that brother? I fear that brother is being led astray by the influence of urination. Joe, he's got a real problem at the moment. I suspect he might have a problem with falling under the influence of defecation. Sister Jones, I don't know whether you've heard, but she's having a real problem at the moment with the influence of menstruation. It's just, how do you take that word, masturbation, as a grown person who knows how the English language works and just completely massacre its use?
Our third point, don't let yourself become contaminated with pornography. Satan's world is in love with it in all its forms. But as you know, pornography in any form is not tolerated at Bethel. What can you do to guard yourself against becoming contaminated with pornography, even by accident? Take precautions to keep yourself as far away from its path as possible. Think of the following situation. While in the bathroom, a brother starts browsing through a list of recommended pictures and videos on a social media app on his phone. He comes across provocative pictures of men or women. Some may be topless and some may be nude. He doesn't tap on them, but he does keep looking and starts to masturbate.
Wait,
Now,
pause.
did this brother truly
I'm going to
stumble upon
appreciate
pornography by
that he
accident?
said,
Or could it be that
I'm going to appreciate the subtlety of saying a young man went into the restroom and then saw provocative images of other men or women.
Yeah, I noticed that. I actually thought that was, I was surprised, actually.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was interesting to me. I'm surprised he didn't just. Here. I don't think he did it on purpose, though. What I'm questioning is this:
No.
did he forget that he said man entered the restroom instead of person and was trying to fit both sides?
Oh no, he knows that they have a huge problem with homosexual
Homosexual
stuff.
So you think it was definitely intentional?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was
Okay.
a dig at homosexuality not being What's the word?
Tolerated. Well,
Yeah.
he just made it seem so natural, right? Like these provocative pictures of women or men, you know, like either one can work for you. Like, okay.
Yeah. In case, because if they say, you got to remember that basically once they utter words, it becomes law and doctrine. So if he says a male is looking at pictures of a woman, then a male can go, well, he didn't say if they look at pictures of men.
Okay. Got you. So weird.
That he was browsing in a place where he actually hoped to find something sexually arousing. Either way, he needs to examine himself honestly, don't you think? Maybe it would be best for him not to use the internet while isolated from others. What precautions can you take to avoid such a situation?
So here we are again with pornography, which seems to be something that is really keeping the governing body awake at night. This thought of witnesses accessing porn on their phones or watching it on the internet or taking in erotic imagery by whatever means. Honestly, the amount that the organization bangs on about this, and I can remember becoming aware of this as I was starting to wake up from my indoctrination. I can even remember thinking that it felt as though the assemblies and conventions were becoming like anti-porn rallies, because it felt as though almost every other talk, porn this, porn that. And don't get me wrong, I think that there are arguments for and against pornography. Just because I'm no longer religious, just because I'm no longer a witness, doesn't mean that I think that, you know, anything is okay. I can see there being psychological issues if you have an over-dependency on anything, including pornography. But I just think that it's one of those areas in which you need to leave it to the person themselves to decide on what works and what doesn't work. If something isn't working, yes, they need help. But what right does the governing body have to police people's lives in this area, especially to the point where it's popping up time and time again in their publications, where it's repeatedly being talked about at assemblies and conventions, and even where, despite all of this material already existing for all Jehovah's Witnesses, someone applies for Bethel and, oh, we need to remind you about this thing that we've been reminding you about anyway. The fixation that the governing body has with pornography smacks a little bit of protesting too much. I would suggest that if you're going to jump up and down about anything to this extent, it might be because you yourself have something of a fixation with it.
Could certain types of entertainment expose you to the contamination of pornography, even if they're not strictly speaking pornographic? Suppose a brother is watching a TV program for mature audiences that contains a sex scene. Now, the scene is shot from an angle so that you can't see the intimate parts of either person. But he replays it several times and gets aroused. Is he keeping himself clean from the influence of pornography? There may not be any visible nudity, but that scene is definitely designed to arouse the person viewing it, and that's why he's viewing it over and over. He needs to work on hating what is bad. What steps do you take to avoid entertainment that could lead you to pornography?
Oddly specific,
Pause.
isn't it?
Yeah, okay. Why is the human body bad? Why is sexuality bad? Why is arousal bad?
Why are thoughts of any of that bad as well?
And where do you draw the line? Is a wonderfully, beautifully, artistically done nude, is that bad to the JW Church?
See, here's the answer, right? Does it give you a hard-on? That's your answer.
Okay. I mean,
see what I mean? It's like, it's so arbitrary. If you're standing there and looking at that artwork so that you get aroused, then that's sinful. But if you look at it and it does nothing for you and you just think, well, that's a nice piece of art, then no sin's being committed.
Okay.
They're trying to say it's the frame of mind. That's why they give these weird examples, like they're just looking at the internet and pictures come up of, you know, not nude people, but just topless. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but do you dwell on the pictures? Do you stop scrolling?
I'm reminded of the TV series Married with Children. where the man says to his wife, "Oh, you know, this supermodel really does it for me," and his wife's like, "What's so special about her?" And he says, "Well, you're going to find out tonight when she's pasted to the headboard."
I don't remember that one.
I don't get it.
He's going to be
His
able
wife's
to
going to
maintain an
benefit
erection.
at his. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he's going to be able to maintain an erection because he's looking at the photo instead of at his wife's face.
Yeah,
Okay. I love Al. And Peg.
it's a funny show.
Yeah, when I first started watching Sons of Anarchy, it was kind of hard because I just kept seeing Peg with black hair.
Yeah.
But I got past it because she did really well. But
You know, she actually started out as a rock and roll singer.
it doesn't surprise me. She does kind of have like a Joan Jett thing going.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
That voice.
Ow! Yeah, but that's purposeful. That's not her voice.
She's also Leela Tapunga on Futurama.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Somehow it's weird how they make it look like her somehow, even though it's just a Simpsons type character. Or maybe that's just what my brain does because I know it's her doing the voice.
No, they do that. Even in Disney animations, they do that, right? Like they try to take from the person that's voicing the character.
In an environment where porn is banned, where you could actually get in serious trouble if you're discovered with a porn magazine or an erotic video according to the accounts of people who've been in Bethel, the cleaners are given almost free license to report you or even investigate you or go through your things and report back if anything is found that is incriminating. But in that kind of environment where basically the only
Hear that?
way you could have access to erotic imagery is through watching films that have sex scenes in them and, you know, watching them again and again and again. Someone's had to write this and someone's had to come up with that scenario, which begs the question, how have they thought of this scenario? Could this be a case of them doing it and then, you know, feeling bad about it and taking their guilt out on everyone else?
Romans 6, verse 13 explains why we have to keep on guard in this matter. It says, "Neither go on presenting your bodies to sin as weapons of unrighteousness, but present yourselves to God as those alive from the dead, also your bodies to God as weapons of righteousness." Did you notice that
Oh my gosh.
Can I just say that could mean like a trillion different things depending on who you ask?
I'd like to point out something that I think is really pointed right here. One of the biggest things that keep religious people from having a relationship with God, whether that God exists or not, is guilt.
Wrong button, sorry.
So you'll hear people say like, I don't deserve a relationship with God. I'm too sinful. What's the greater sin? That a person masturbated or that they felt guilty about it?
Well, according to these guys, and I think most Christianity, guilt is the good thing.
How? How is guilt good?
I know. Yeah.
I think
It's a sign of your conviction and your wanting to prevent it from happening again, even if you should stumble. How'd I do?
And it keeps you
Sounded very religious-y.
Yeah. I was about to argue back then until I realized he was speaking on behalf of them.
I wasn't being serious.
But it keeps you down. It's a tool of oppression.
Yeah, but
You know,
it's down.
nothing I can do I can't live up to these standards. Like,
Try
shit,
that
what
again,
if I
Jody.
sleep the wrong way?
I said it only keeps you down for a time, and time passes.
That's pretty funny.
Thank you.
I love it.
What did I do?
No, not you. Have a look at the screen.
Yeah.
Morning, Wood.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
That's right.
Tell me lies.
Person can present their body to sin, or they can present it to Jehovah, but not both at the same time. If a Christian deliberately presents his eyes to pornography, any worship he renders to Jehovah, no matter how hard he works with the rest of his body, is no longer holy. Jehovah simply does not consent to share our hearts with pornography. Does your heartfelt love for Jehovah move you to keep on guard and avoid disappointing
That's
him?
interesting where the Bible
Now we have
doesn't
a similar
mention
thing
it.
to what we had with masturbation.
Yeah.
I just said it's interesting where the Bible doesn't mention that.
Yeah. At all. There is
Well,
a
it doesn't
reference
mention it.
to not casting your sperm on the ground.
Yeah, I
But
knew that.
that's what I was going to say. They'll twist it because the scenario was that
He was keeping his brother's widow from getting pregnant.
right, from getting pregnant, but they'll say that the sin was spilling his seed on the ground. And so, because he spilled his seed on the ground, like, and that's something you're not supposed to be wasteful with your sperm. Like, it's intended.
I don't know
like,
about that
they'll
guy.
take it that way.
I don't know about that particular guy, but me personally, I probably had more in storage in about an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. Believe it's
Right.
90 minutes. The
Speak
sperm
for
is
yourself,
created
buddy.
every 90 minutes. No. The sperm is reproduced every 90 minutes.
Where they're trying to find a scripture that says something specific about pornography, but they can't find one because pornography is not mentioned in the Bible. And make no mistake, there was porn when the Bible was being written. We know that through archaeology. And just look at the stuff that the statues that they were making. And yet, the best scripture that they can find to lay things out and say, well, this is what the Bible says about pornography, is this one where it says, neither go on presenting your bodies to sin as weapons of unrighteousness. And then they say, well, what you're doing when you're reading pornography is you are presenting your eyes to this sinful stuff. That's the kind of acrobatics they need to go to in order to make the Bible say something about pornography.
Next, we'd like to examine with you 4 ways in which all of us have to keep on guard in our conduct with others. First, it's necessary to avoid flirting, whether the other person is single or married. Now, what would you describe as flirting? Put simply, it's treating someone as if you're interested in marriage when you're really not.
I'm not sure about that, actually, Gary. You've made a very specific definition about flirting being to do with marriage. I mean, that's probably through the Watchtower lens and through the Jehovah's Witness lens. That's what flirting means. Oh, I desire you as a marriage mate. But I don't think everybody who has ever flirted with anyone has been doing so because they envision wedding bells.
How can you tell the difference between just displaying personal interest, pursuing an honorable courtship, and flirting? Well, a lot depends on what your intentions are. For example, a single brother compliments an outgoing single commuter sister on the way she dresses at work. On another occasion, he mentions her new hairstyle. From time to time, he sends her a text message to check that she arrived home safely. Is he just displaying personal interest? His comments go beyond being concerned for her well-being, don't they?
Hang on, I'll pause
He's
it.
even telling her that he finds her attractive.
I feel like we just heard the exact same scenario
Yeah.
in reverse.
Yeah.
You did.
Okay, just checking.
But caring about a person's well-being and safety, I mean, that if you're not wanting to marry them, you should never care about their safety.
No. Not if you have the different genitals to them.
Right.
No, you said that wrong, Hillary. You shouldn't care beyond their physical safety and their spiritual well-being.
But did you make it home safe? Is there physical safety? And that apparently crosses the line.
No, it's because you expressed it, apparently.
I'm totally lost.
So's this
Yeah,
guy. Don't
see-
feel bad.
She would definitely be justified in concluding that he has romantic interest in her. Is he flirting? If he's actually interested in a possible courtship, his actions may not be wrong. But if not, he would reasonably be viewed as flirting.
This is just, I'm sorry, this is the part where you start to get angry. The stuff that's coming and the stuff that we've already had about masturbation and extremely specific scenarios being spelled out, it has a wonderfully comedic side to it. You can't help but laugh at it. But this is really kind of flexing the muscles when it comes to controlling people and making them fearful and paranoid. So that if you are a single brother and you tell a girl that you know that you like her hair, or you want to know whether she got home safely, this is flirting. How dare you be flirting with her if your intentions aren't to marry her? How can this have a positive effect? This kind of advice is only going to generate an atmosphere of paranoia in the community for which it's intended. I mean, thank goodness this is directed at Bethelites. This video is not going out to Jehovah's Witnesses everywhere. But speaking as someone who spent decades as a Jehovah's Witness, this sort of material would make you terrified of saying almost anything to a girl in case you're later accused of flirting with them and leading them on.
Could persons of the same sex start
But
to flirt?
wait, he also
Consider
said
the
that you
situation.
can't. He also said that you can't flirt in a positive manner ever, right? He said if your intention is to marry them, then your actions are good. But if you don't intend to marry them, then that's flirting.
Right.
That's right.
So you're supposed to
It's flirting either way.
Yeah.
Right. Which means you can never flirt with anyone. In which case, what do you rely on? Arranged marriages?
He'll probably get to righteous courtships or some shit.
Yeah, but what does that
Separate.
mean? And how would you know someone's interested in you or not?
They would approach their parent, who would approach your parent, and they would pray about it. And if both parents agreed, then you would have chaperoned dates.
No, well, see, they would, what we would call, flirt with you. But because they're doing that, it's not flirting, it's showing you signs of courtship. It becomes this evil, dirty thing called flirting if you're not intending to marry them at the end of it.
What
Because
if I
it's
just say I'm
misleading.
intending to marry everyone all the time? Is that
There
cool?
you go.
Because, I don't know, if you can't masturbate and you can't have any release before marriage, what would you be thinking about?
Well, I can only tell you what I was thinking about. And it's not what I was supposed to be thinking about.
Right, but I'm saying, like, if you're in it for the long haul and you really feel this shame and you really feel this guilt and you have no release except till you get married, what would you be thinking about? Probably getting married.
Witnessing together.
Than being miserable.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Irenic the other night, right? He's like, no long engagements, no this, no that, like 6 months in, doesn't matter, I'm ready to get married, right? Because he wants to have sex, but he won't have sex before marriage.
That's great when you're 60 years old, but both of my sisters were married by 18.
That's what I'm saying. It's the same mindset, though. Like, if you can't have it till then, and you can't masturbate, and you have no release, then a lot of true believers probably are thinking about marriage a lot of the time.
No, that's
This,
a huge
you know,
epidemic.
now that you've pointed, go ahead.
I was
Now
just
that
going to
you've
say that is a huge epidemic that they do get married like very young, and then they're miserable and hate each other, but yet they're not allowed to divorce or even separate.
Damn it, I hate it when you guys say what I wanted to, or I like it a lot, or something.
Yeah, my mum and dad were married at 18 and 19 and miserable by 30. You could say estranged, basically, but they couldn't
Yeah.
get divorced.
It's great when it works out, but
Well, my husband and I, we put that on each other that neither one of us should give up.
I say it's great when it works out. My sister was married when she was 18. She took her husband to prom, all of that, and they're still married, right? But it wasn't under that kind of restrictive influence or anything either.
Yeah.
The whole system sucks. We age way too fast. I don't think we should reproduce till we're about 70 and got some experience under our belts.
No.
Yes,
Oh my
absolutely.
God. Only if the lifespan was much greater, because
That's
I
what I'm
had a
talking
kid
about.
young. I know that, but like she's so high energy. I don't know that I could have dealt with that much energy at a later date.
No. At what we perceive as normal aging right now, the whole system doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll go with that.
Yeah. See, it's almost like I used to think if it wasn't for young people, the race would disappear, because the older you get, the more you realize, like, I'm not ready for a kid. I'm not ready for a kid.
I don't think anybody's ever ready for a kid.
That's my
I think
point.
people who say
That's the
people who
point.
say they're ready want them, and then people who try and then But I understand what Richard's saying too, because you want to be able to provide for the kid, right? And you want to be able to be like stable for the kid, and I think I would say that I was learning probably as much as she was in raising her, right? So
yeah.
But I don't think you're ever ready, right? Like my sister was much further into her marriage. My older sister was the last of us girls to have a kid, and she still didn't feel like she was ready. I just don't think you're ever ready.
I don't know. I'm turning 55 soon, and I think I understand, child psychology and learning processes and how important never lying to a child is, that I'm now ready to be a dad. But I don't think I was ready before now. Not really.
Yeah, well, okay, I guess I should say women don't have the luxury of waiting to feel like they're ready, because usually by the time that happens, if they ever get there, they're no longer producing eggs.
Well, if we just fixed the telomerase problem, that wouldn't be an issue.
Getting right on that.
Yes. Need to do that before I die, please.
No. See, I am waiting for menopause, so I stop having to worry about birth control. Okay?
A lot of
No
people
more
look
babies
forward
for
to
me.
that.
That took forever for me.
I know. So I asked my OBGYN, right, the last time I went and had my IUD switched out. I asked my OBGYN, I was like, hey, so about when do I get to expect menopause so I can stop these visits, right? and he's like, I don't know what your family history like. And I was just like, oh, shit.
It's a good indicator.
The problem is both sides of my family are extremely different. And my closest female relative being my mother, right? We can't go off of her because of other factors. And so like I have no idea. it could come quicker. It could be a long ass time. And I'm like, I'm ready for this visit to hurt, because actually, like, every time you do it, it hurts more. The process hurts more. And so, like, and so I'm like, I'd really like to get to a point where I don't have to worry about this anymore.
I was
You know?
56. I was 56 when I went through mine. It took forever.
Go for the partial hysterectomy. That's what I say.
Or have your guy get snipped.
Oh no! What? What are you guys talking about?
Having a guy get snipped doesn't stop menstruation.
Oh, if that's a concern, then yeah.
Oh, that's not my concern. I mean, like, even before birth control, I mean, I might spot a couple of times a year, but like, I don't really. It's not really a concern
Lucky
for
you.
me.
Women hate you, you know.
I know, but it actually causes more problems in other areas, so it's a trade-off. It does have its own complications, so it's definitely a trade-off. It's not like I'm super lucky, but my concern is I don't want to be pregnant. That's my concern. Yeah, I just.
Yeah, men can get snipped and unsnipped pretty easy. Go for that.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen. I'm just waiting on my body to be like, okay, apparently you don't want these eggs. How about I stop making them?
You know,
Not that I don't love being a mom. Super Munchkin is like the best person ever in my mind. So.
What would you call? Would you call a sphincter an organ, or what would you call it? It's not an organ.
Tissue.
A muscle.
A sphincter is part of several organs.
Yeah. Okay. Well, whatever they are, they're highly underrated.
Okay.
Because the anal sphincter, especially, is the only sphincter that can.
Why is it underrated?
It can release gas whilst holding back liquid.
Yeah.
Yep. That's pretty awesome sorting. Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah. By the way, gases have a tendency to rise in the liquid.
Images.
And gases tend to float in liquids, so figure that one out.
Yeah. There's a guy, I can't remember his name, but his whole shtick was swallowing stuff. But he could separate or keep stuff separate in his stomach somehow.
The coin guy, he was Australian or.
Actually, you're right. He did the coin thing too. He could
Yeah.
bring them back up in order or whichever coin you wanted. But he could swallow a big cup of sugar and then a big jug of water and then regurgitate dry sugar.
What the hell?
No.
Yeah. And he learned when he was young that he could do this. He could regurgitate, and that he could actually.
So somewhere in his mind, he figured out how to change the muscles or use the muscles in his stomach to create two different pockets.
Yeah.
I guess so. I mean, how else does he?
How the hell?
Bring up specific coins.
Right. Wow. I mean, I believe the human mind is much greater in potential than realization when it comes to our physical selves and what you can and cannot control, and what science assumes you cannot control, what you can, if you just learned how. I'm a proponent of that, and you guys have known me for a while. You heard me talk about, actually curing without tricking yourself, your own hiccups.
Right.
Which
Yeah.
I learned at an early age. I'm not kidding you. You really can. I mean, don't think just because no one has, a direct mechanism where the mind is controlling the body, that the mind is not controlling the body. Don't assume that.
I found him. It looks like someone's nabbed him somewhere and said, do the trick for us.
The sound is crap.
Is it?
Yeah. It sounds like it's coming through your microphone instead of through the...
Oh, no, it is pretty shitty audio.
Okay.
I think it's just someone on their phone.
I'm going to put this sugar into my tummy. Watch. Oh, yuck. Okay. Water. Sugar's coming back up. I'll catch it on my hand when it comes back. Here we go. Cool.
That is such control.
Coffee?
Yeah. So weird.
My only question left is he different from the rest of us that he can do that? Or could all of us do that?
Well, like I said, he started when he was a kid. Just regurgitating.
Yeah.
The whole keeping it separate thing, it just came with practice. Like, so,
I'd like to argue with Johnster Monster that anyone who drinks any beers emits cores. So.
A group of single brothers has a meal together, and after most leave, two of them remain behind in the room drinking alcohol. At one point, one asks the other if he has ever woken up with an erection. Their conversation starts to touch on sexual matters. Are they flirting? Their conversation can arouse sexual desires in them, even though they're of the same sex. This could easily lead to comments or curiosity about each other's bodies. Don't deceive yourself thinking this could never happen. Keep in mind that alcohol tends to lower your inhibition and can make thoughts that you'd normally suppress or view as repulsive seem acceptable, even inviting.
No amount of alcohol is going to make you gay. I'm sorry, in the scenario.
What?
that's
Alcohol
what I
doesn't
wanted
make
to
you
say.
gay?
Nah, not unless you already were.
But the guy giving the JW speech, the old guy, he already touched on that and admitted that it's suppressing normal thoughts that a person has that is conquered with alcohol. He kind of already said it.
Yeah. But and just the idea that homosexuality is just something you do. You know, you either do it or you don't.
I tell you what, JWs represent men as, I mean, so animalistic and out of control.
Yeah.
To the point where, I mean, I've heard you guys say this before, but almost where there's no responsibility on the male.
Well, they have no self-control, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Boy, you know, if I get alone with a guy and have a couple beers and we watch some porno together, we're probably going to get it on.
Or even if they ask you a question about your morning functioning, it's enough to just drive a guy over the edge.
You just have no reasoning capabilities, do you? Poor things.
Scenario that we've just heard about, if two guys start making out, it's because they're gay. You can't make someone gay just by plying them with alcohol. Again, this is a weirdly specific scene, and you can bet that this has happened countless times, and it's going to happen because in Bethel you have an environment where it's predominantly men, and usually single men as well, because if you're a couple in Bethel, you have to live with the restriction of never having children. So right away, that limits the number of couples that you can have. In fact, I've heard of married couples having to leave Bethel because they've had a child. So you have all of these single guys in an environment where they're not allowed to.
Wow. Sammy, you're muted.
That's something I did not know about Bethel.
Yeah, there's no
Just learned
daycares
that
there,
then.
so if you got a kid, you're out.
To flirt, and they're not allowed to have porn, and they're not allowed to masturbate. What I mean, and you wonder, you wonder about this kind of scenario happening. And I actually, in all seriousness, if you haven't already checked out my interview with Howie Rutledge Tran, please do so, because that was a fascinating conversation where Howie, who is a gay man, he was at Bethel for a number of years, and he went to Bethel on the assumption that it would fix him, it would make him straight by being at the center of Jehovah's organization. And you can bet that lots of gay Jehovah's Witness men take exactly the same approach and just assume, oh, well, that I'm broken, there's something wrong with me, and the way to fix myself is to go to the center of where it's all happening and absorb all this spirituality. You can bet that that's what happens. And also, it obviously provides a convenient excuse for why they're not married, if they can say, well, actually, I'm a Bethelite. So
Thank God when I thought I was broken and unfixable, I just gave up on the cult rather than trying to run to the center of it. Fuck, I've dodged a bullet there.
No doubt.
So that's the reason why I don't have a girlfriend or anything. It's almost inevitable that you're going to get gay people at Bethel who are there because they feel they need to rehabilitate themselves. And those gay people are going to interact with other gay people, and things are going to happen. I think that's why we've had this scenario painted out for us, because that's the sort of stuff that has been going on in Jehovah's house.
What if a sister is married? Should you feel you can be more affectionate with a married sister than you would with one who's single? For example, a young single brother is adopted by a couple at Bethel.
Here we go.
And he regularly spends time with them. The wife, who's 4 or 5 years older, hugs him affectionately in public and views him as her little brother. He goes to their room frequently, even when the husband isn't there. And he feels comfortable talking to the sister, even about his problems. He claims they're like family. Is this appropriate? No, this is dangerous. Neither one of them
Hang
is
on.
becoming emotionally attached to.
He said for the girl that was okay, didn't he? This can be wholesome and even and good for everyone involved. I swear that's what he said.
That's because they want the guys getting access to the girls, but they don't want the women having access to the young guys.
That's what I'm sensing.
Person who is dedicating so much time and attention to them. Of course, there is nothing wrong with becoming friends with more mature
But
couples.
see, and again, because a young man can't handle an older woman paying so much attention to him. Men just have no responsibility. You know? It's
I'm
going
glad
to be the
the
older.
guys are leaders too. Since they have no authority or responsibility or ability to handle themselves.
Yeah. So in the case of women and younger men, everyone should be excused.
But keep in mind that a married person belongs to their mate. A sister's husband has the right to expect that he will be her closest friend and the only one giving her romantic attention.
I think at this point in the video, it's safe to say that whenever a scenario is painted out for us, what's essentially being said is, this is the problem that we've had. And it would be so much more easy to watch or listen to. It would be more dignified if they could just open up and say, listen, guys, we've had this issue where young brothers have become adopted by married couples in Bethel. One thing's led to another, and people have ended up having to be sent home and disfellowshipped. Just being spoken to on that level like an adult, I have respect for that. I do. I could appreciate that kind of material. But when it's all of these hypothetical scenarios that are extremely specific, then you have to say, no, I'm sorry. I'm being spoken down to at this point. I'm being patronized. You're basically insulting my intelligence by assuming that I can't put two and two together and figure out that that's exactly what's been going on. Again, in Jehovah's house.
What if you're married? Being married does not give a brother permission to be overly affectionate with sisters other than his wife. You, too, need to be on guard to avoid even giving the impression of flirting. What does Jehovah think of flirting? Go to Proverbs 12, verse 22, please. Lying lips are detestable to Jehovah, but those acting faithfully bring pleasure to him.
So they have to say flirting is lying.
It's a cruel and dangerous form of lying that disregards Jehovah's counsel about marriage. He hates it, so it's important for you to see it the same to remain holy.
Again, how can you be this fixated with flirting but not have any interest in protecting children from child sex abuse? Don't forget that it was Gary Bro who recently went on camera in front of millions of Jehovah's Witnesses and said that they would never be changing the two-witness rule.
The scriptures are very clear. Before a judicial committee can be convened, there has to be a confession or two witnesses. So we will never change our scriptural position on that subject.
This is something that puts literally millions of children in harm's way. But top of Gary Bro's priority list, at least on this occasion, is whether people flirt with each other.
A second area we want to draw your attention to is the need to keep on guard against sexting and sexually explicit video chatting. Sexting can mean sending sexually explicit messages or even improper photos or videos by some electronic means. This is especially important to keep in mind when you're romantically interested in a sister. Jehovah created men and women in such a way.
It's all about violence,
together,
but against sex.
That's really a wonderful gift from Jehovah. Because of it, an honorable courtship can fan what starts out as a romantic spark into the flame of joy, a love that lasts a lifetime and keeps growing. But keeping in constant contact with a sister you're interested in and without taking the proper precautions can be like throwing gasoline on that spark, turning it into something destructive. For example, can you see how the brother in the following situation has let his guard down? While video chatting with his girlfriend, they start making some references to sexual subjects. He ends up becoming aroused, and after they finish their conversation, he masturbates. The next time they speak, the conversation goes further and becomes sexually explicit. Now, both start masturbating while connected, but without exposing themselves to one another. Now, obviously, at this point, both need to get help from the elders because their conversations are becoming more and more unclean.
Oh, this sounds hot.
To sexual immorality.
Why do you think the elders want to hear about it?
It's all the dirty details.
Why do they record that shit?
Wait, how do I get a JW girlfriend?
Just go and join. You're a man, so you'd quickly become an elder, and then all the eligible women would, because any proper Jehovah woman wants to marry an elder, because any proper Jehovah male will become an elder.
Wow.
And I used to say, why isn't everyone an elder then?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Because they sleep with clothes in their legs.
I would imagine it's the same reason the fundamentalist Mormons tend to chase out the men and fight really, really hard to get back the women who leave, right? Because you want the men to have access to women. You don't necessarily want more competition for the men.
Yeah. good but sickening point.
But JWs aren't like ordered to procreate the way that Mormons are.
No.
No, but I
They're
mean,
sort of
even
told
something as
against
small
it.
as, but even something as small as having to deal with all the repressed and not so happy males.
I once said to a Jehovah's Witness who was trying to convince me that their church is the right church, I asked them, so how many, ascend to heaven? And they said 144,000. And I said, and you want me to become a Jehovah's Witness? And they were like, yes. And I was like, what if I'm better than you?
Yeah.
What if I take your spot?
Right.
Are you sure you want to be recruiting people?
Yeah. Well, it's weirder than that. The majority of the witnesses don't think they're going to heaven, and they have no issue with that. I never thought I was going to heaven, and it was almost like the 144,000 were this weird and distant group of people that almost didn't exist, because I'd never seen anyone partake of the wine. I'd heard stories about people who did, but yeah, it was a really weird, surreal situation. And it wasn't until the onset of JW broadcasting that all of a sudden the governing body, who is part of these anointed, that you started to realize, well, they're just people and they're actually quite shit people.
Yeah.
Wait, what wine are you talking about?
At the memorial
At the-
service. Go ahead.
Sorry. The Passover. So at Easter they do what they call a memorial service, which is where other religions drink wine and eat bread. They just pass the wine and pass the bread, and it's only the anointed can partake of it. So if you see someone drink the wine or eat the bread, you'll know that they believe they're anointed and going to heaven.
And just how do they decide they're anointed?
Jehovah tells them.
Jehovah tells them,
Mhm.
which means the governing body tells them.
No, special revelation.
No one gets to
Special
decide if
revelation.
no one can say if another person's anointed or not.
And is there records
They
kept
do
by
keep
the
count.
church of how many people? What's that?
They do keep count, and the number is over 144,000. So then they came out with a statement saying some people might be confused, some people might be mentally ill. So
Yeah, no kidding.
don't just go by, what you see people do.
I mean, I saw that event. How long did that take me to figure out? What was that?
Exactly.
6 seconds. Yeah.
But what should he have done to be on guard and not let things get to this point? At 1 Timothy 5, verse 2, Paul told Timothy to treat all his Christian sisters with all chasteness. You need to do the same, especially towards a sister you have a romantic interest in. Be aware of the danger and keep your conversations clean. Make spiritual matters a regular part of your communication. Avoid communicating late at night when you might be more likely to let your guard down. In doing so, you demonstrate that you're a spiritual man capable of caring for your prospective mate's relationship with Jehovah.
I just don't understand why it's Watchtower's place to tell two consenting adults who are romantically involved with each other what they can or can't do behind closed doors in private. Something that is not affecting anybody else. They're being told that they need to get the help of the elders because they've had this sexually explicit conversation over Skype or whatever. It's none of the elders' business. And you can bet that if a sister in particular is being interrogated by elders about what she's done with her boyfriend, they are going to, I mean, obviously I can't speak for all elders, but you hear some real horror stories of elders really getting off on hearing these intimate accounts of what girls have done sexually. That's absolutely none of their business. When is Watchtower going to learn to prioritize? When is Watchtower going to realize that none of this matters, especially when you're looking at rampant child abuse on an industrial scale, where there are very simple policies and measures that can be put in place to protect children, and they're doing nothing and investing all of their energy in this kind of material.
Next, we'd like to help you to clearly understand what the Bible means by the phrase sexual immorality, a very serious sin that can quickly destroy your relationship with Jehovah. In the Greek scriptures, that phrase is used to translate the original word porneia. What does that mean exactly? Porneia is sexual relations involving persons not married to each other. It includes acts such as oral sex, anal sex, and masturbating another person. It always involves deliberate manipulation of the genitals and at least one other person or animal. When a Christian commits porneia, the elders always have to provide assistance.
And we've already heard that porneia can even involve rolling around fully clothed with your boyfriend or girlfriend. That's the sort of scenario in which the elders need to provide assistance.
Do the genitals of both need to be manipulated for there to be porneia, such as when two people have sexual intercourse? No, both oral sex and anal sex involve the manipulation of the genitals of only one person. Does manipulation of the genitals always involve the use of the hands? Not necessarily. For example, suppose a brother pays a stripper to perform a lap dance that lasts several minutes.
Lap dance, that's porneia.
On his leg while he's fully clothed.
If she rubs on it.
Wait, how did he get to a strip club?
I know. A Jehovah's Witness at a strip club? It's like
come on.
Come on.
Well, maybe he's
I'm glad you
witnessing
saw
her
the
in her
ridiculousness
home.
in that, Richard.
I mean, he'd be scared. A person would be scared to go there in case he might see his preacher.
Yeah.
Clothed. He becomes aroused, but doesn't ejaculate. Was that porneia? His genitals aren't being manipulated, and he's not touching the woman's genitals with his hands. However, he is committing porneia by allowing her to use his leg to stimulate her own genitals. Can there be porneia without skin-to-skin contact? Say a brother lies down on top of his girlfriend while both are clothed, and they simulate having sex. Are they committing porneia? They have their clothes on, but the genitals of both are being manipulated, so they've committed porneia whether a climax is reached or not. That means that even some provocative forms of dancing, such as when a man rhythmically rubs his pelvis against the buttocks of a woman as she rubs herself against him, can also amount to porneia.
So there you have it, folks. 3 things that you can be disfellowshipped for as a Jehovah's Witness: getting a lap dance, rolling around with your boyfriend or girlfriend fully clothed, and certain forms of dancing.
What if a person fondles the genitals of another, but doesn't actually masturbate them? For example, a brother sits on the lap of one of his male friends. His friend puts his arm around his waist and at one point fondles his crotch over his clothes. Is that porneia? Although the second man didn't go as far as masturbating the first, he is deliberately
Is that happening at Bethel?
Apparently, it's rampant.
stimulating
They
his genitals.
didn't make a video to cover things they think aren't happening. Come on, right?
I don't know, but I'm getting pretty hot listening to all these scenarios.
I wonder how much of it they've encouraged through these videos.
I know, right? Oh, yeah, my pillow. I never thought.
Hey, bro, you want to watch some? You want to watch some? Want to watch some instructional video with me? What do you think, buddy?
Caressing, stroking, or rubbing involved, this act constitutes porneia. What are the following situations? 2 brothers masturbate in front of each other, but without touching each other. Is it porneia? The answer is no, since neither is touching the other person.
What?
However, it is a
Yep, that's
flagrant
totally acceptable. No problem with that.
Well, you can't be disfellowshipped for it. So
Wait,
boys.
back it up. I missed it because you guys are really laughing. So what happened?
Okay, we'll just let you watch it. I'll go back to this bit because that was fun too.
One of his male friends. His friend puts his arm around his waist and at one point fondles his crotch over his clothes. Is that porneia? Although the second man didn't go as far as masturbating the first, he is deliberately stimulating his genitals. Because there's fondling, caressing, stroking, or rubbing involved, this act constitutes porneia.
You
What
ready?
is the following situation?
Yeah.
Two brothers masturbate in front of each other, but without touching each other. Is it porneia? The answer is no, since neither is touching the other person. However, it is a flagrant disregard for Jehovah's laws and a serious sin that has to be addressed by the elders.
So, just
Wow.
to recap, if you're struggling to keep up with this long list of rules that we're suddenly becoming familiar with, without necessarily wanting to be familiar with them, by the way, it's porneia if you get a lap dancer, if you roll around with your boyfriend or girlfriend fully clothed, or if you engage in certain forms of dancing. It's not porneia if you literally stand in front of someone and you're both masturbating in front of each other. That's not porneia. Okay.
Finally, to keep clean before Jehovah, you have to fight against homosexual behavior. You've surely noticed that we've mentioned several situations involving
Here comes the
homosexuality throughout this
homophobia.
book. Why do you think that is?
Maybe because you have lots of repressed gay people at Bethel. And I'm sorry, but you do not have to fight homosexuality unless you're gay and you're in a religion where homosexuality is outlawed. Nobody fights their sexuality. Your orientation is what it is.
Satan is desperately promoting this perverted practice. It's no exaggeration to say that he's flooded his world with propaganda in favor of homosexuality. It's not realistic to think that you can't be affected by his efforts just because you serve at Bethel. At times, you may find yourself struggling with same-sex desires, or you may realize that others are doing so.
Pause.
That doesn't mean that you or they are homosexuals, but it does mean
The reason, Sammy, that you pointed out the word practice is because it's like subliminally suggesting that this is some kind of a choice that a person is aroused by some certain thought or action. Is that what you're pointing out there?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
That it's they think, and this is what I believed, right? That I had a thought enter my head randomly, and the part I ignored was that I enjoyed the thought. So there's something there, the fact that I enjoyed it, but that instead of going, oh, that's me thinking about a penis, push that out of my head. I allowed myself to dwell on it. And then the next time I thought about it or whatever, I allowed myself to think about males again. And I slowly programmed myself or allowed myself. So I was choosing to become this thing.
Uh-huh.
You got to keep every thought captive.
Every thought captive is fine for the prophet. You know, it doesn't
Yeah.
make sense in all situations. It's an unreasonable demand.
Yeah.
Especially on a little boy.
Yes.
Whose brain is not developed by any stretch of the word.
Yeah, that's
Okay, guys. I got to go adult for a minute. So peace and respect. Have a great day.
Okay. Love you, Richard.
Love you too.
Yeah, if you're a 10 or 12-year-old kid and like you don't have a lot of impulse control because your prefrontal cortex isn't developed and you're being told you have to keep every thought captive, you know, how are you going to do that?
Yeah. Well, all these new hormones are flooding through you.
guard to remain holy. How can you do this? Examine your conduct carefully and honestly so that you avoid situations that can foster homosexual desires. For example, do you
Foster
avoid
homosexual
unnecessarily exposing
desires.
yourself to
See,
others, such as
there's
when you're in
that
the locker room?
language of you have to grow it. So, you know, it's something you did.
Are you always modest, even in front of your roommates? Do you have the habit of excessively touching other brothers, hugging them tightly, slapping their buttocks, rubbing them, giving them massages, and so on? Of course, at Bethel, you may sometimes have to use a community shower, and that means you may not be able to completely avoid being briefly undressed in front of other brothers. In some cultures, it may be acceptable for two men to walk hand in hand, or local customs may permit the use of saunas while unclothed. But if you find yourself struggling with same-sex desires, it would be wise to honestly examine whether you need to make adjustments in your conduct with other brothers. Proverbs 6, verse 27 asks, can a man rake fire to his chest and not burn his garments? The answer is no. Thus, to keep yourself clean from homosexuality.
But how far is that from anything homosexual?
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those trope type statements that you can just apply to whatever the fuck you want to apply to. So you have to go and read the context of, you know.
Yeah, they just throw out. Yeah, it's just like William says, it's a fortune cookie.
Yeah.
You know, just throw it out. Has nothing to do with conversation, but yet somehow we're supposed to take something deep and meaningful from it.
Yeah. Like raping coals to our garment, raking coals, sorry, to our garment. Are we not going to burn it? It's like budget level Yoda.
Homosexual desires, you cannot put yourself in situations that could bring them to your heart.
This, for me, is some of the most outrageous material I've ever seen. In all of my years of kind of reading Watchtower material, both as a believer and now as a non-believer, I've never seen such ridiculous material about homosexuality. You really have two issues here. You have the accusation about gay propaganda, and apparently there's this global conspiracy where Satan's trying to make people gay or make people view homosexuality as normal. Apparently it's a huge problem that gays even exist, and that there are people who are sexually attracted to the same gender, let alone the problem of them.
Anthony Morris used to, because he's gone now, say that gay people have, because fashion designers are all gay, that they design clothes to be tight because they want to see men in tight clothes.
Because it accentuates the buttocks and the genitals. I mean, he's very fixated on that.
I'll be back.
Okay, Jody.
Okay, bye.
See you, Jody. Yeah, they just so much projection.
Them having the same rights as everyone else and being treated as normal human beings, when, according to Watchtower and according to many fundamentalist groups, gays are some kind of less than human substrain of the species that needs to be stamped out. It's horrendous, horrendous bigotry. And that's before you even get to this outrageous material, which amounts to saying you can pray the gay away. If you're sufficiently careful, if you watch yourself in certain situations, you can overcome homosexuality. It's something that you can just manage, apparently, which is basically repression. I'm sorry, you do not struggle with homosexuality unless you're a homosexual. And what this amounts to is just telling people not to be gay. You can't tell someone not to be gay any more than you can tell someone not to be straight. It's just ridiculous. But this is the kind of material you're going to get from a religion that takes the Bible seriously, a book that says at Leviticus 20:13 that gays deserve to die. Well, of course, you're going to get religions who fall into this way of thinking, that homosexuality is some kind of global conspiracy. And if you have any inclinations towards the same sex, well, these are things you need to fight, and these are struggles. You can banish your homosexuality and be a straight person. Absolutely unbelievable material. And I'm glad that it's seeing the light of day so that people can see for themselves just how small-minded and bigoted the Jehovah's Witness religion is.
For instance, what do you think of the following situation? After exercising together, two single brothers go back to shower in a room. Afterwards, one gives the other, who's wearing only a towel, a massage. One or both of them get sexually aroused. They have put themselves in an extremely dangerous situation. Don't you agree?
No, I don't agree. If they're both sexually aroused, there's absolutely nothing dangerous going on here. The best you could say is that one is sexually aroused and the other isn't sexually aroused. What you have then is awkwardness. You don't have danger. You certainly don't have danger when two people are attracted to each other and love one another and want to show it. That seems to be what Watchtower is terrified of if it happens to be two people of the same gender. In fact, they seem terrified of it, period, unless it's a heterosexual married couple.
Although Satan is waging war to influence people's thinking on the subject of homosexuality, Jehovah hasn't changed his view on the matter. Homosexuality is unholy and repugnant to Jehovah, and he will not tolerate it among his dedicated servants. Does your love for Jehovah move you to have the same view?
At this point, we've moved from bigoted to batshit crazy. I'm sorry. He talks about Satan waging a war when it comes to homosexuality to change people's minds. I'm sorry, if anyone looks to me like they're an aggressor in this situation, if we're talking about war, if we're talking about going out and aggressively trying to change people's minds on something, I think I would say it's religious evangelicals, including Jehovah's Witnesses, who, let's not forget, they put out a cartoon for children, telling children that if someone at school has lesbian parents, well, you need to intervene in that situation. You need to have conversations with their child and try and let them know that what their parents are doing is wrong. It's this sort of behavior that's manipulative and inappropriate and confrontational. Gay people are not trying to influence other people to be gay because they know that that's ridiculous. They know that you cannot influence a straight person to be gay. They just want to be able to be accepted. They just want to live their lives with no one being hurt. And that's why I find this material, when it starts talking about, gay people waging a war, don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. They just want to be left alone. They want to live a normal life. And this kind of material really isn't helping.
We've identified several serious dangers which we have to keep on guard against to be clean before Jehovah. Of course, more is involved than just avoiding what's bad. What else do you need to do to keep your path clean? First, have a regular program of meaningful Bible study. When you regularly spend time with Jehovah by means of your Bible study, it will make your love for him and his commandments grow. Obeying him will make you happy.
Of course, when Gary says that obeying Jehovah will make you happy, what he really means is obeying the governing body and their endless list of rules that Jehovah's Witnesses must live by.
Second, be honest about your weaknesses. Notice what the psalmist prayed in verses 36 and 37. Incline my heart to your reminders, not to selfish gain. Turn my eyes away from looking at what is worthless. Preserve me alive in your way. Did you notice that he recognized he needed Jehovah's help to incline his heart? In other words, to make him want to do what was right? Do as he did. Humbly acknowledge before Jehovah that you need his help to fight wrong desires. Be specific and tell him what they are, but then also act decisively. Turn your eyes away from worthless conduct and entertainment. Reject any wrong thought as soon as it comes to mind.
This is a problem that is not unique to Jehovah's Witnesses. You see it in other areas of religion as well. This whole concept, Orwellian concept of thought crime, where you need to feel guilty about what thoughts and desires you have. And you need to pray to have different desires or to stop having certain desires. And it's wrong to have certain thoughts. When you're in a religion that's policing your brain, we've already been told in this video that it's possible to sin in your sleep by ending up in a certain position while you're unconscious. But now we're being told at the end, well, don't forget as well that you can sin in your brain by having the wrong kind of thoughts that we don't approve of. And when you start having these thoughts, you need to do X, Y, Z. This is the ultimate form of control. When you have any kind of organization or religion or political party trying to influence and police what goes on in your brain, that is something that, believe me, you don't want any part of.
What should you do if you now realize that you are or have been involved in some type of unclean or questionable conduct, such as what we've considered? Frankly, you might be embarrassed and even afraid to ask for help. That's not uncommon. But please think about what Psalm 119, verse 176 says. I have strayed like a lost sheep. Search for your servant, for I have not forgotten your commandments. Like the psalmist, if you've been involved in unclean or questionable conduct, seek help from the elders right away. We love you and want to help you get on a clean path again. The governing body loves you too. It's our heartfelt prayer that you, our precious young brothers, will keep your path clean and joyfully walk in the law of Jehovah forever.
So there you have it. That is the conclusion of the Pillowgate videos, or what we're calling at JW Survey, the Pillowgate videos. And it ends with a reminder that if the audience is struggling with any of these areas, that they are lost sheep, including, by the way, if they're gay. Apparently, if you're gay, well, it's because you're lost and you need to be found by spiritual shepherds. But no, if you are going against the rules in any of the ways that have been discussed, if you're guilty of porneia because you've been rolling around clothed with your boyfriend or girlfriend, well, then you need to approach the elders and you need to get help, which, as we know, can often end up with disfellowshipping and shunning. Honestly, the extent of control, I don't think I've ever seen any material that so clearly highlights the extent. I mean, I keep using the word micromanage, but what other word is there to describe what we've just seen? When you have your thoughts policed, when you have your sleeping policed, when you have your masturbation or what happens in the privacy of your own dorm room policed, this is not healthy. It doesn't breed a healthy human being. Sexual repression is dangerous. It does have far-reaching consequences, and it's no exaggeration to say that it will be causing havoc in the lives of millions of Jehovah's Witnesses today, and most certainly in the lives of Jehovah's Witnesses who are unfortunate enough to wind up at Bethel and suddenly be under even closer scrutiny as to what goes on in their private lives. But all in all, I am absolutely thrilled that these videos, which were intended to be secret, intended just for Bethelites, I'm thrilled that they're now publicly available. I'm glad that people can see for themselves that this is the nature of the organization. This is the Pharisaical, rule-obsessed organization that they are serving if they're a Jehovah's Witness. Listen, I'm going to try and make this material available unedited, because lots of you have been saying, well, we want to be able to show this to our still in believing Jehovah's Witness friends and family. I'm aware of that. Obviously, I can't do that on my YouTube channel because then I would be in breach of copyright. I can show you what I've shown you because I'm commenting on it and criticizing it, or in the case of the trailer, parodying it. But I can't just upload the whole 57 minutes without there being repercussions. So I will figure out some way of making this material available or facilitating it becoming available at some point. Without any shame, by the way, because this is something that witnesses need to be aware of. They need to see that this is the organization they are dedicating themselves to. I should also add that if you're watching this video immediately after it's been uploaded, in other words, on the weekend of the 27th, 28th of January, we're hoping to do a Watchtower in Focus episode on the Monday, or we'll be recording it on the Monday, hopefully for release on the Tuesday. So if you're watching this video and you have things that you want to say, we do actually have a voicemail so that you can call in and give us your thoughts, and we might be playing your...
Well, there you go. Oh, Pillowgate. I sort of had forgotten just how detailed and rule oriented and how many rules there were, and oh, that feeling. Talk about fucking triggering. It was just always like a parent who only interacts with the child if the child's doing something wrong. Do you know what I mean? There's never any positive interaction.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute you guys. I'll stay, but I'm gonna take my headphones off and be back in a bit.
Yep, no worries. Just crazy. I'm just glad that they're seeming to have more and more issues piling up on them. The organization, I mean, not obviously the individual people.
Right.
I can't see them disappearing anytime soon, but I'd love for them to go bankrupt or just something.
Oh, did you cover any of the Kingdom Hall stuff? They want people to build Kingdom Halls and then they sell them off.
Yes. My mum's Kingdom Hall was one. And I mean, I fucking was part of building that thing.
Mm-hmm.
We did the quick build and everything's donated and all the labor's donated. So they get built for free. The governing body will loan a congregation money for the purchase of the land, but in a lot of cases, the congregation pay for it all themselves. And at some point in the early 2000s, the governing body said, look, yes, some of you own your own Kingdom Halls, you know, loans that you've paid off, whatever. But because there are so many that still have loans and we're a global brotherhood, we're going to wipe all loans because we're so loving. but at the same time, we're going to take ownership of every Kingdom Hall. And then started selling them off systematically and combining congregations together. So people now having to sort of travel distances to go to their meetings. So when COVID come out, you could imagine how they enjoyed that, the rank and file, not having to go to the meetings.
Right.
And then after COVID, they left it optional, thinking that everyone would race back to the meetings, and no one went.
Yeah.
So they had to turn around and remind people of their duty of not forsaking the gathering together. Johnster. 420 Atheist was brought to you this morning by Morning Wood Productions. Speaking of Morning Wood, let's have something fun. Joseph and his brothers.
היי אחים, מה ניש? מה זה הדיכאון הזה? איזה יופי פסים. איזה שיק, אה? אבא קנה לי. יו, זה מזכיר גם חלום שחלמתי.
יוסף, אף אחד לא מעוניין לשמוע את החלומות שלך.
לא נכון, לא נכון, כולם מתים פה לשמוע את הסיפורים שלי. שימו לב. ובחלומי, אני אלומה, גבוהה, סקסית, הורסת דקה. ואתם מסביבי 11 אלומות, מסריחות, מגעילות, מבולות, עולב, שאין דברים כאלה. כן, ואתם גם משתחווים אליי.
יוסף, תקשיב כל האחים, מה זה עצבניים עליך?
לא נכון, למה סתם להמציא? כולם מתים עליי, זה ידוע שכולם מתים עליי, טוב, אולי חוץ מההוא, הבן של השפחי, זלפה.
זלפה, ואבא מת עליה.
אמרתי שלא, פשוט לא זכור לי שראיתי אותו עובד בשבילה 14 שנה, כמו כלב.
אני גומר איתך עכשיו, בוא הנה, אני גומר איתך, לבור.
למה באלימות?
בוא הנה.
ראובן, שים יעזרו את החיים שלך של התקרה.
מה קרה, ראובן?
הכל בסדר פה, אבויות?
אתה צריך משהו? אנחנו בדיוק הולכים להרוג את אח שלנו.
להרוג את אח שלכם? למה להרוג? אני אקח אותו. בדיוק היום מתו לי כל העבדים ממחלת היאפים.
כמה אתה נותן לנו עליו?
חצי זוז.
חצי זוז? זוז.
בסדר, זוז.
לא התכוונתי זוז, התכוונתי זוז.
יאללה, זוז.
אתה זוז.
איך אני זוז? אני התכוונתי זוז במובן של זוז.
אני גם התכוונתי זוז.
סליחה שאני מתערב, זה מתקדם לאנשהו הסיפור הזה?
תרי זוזי לא זז מזה.
לא, בסדר, תרי זוזי. רק בגלל הרגליים היפות שלך.
תרי זוזי, לא, אני בשוק, אין לתאר. מה תרי זוזי? רק הכותונת עלתה 20 זוז. תגיד לי, אתה יהודי? מי לימד אותך להתמקח? ועוד למי אתה מפסיד? לישמעאלי, האומה הכי סתומה במסופוטמיה.
למה סתומה? אנחנו יצאנו לפני הגרגשים במבחני חתך אזורי.
אוי, זה מזכיר לי משהו שחלמתי. ובחלומי, אני דולפין, גרגשי, אציל, יפה, חתיך כזה. ואתם מסביבי, 11 מלפפוני ים, מטולפים בסוף.
רגע! מה זה, מספר חלומות? לא אמרתם לי. בטל עסקה, יאללה. רגע, בוא. כמה אתה רוצה בשביל לקחת אותו? עם החלומות, זוז.
יאללה, זוז.
זוז.
לא, אתה זוז.
לא, אל תגידו לי שאתם מתחילים עוד סשן של הסיפור הזה.
טוב, קח 40 זוז, רק תיקח אותו מפה וזוז.
חוואצ'ה.
עזבו אותו, חלאס, לא שלכם יותר.
בדיוק.
חבר'ה, אתם לא נורמליים. הלו! הלו! יוסף! יוסף! יאללה, נזוז!
קבלו.
That was good.
I enjoy those. Oh, what's this one?
Everything started at noon.
Oops. Not what I thought it was.
ויהי בימי אחשוורוש, איש יהודי היה בשושן הבירה, ושמו מרדכי.
והדיבר האחרון, לא תחמוד אשת רעך. יש? הכל בסדר?
So there's no actual channel. It's just must have been on TV. What is this?
You gave a great report, Jody.
Where was that?
Why Jews reject Jesus. That's a pretty good one.
New Testament caught lying.
Did Jesus really die for people's sins? I mean, the narrative sets it up like he is literally going to replace the sacrificial system. The gospel narrative seems to imply this temple destruction. We're going to delve into Pauline literature, and who the heck is Paul? He seems like an ancient Benny Hinn. He has this magical way of interpreting the Hebrew scriptures. Whether he was using a Septuagint version, I don't know, but I know that Rabbi Tobias Singer likes to show you some very interesting things that I missed over and over as I read these texts. I never for once said, dang, Paul is doing some weird, wacky reasoning off of these, what Christians call Old Testament texts. We're going to go into a variety of ideas. A lot of it is looking at how the book of Hebrews or Paul may interpret some of these things, and how is the New Testament authors using the Old Testament, or Hebrew scriptures, as you'd like to call them, and comparing the Hebrew Torah, or Hebrew Tanakh, if you will, over with this Greek. Do they really corrupt it? Guys, stay tuned. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to like and comment down below your opinion, your thought, or what facts you have to bring to the table.
We are Myths. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Your host, Eric Lambert, and I brought you back the second coming, the return, the King of the Jews, Rabbi Tovia Singer. How
Oh
you doing,
my
Rabbi?
goodness.
Oh, it's a big pleasure to be on with you. Thank you. And I love getting messages when I go on here. What happens is that's Satan. Satan knows this. And it's Lucifer, but we're not going to talk about it. It's great to be back.
Yeah, I'm glad you're back too. I want to go ahead and tell everybody up front. Let's get right into this because this is super important. I want to tell our audience that the reason why I'm actually having you on, I'm asking for, a variety of different topics we're going to cover. And I don't want anyone to think, hey, you're just on here just to bash Christianity and Christian. You have very many friends that you have told me that are Christian. But why is it that you do what you do? And that might help my audience understand why you're on here discussing why these things are.
Yeah, so my life is devoted to countering the efforts of evangelical Christians who are targeting Jews for conversion. So if Jews for Jesus never existed, I would never be doing this kind of work. But given that there are thousands of missionaries worldwide that are specifically targeting Jews for conversion, I've devoted my life to responding to their efforts in a way that's meaningful. And I've been doing that for not quite 40 years, but for a long time.
Yeah, and I actually saw a few of your videos, and I personally, deconstructed from Christianity for other reasons, but nonetheless, I said I'd like to have this guy on the show. The show is not a sorry to say it, we're not Christians here at this show. I'm not against Christians. I entertain people who do believe in God and have Christian ideas even to come on my show. But the last thing this show actually entertains is anything evangelical in nature. And I'm interested in like secret stuff. Like, is there any celestial mythology? Is there interesting different things that people who come on? But I actually had an interest with you because I said, I had watched some other guys and they said, if you really want to know things that are wrong with other religious views, ask other religions. So, like, if you want to know something wrong, let's say with the Muslim faith, you could ask a Christian or you could ask a Jew, and they'll definitely point some issues out with that particular faith.
Well, not every Jew. I mean, most Jews will go, "Hi, I'm out of here." I'm not this Jew. Go ahead. Continue. Just let the show run its cycle. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm about to start speaking in tongues here,
Yes, I'm set for that.
Well, I want to ask a very basic. Let's start simple and just let the Holy Spirit overrun the Satan in this situation here. Why are you not a Christian? Isn't Jesus the most Jewish thing you could be? I'm being funny, but
it's like saying that isn't Bernie Sanders the most Jewish thing you can be? So there's no relationship between the core teachings of the church and what is promulgated throughout Tanakh, throughout the Jewish scriptures. In fact, the core tenets of the Christian religion are opposed by the prophets of Israel. If there were no Jewish scriptures, then you couldn't believe anything. The problem that the church always had to deal with is that its ideas that a person could die for somebody else's sins. I mean, imagine any country applying that. Innocent people die for the sins of the wicked. The Bible tells us, Scripture tells us, Tanakh tells us, Ezekiel tells us, chapter 18, that the innocent person cannot die for the sins of the wicked. A man cannot be God, neither can a statue. Why? Because the Torah says so. So the core, it's not like I'm anti-Christian, like I just don't like Christians. So I think you touched upon that. It's that we have a Tanakh of Jewish scriptures that are filled with prophets that preach the word of Hashem, and the ideas that are conveyed by the church are utterly incompatible with the teachings of Isaiah, utterly opposed by the teachings that are found in the 5 books of Moses. It's really that simple.
I got a question because you've done a lot of research. You know more about the New Testament versions and stuff than a lot of Christians that I actually talk to that I know.
It's interesting how he points out the Christian doctrine, I guess you could call it, that disagrees with the books of Moses or, like he said, Isaiah. It just really highlights that Yahweh versus Christ thing. That Christianity tries to reconcile.
And it's like, well, if you're doing what you do, you kind of have to. But my question is, do you agree? I mean, do you separate the thought of church and the church history of how they interpreted the New Testament versus maybe the primitive, more first, second century Christians that maybe had their own text there, the more Jewish sect of Christianity that maybe originally was involved? Do you think, do you separate that church, their ideas from that? And then what are the problems with the text? I mean, because isn't it what we're really trying to get after? Fundamentalist Christianity says the text is what teaches us. We got to go back to the text. What's wrong with the text? Versus, we know the Catholic Church has done atrocities and just, I mean, you could look at him and go, come on, man. You're practically like Greco-Roman Jesus. I don't know. It's weird. But the text itself, what are the issues with the New Testament text? You mentioned one of them, innocent man cannot die for the sins of other people. and actually take away their sins. It's like, you're going to go die for me and I just murdered someone or something. But what other issues with the New Testament text would you point out?
All right, so I heard two questions here. Number one, you asked about early Christian sects. It should, like, presumably you meant the Ebionites and
Yeah.
groups like that. So first, it should be said that none of the writings of the Ebionites survived. Everything we know about them is from the Church Fathers, and we have extensive writings about that. The key is that there's such an evolution of thought. The Ebionites would have considered Paul their chief opponent, so they would have rejected not only all of Paul's writings in the book of Hebrews, they would have rejected Matthew, Mark, and John, because those books taught because, well, let's just say Matthew and Luke, the virgin birth and so on, they would have rejected so much of this. So we could see the evolution of ideas even in the Christian Bible. The earliest writings in the New Testament, the letters of Paul, there's no virgin birth, there's no born in Bethlehem. The same thing could be said about Mark. Now you talk about changing texts. That's everywhere in the Christian Bible. The New Testament is quoting extensively from the Jewish scriptures, but it is altering the Jewish scriptures so that the texts appear Christological. And because virtually no Christian could read the Jewish scriptures in its original language, it's almost unheard of. So therefore, virtually every Christian is relying utterly on translations and Greek translations that are given the name Septuagint, and therefore they're completely vulnerable to these startling mistranslations. We would find the largest number of these quotes in the book of Matthew. The book of Matthew engages in what's called fulfillment citations, where Matthew says that not only was Jesus born of a virgin, which Luke also says, but Matthew says this is not an arbitrary event. But in fact, in chapter 1, verse 23, this is a fulfillment
Just
of what
chime
it
in
says
if
in
you
Isaiah.
want to
And
say
then
anything,
presumably
Hillary.
we're
So,
told that
Pixie, if you're
that
still
it
there.
says in the
I'm still here.
prophets that behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel. That's exactly what it says in Matthew 1:23. When we go back to the original text of Isaiah, there's nothing like that. The word for virgin isn't there. That's the whole point. The articles are changed. The passage is completely ripped out of context. Isaiah chapter 7 is describing a civil war between the northern and the southern kingdom. The southern kingdom, there's a king Ahaz. I always tell people, read it for yourself. And Isaiah is showing him that these two kingdoms, the northern kingdom and its alliance with Syria, are going to fail, going to be destroyed. So this has nothing at all to do with the first century. The word betula, which is the only word in both biblical and modern Hebrew that can convey virginity, is not there. Instead, the word alma is there, which means a young woman. Tells us that she's young.
That King of the North and King of the South, the JWs twisted it even more. They have this thing where every prophecy in the Bible has two instances. It has an ancient happening and a modern happening. So, like the King of the South and King of the North, the modern version is it went from being Hitler and the axis of evil to nowadays they say it's Russia.
And China.
And probably China, yeah.
What's the three that they put together?
Tongue and gender.
Is Iran the third one? I don't remember.
And why isn't the governing body sending missionaries to North Korea?
Yeah.
They won't abide them. It's that simple. They will not abide them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the whole world has to get the message before, Armageddon can happen.
The Sentinelese will not abide them either.
That's a good point. How are they going to? I guess the North Koreans have to die at Armageddon and then be resurrected. Or they might make it through Armageddon. Because they believe even after Armageddon, they'll still be witnessing work to happen. Because they have to witness to everyone that ever existed that never got to hear about Jehovah. Which they think is everyone from not long after Jesus' death to 1914.
So the people before Jesus were born, screw them?
Well, Jesus
actually
witnessed to them. That's what his 3 days in hell were all about.
Oh, okay.
Interesting though. I don't think because the Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in hell.
Or Sheol.
I think that they would. Actually, they're all coming back too. So pre-Jesus get resurrected as well. They don't hold, like they don't have an issue with the time side of it. You know, his sacrifice worked retroactively.
But they're resurrected from Jehovah's memory, not the actual people, though, right?
It will be them, but from his memory, yes, he's going to recreate them.
Yeah.
But it is them. I'm realizing how
Hitler's gonna
insane that
be
is to
zapped back into
say.
the universe.
It's that whole issue I have with Richard's idea of
So Judas will be there?
no, well he
and
heard
Hitler?
about Jehovah. Hitler knew about Jehovah, so he probably won't come back. See Hitler.
Did he? I mean, you can say that he was exposed to the Bible, but was he exposed to the correct interpretation? Did he know?
Well, they would say that the fact that he
heard
it put them in, imprisoned
that
them.
makes sense. So Judas and
Means-
Hitler won't be there.
Well, then Paul can't be there either, then, because he also, harmed him, even though he later repented.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the repenting bit. So he died. Well, what the Jehovah's Witnesses would say a Jehovah's Witness or a believer. He didn't die having rejected Jehovah. Everyone has to have the chance to reject him. And if they die without that chance, they get to come back. And then possibly die again.
And then possibly die again.
Yes.
Okay.
If they still choose to reject God. So here's the crazy thing. There'll be Armageddon where most everybody dies. The Jehovah's Witnesses will make it through. And then there will be some non-Jehovah's Witnesses who manage to get through.
You don't believe that?
Huh?
You don't believe that?
No, he never did.
God, no.
Okay.
But after Armageddon, all the survivors, right, for the next 1,000 years, people will slowly come back to life. So the most recent dead will come back first. Because they will be able to handle it more. And then slowly but surely, the furthest dead will come back. And everyone will have to be witnessed to for this 1,000 years. And at the end of the 1,000 years, God's going to let Satan out again. After we've had Armageddon, we've had the Great Tribulation, we've lived in paradise for 1,000 years. No one with no death, right? this is everyone, even the people who didn't know about him, everyone lives for 1,000 years, and then Satan will come out and manage to convince the majority.
Will snakes and donkeys be witnessing?
No, not as far as I know.
I would think that snakes would get their perfected bodies back, which had legs and vocal cords.
Interesting. Interesting. But see, that was all metaphorical anyway, because it was just Satan.
Oh.
Satan took the form of a serpent.
Yeah, but that was in her mind.
Yeah, sounds like.
Interesting that you could carry that belief and have such a high view of humans in general. I mean, I can't shapeshift, just saying.
Because I see them as a whole. I don't see them as one person. I see them as God's universe.
Gender doesn't tell us anything else. So Matthew is.
Don't pause it. I was just going to be sarcastic again.
Obliterated the original text. And frankly, you might ask the question, well, how did he get away with this? How did whoever did this get away with it? And the answer is they did, and they get away with it today. And Christians are still bewildered when they hear this. And when when I'm lecturing the Christians in the audience and I start quoting these things, they're going and they're like shocked to hear these very serious charges. They're not going to get this in church, and it's important to go back to the original. So this is everywhere. The Christian Bible is constantly misappropriating texts, inventing texts that don't exist, or completely stripping of a text of what it's meaning. Paul engages this repeatedly. One caveat, strangely, and this is going to sound counterintuitive, if Matthew and Paul, for example, did not engage in this kind of scriptural chicanery, those are very strong words, and I would use a strong word, I just don't have one in him, many more people would have become Christians. Many more Jews might have become Christians. If they would have not played the game of hide the ball, then more people would have got caught up in this. But by engaging in this kind of this three card Monday with text, Jewish people looked at these fantastic claims and rejected them utterly, because you can't possibly believe in a Bible that's not that there are mistakes. These are deliberate mistranslations, deliberate alterations that I'm sure that many of the contradictions in the New Testament could be ascribed to simple errors, mistakes, ignorance. These are not. These are deliberate.
See, let's go into. I love this because I had two questions that were coming. I just wanted to mention, and maybe we don't even have to comment on this. I'm reading right now Dennis MacDonald. Dennis MacDonald actually wrote a book on the Gospel of Mark, and others too, like Luke and Virgil. They're just like rewrites of the Homeric epics in the Iliad, and these Gospels really are copying the pagan epics. Okay, so this is another thing that I could get why a virgin birth would be important in light of a, Hellenized, very Greco-Romanish type rewrite in this type of context. But back to some of these points, I'd like for you, if you don't mind, because I've heard it said, some people approached me off air after our last shows, and I figured, well, why not do this on air? It'd be perfect to ask you. They said a lot of people were suggesting, scholars saying, the Septuagint we have older version of the Septuagint than we do of the Masoretic in totality. However, what we found in the Proto-Masoretic has been so miraculously preserved, even in what we find in the actual 11th century Masoretic text. There's such a good tradition that it's kept. The Hebrew writers who've continuously passed these things on have done such a good job. In light of what you're saying, that they're errors, would you also agree, though, that there may have been a decent version of the Septuagint, or would you say there were some slight differences and it got really corrupted by the time it got... What's your take on this with the Septuagint, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, so let's organize a few points.
Yeah.
First of all, we're using the word Masoretic, and I have a feeling that most of you just won't know what the Masoretic text means. If we would replace the word Masoretic...
I love how he's like, let's just organize a few things here. Because Ryan, I think his name is, he he'll say, I've got one or two questions, but then talk for like 5 minutes. It's like, what? Where's the question in there? Or there's 5 or 6 questions in there.
Masoretic text with the Hebrew text, it's much easier to work with it. But I don't want to do that because I think we need to attack this head on. So the Masoretic text, what is that? What does that mean as compared to a Hebrew text? What is Masoretic text? So as it turns out, the Hebrew language is a consonantal language. All the 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet are consonants. There are no written vowels originally.
Right.
So imagine a sentence in the English language where you just took out every A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y. You would just strip out of the text, and all you have the consonants. So that's what Hebrew is. That's how Hebrew is originally. However, in the 7th, 8th century, there were efforts to create a written system to supply for the consonants, to supply a written system of vowels and also trup, meaning the musical notes that are read in the synagogue, in a written form. So that's what a Masoretic text. Masoretic text is the Hebrew of the text, but then it adds in just dots and lines, and that tells you how to pronounce it. Until that point, until let's say the 8th century, 7th, 8th century, it was an oral tradition. People just knew that this is the vowel that goes under this consonant underneath this letter. But it became very important. It's not hard to figure out why the 7th and 8th century becomes people say, we need to get this in a written system. So all the Masoretic texts, there's the Hebrew letters, and then in addition, the vowels, which don't interfere with the letters, go beneath it, above it, and so on. Our oldest complete Masoretic text, the oldest is the Leningrad Codex. That date is 1008. The earlier codex we have, it's not complete, is the Aleppo Codex, very famous. Let's say 930. That's what we have that has survived. What has survived is very tiny compared to what once existed. Now, when we go back to the Dead Sea Scrolls that were discovered by accident in 1947, and then subsequent caves would be uncovered. So while we talk about consonants here, because this is the Dead Sea Scrolls, are essentially first and second century BCE. So there's no Masoretic, those vowels, no one's ever produced that to that point. So it's strikingly similar. There are mistakes in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Sometimes the scribes would erase a word because it was not spelled correctly and correct it. So sometimes there are some errors. But what is very striking to any person studying this topic, and the most important aspect of the discovery of Dead Sea Scrolls, is how the Hebrew text we have today is virtually identical to what we had in the 2nd and 1st century BCE. That's enormous. So, that's what's conveyed. Now the Greek part. So there was a Greek translation made for what is today Egypt, with Ptolemy, in around the year 256 BCE. We have enormous amount of sources for this. This is known as the Septuagint, the LXX. This was only of the 5 books of Moses. So we have this everywhere. We have Josephus, Letter Aristes, Talmud, you name it, it's everywhere. We know this happened. That doesn't survive. That's a proto-Septuagint that doesn't survive. We only have 15 quotes of it in the Talmud in Tractate Megillah 9a. That's it. That's all we have. Subsequently, people will be producing translations of the Torah and the prophets and writings in the Greek language. After all, there were so many Jews who were Greek-speaking in North Africa, for sure. And there'll be just numerous translations that will be produced. Just like today, there's so many translations in the English of the Bible. NIV, EVP, whatever, the whole American Standard, New American Standard. Right. It's everywhere. That's what was going on. They're producing, there are different kinds. There's some word for word, some more dynamic. The point is that subsequent translations would not take a new name. They would rather seize that old original name that everybody is familiar with, exactly the equivalent of the King James Version. So imagine when the NIV is translated, that's 20th century translation, they said, we're going to call that the King James as well. Well, that's what was happening. Now, we have copyright. You can't do that. Technically, the Queen owns the copyright of the King James. That's what was happening. So all the subsequent Greek translations are called Septuagints, but they're not the Septuagint. That Septuagint never survived. This is the rub. What happened
This is where the rubber hits the road.
This
right?
is the rub. The rub. This is where you take a deep breath in.
Okay.
What church fathers did, and most importantly, Origen, was they produced a Greek translation that would bolster and support these mistranslations in the Christian Bible. So if Matthew is misquoting Isaiah 7:14, they'll go into the Greek translation of Isaiah 7:14 and interpolate the word for virgin in the Greek to back up the mistranslation found in Matthew in that case. Now, sometimes they forgot to. It's like, when thieves go into a house, they want to get rid of fingerprints. I don't remember if they use, what do they use, ammonia or bleach or whatever it is. Who knows? Whatever. If you know the answer, it's not a good idea. It's not a good sign. Oh, I know exactly. Sometimes the people just don't rub down. They don't clean all the fingerprints. So we have numerous examples where the Christian Bible mistranslates Tanakh, and they never changed it in the Greek. So the Greek doesn't help them. So that's the story behind it. So we use the word Masoretic text. We're just taking we want to use simple words. We use the word Hebrew text with the vowels. That's it.
So, okay, because I want to get down to some of these things. I tried to have Dr. Bob, Robert and Price, come on the show, and I was like, Dr. Bob, if you could, can you show us some examples where the New Testament purposely is like literally changing what the Old Testament's saying? Now, we didn't get into these examples. I'd love to do a show where we just like point out exact examples, because that's what's really, you're catching them red-handed, right? Like you gave us an example in Luke 4. Now, someone commented on our video and said that example was found, I think they said in the Septuagint or something. I can't remember, but they quoted something and they were saying that they had found that isn't the case, that it does say giving sight to the blind or something.
Right. That's the point.
Okay.
Brilliant. Thank you. This is the scam. If we go to Luke chapter 4, verse 16, 17, 18, 19, go to that text. Jesus, we are told, goes into a synagogue on the Sabbath and reads from the prophet. He's reading from the scroll. And he is reading for Isaiah chapter 61. The point is that Jesus is not reading from the Septuagint. So it's not true. It is true. It is so true that the Septuagint, whoever did it, you'd have to do a lot of forensics. Whoever did it went, we've got to make Isaiah 61 look like Luke chapter 4. So they stuck it into the Septuagint. That's absolutely correct. What people fail to do is go back to Luke itself. So Luke displays for everyone to see that the Greek.
Do you get what he's saying?
Yeah.
Can you get my brain to understand it?
Okay, he's saying that in the New Testament, Paul in his letters did not claim that Jesus bodily rose from the dead and that his mother was a virgin and all this other stuff. That all came later when they were trying to tack on additional claims. And then in the Gospels, if in certain places they would, make claims, then they would go back to the Old Testament and say, well, instead of going what is actually written in the Hebrew, we're going to translate this into Greek, and then that way we can put in certain terms to make the New Testament make more sense. Like the term virgin in Greek, it's not clear if it's a young girl or someone who's never had sex. In Hebrew, someone who hasn't had sex is a different word than just a young girl.
So is this guy where a lot of these arguments come from, or is he? Because they're pretty familiar arguments to me against Christianity.
He's just arguing from. Go ahead.
From the Jewish perspective.
Yes.
Right. So, yeah, that's really interesting.
And he said that if they hadn't made so many obvious lies in the New Testament, the more Jews probably would have converted. But it was so obvious that they're like, there's no way.
Yeah, and then he said that, a lot of that wasn't accidental, that was like clearly intentional. They were taking almost like they intentionally misinterpreted it in order to apply it over here in this new way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally lost. I'm just being honest.
Okay.
Greek Septuagint actually was doing the scam. That's right. It's in the Greek Septuagint, and it's not in. It's of course not in the Dead Sea Scrolls. We have the Great Isaiah Scroll, which is on display for everyone to see in the not just in the Israel Museum, but if you don't want to get on a plane, you can go online. You have the Great Isaiah Scroll from Cave One. This is 2nd century BCE.
Right. Old enough for me to, yeah, I'm with
Yeah,
you.
this goes back to your bar mitzvah. You could see Isaiah 61. It's there. It's not in that. There's no giving sight to. We know what happened, and the Septuagint, the fact that it appears in the Septuagint, highlights the Septuagint is a scam. It's also ridiculous. The Septuagint has not just translations of supposed translations of Tanakh, but the Septuagint also has translations of apocryphal writings, the Wisdom of Solomon, which is not non-canonical, and almost certainly was originally written in Greek. So what is it, a Greek translation in Greek? So the absurdity of all this, there's just so many problems with the Septuagint, but I don't want to get into mistakes. This is criminal stuff. And it's very, very easy to do the forensics on this.
Okay, so that's better spelled out than the first time, I feel. And anyone who has an issue, of course, take it up. Leave a comment, or I don't know, write me, let me know your issues, whatever. That's fine. But I see what you're saying, and here, I guess, where I was wanting to go in a way and try to probe a little deeper on this is there evidence of differences that are like evidence we have of a Septuagint version that goes prior to the 1st century that supports what we're finding in the New Testament? However, it isn't matching what the Hebrew version is. So technically, kind of where my point was, to make it simplified, I guess, for our audience and maybe make the question easier. Were there different sects like Christianity is obviously not orthodox in nature, the way that you would view your version of Judaism, for example? Is there sects of Judaism that maybe stemmed out of a Septuagint version that had gone into different type of traditions and used their Septuagint version, coming up with what we start to see in the New Testament? Or is the New Testament just something you're saying the second and later? It's obviously paganized. I mean, I know that's part of it, and I'm trying to simplify it, but is there a Septuagint prior to the hands of Origen that I'm trying to say supports the New Testament anyway?
Yeah, of course. Of course, you have these texts didn't survive. In fact, Origen's text doesn't survive. We don't have the Hexapla anymore. We have quotes from it, but it's gone.
Right.
Just so the viewers understand this, Origen was probably the most brilliant Christian in history. He was a genius. He was a teenager, and he was just writing. Jerome, this may be an exaggeration, but Jerome says that Origen wrote 2,000 books in his life. He had secretaries all around him. So Origen was a flat-out genius. This is a 3rd century church father. He was a brilliant fellow. He had people writing, scribes around, just a brilliant guy. But most of what he's written doesn't survive today, but he's quoted widely because he just wrote so much. Now, I want to get to the earlier translations, Greek translations.
Please do, yeah.
Yeah. So you have the Greco-Roman world. You have Jews who were Hellenized, who had adopted ideas that were part of the Greek world and Greek thinking. And it could be said that they would be producing Greek translations that would alter some texts, but not in a deliberate or grievous way, just to expand it, to open it in the way that they viewed made sense. I presume, let me rephrase that. If, let's say, you hired me to translate Tanakh into the English language, I would have to insert so many words in order to make it readable, because Hebrew and English are languages of 2 different species, 2 different families, just so different. And if what I'm saying appears strange to you, take any text that has Hebrew on one side and English on the other. Look at the size of the letters. Just take any verse. Count the number of words in Hebrew. Count the number of words in English. Probably 3 times the number of words. You've got to supply all these words because they're implied in Hebrew. So I'm not suggesting that there weren't other translations that did everything they could to make it more readable, and more readable maybe in the genre that they understood the text. That you would have to do. The King James, and King James didn't invent the system, it was a prior.
What is your opinion on? Oh, and I was thinking about this the other day. Can we ever, like, how did they manage to communicate clear and concise ideas if
They didn't. It's not made for clear and concise ideas. It's made for big
so
picture.
then why do we try and do that to it?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say that culturally, in a cultural aspect, he said you have to add in all these other words, not because the words weren't there, but because the words were implied in his language, not expressly stated, right? So I'm sure if you were speaking to somebody else within the same culture, you would pick up those nuances. It's just like we tend to drop certain words from sentences that are implied. They just did this like as an entire concept to the language.
But in Hebrew, you'd have something like Killfish Lake, and then you can understand what they mean, but that's not highly precise. And I'm not sure what level of precision the words actually had. We'd have to ask Ariel about that.
Yeah.
But in
And it
Russian,
just
it's the
makes me
same way. In Russian, it is not at all precise in everyday language, but you can make it precise.
Yeah. Well, Russians, they didn't like to make up new words. They just started sticking words together. Like glove, literally translated, is like hand shoe, right? It's not. But when you're translating it, you don't say hand shoes, you say glove.
Forget what I was going to say. Yeah, but just that's right. It just makes me wonder if every translation
could be horribly wrong or out of context. Yeah.
Yeah, you just got to get
pretty. You go.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that's huge implications.
Yeah, you got to get pretty much a scholar and just accept their expert advice on what was meant, because you got to be able to sift through lots of documents and get a feel for the language instead of just analytically going by it.
Yeah.
I wonder how an AI would handle it. That'd be interesting.
I would say I would trust a Jewish scholar to tell me how the Old Testament should be translated before I'd trust a Christian scholar to tell me how it should be translated.
That's actually how I meant it. I meant somebody like Ariel or Tobias Singer. You know, anytime it comes to something Hebrew, Tobias Singer is my go-to.
Yeah.
Prior says, I think it was the Bishop's Bible that first did this. It inserts the words that are inserted that are not in the original are in italics. Why? Because they're not in the original. So the King James and the I think it was the Bishop's Bible that preceded it, use that system, and many others did. So that's all fine. The problem with the Septuagint that you get on Amazon is that that is a Christian product. There's so many alterations. I think I think the viewers need an examples of this. Let me just give you.
I'm following
you. Let's take a crazy example. Let's just take something. All right. So Jeremiah 31. There's just a warning here. This is not really important, but this verse, if you're using a Hebrew Bible, appears at verse 30, and in a Christian Bible, it appears at verse 31. They're just the chapters are cut slightly different, are cut differently for reasons that are completely not germane. So Jeremiah 31, verse 31.
Bojo, come in and tell us what you mean.
30 and 31 says that days are coming, saith Lord, they make a covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, not like the old covenant I made with them when I took them out of Egypt, although I was a husband to them. That's basically the text. That's really essentially two verses. If you're using a Christian Bible, this will appear as Jeremiah 31, verse 31. Now, the book of Hebrews, as it turns out, quotes this passage. If you had a Christian Bible and you look at Jeremiah 31:31, it would tell you in a footnote that this verse, Jeremiah 31, 30, 31, 32, is quoted in the book of Hebrews, and it is. In the book of Hebrews, yeah, so the book of Hebrews is essentially one large argument against Judaism. That's its whole, the reason why the book of Hebrews was written is to oppose the Jewish faith and to show how all of it's really pointing to Jesus. That's what Hebrews is. In Hebrews chapter 8, this is conveyed explicitly, where in Hebrews 8, we are told, we'd start with verse, do you have a Bible in front of you?
I do. I'm ready to read.
All right. So look at verse 9. It
Okay.
says, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers on the day that I took them out of by the hand to lead them out of Egypt, because they didn't continue my covenant, and I disregarded them. Something like that. I regarded them not.
Yeah,
Right?
declares the
I
Lord.
rejected them. I rejected them. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So that's Hebrews 8 verse 9. Now I didn't dare sneak into your house or whatever you're using and change anything. That's what it says. If you open your Hebrews 8 verse 9, this is not. I'm not David Blaine. This is not a magic show.
I was going to say Santa
This
Claus.
is not like I'm not. Now, what I want you to do, can you hold that place
Yes.
and go to Jeremiah 31, verse 31? Okay. And then you have the same text, except for major alterations. Jeremiah 31, verse 31 or 32, depends on what kind of Bible you're using.
Yeah.
Tell me when you have it, because I want to read it. I don't want to. You got it.
Yep.
So it says, not like the covenant that I formed with their fathers on day that I took them by the hand out of the land of Egypt. They broke my covenant, although I was a husband unto them. Bam. The original text says in Hebrew, I was their husband. I was their lover. This is a constant theme of Jeremiah, that God was the authentic husband of the Jewish people, and it's using adultery that.
Okay. So apparently the world is crashing around me, according to Rojo. So
overall, I instructed my team to act quickly to protect these interests. They've done that. On Friday, the government regulator in charge, the FDIC, took control of Silicon Valley Bank's assets. And over the weekend, it took control of Signature Bank's assets. Treasury Secretary Yellen and the team of banking regulators have taken action, immediate action. And here are the highlights. First, all customers who had deposits in the
I know that he's using language like we seized control and we did this and we did that. And I don't doubt that that language is very precise. At the same time, they have to do that because so most money, like if you invest in a life insurance policy or a retirement account, right? The federal government actually does not insure that. Your state insures that, but each state insures it up to a certain level, right? Meaning if your retirement company holder goes completely bankrupt and loses all their assets, you can recoup money up to that cap amount, but anything that you lost over that is just gone, right? So much in the same way here, the federal government has promised to insure the people who had their accounts there, the people who used these banks. The federal government has promised to insure their funds up to a certain amount.
$250,000.
Now, right now, there's probably going to be money lost, right? But how are you going to ensure that these people get money up to a certain amount if you don't seize the assets? Anyway, continue.
in these banks can rest assured, rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to their money as of today. That includes small businesses across the country that bank there and need to make payroll, pay their bills, and stay open for business. No losses will be, and this is an important point, no losses will be borne by the taxpayers. Let me repeat that. No losses will be borne by the taxpayers.
Lie.
Instead, the money will come from the fees that banks pay into the deposit insurance fund. Because of the actions that our regulators have already taken, every American should feel confident that their deposits will be there if and when they need them. Second, the management
So what he
of these
really
banks
said
will
was
be
they
fired.
plan on paying
If the
for
bank
it
is taken over by
Yeah.
FDIC,
with money we've
the people who run
already
the
been
bank-
penalized with.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't want to add more penalization. That was a fluffy way of saying that, yeah.
Yeah.
should not work there anymore. Third, investors in the banks will not be protected. They knowingly took a risk, and when the risk didn't pay off, investors lose their money. That's how capitalism works. And fourth, there are important questions of how these banks got into the circumstance in the first place. We must get the full accounting of what happened and why those responsible can be held accountable. In my administration, no one is above the law. And finally, we must reduce the risks of this happening again. During the Obama-Biden administration, we put in place tough requirements on banks like Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, including the Dodd-Frank law to make sure that the crisis we saw in 2008 would not happen again. Unfortunately, the last administration rolled back some of these requirements. I'm going to ask Congress and the banking regulators to strengthen the rules for banks to make it less likely this kind of bank failure would happen again, and to protect American jobs and.
Well, I can't do it. He's got a lolly or something in his mouth, and he's just like swallowing and swallowing and swallowing. And it was, let's try this. ABC, I don't know if they're left or right, or I don't know American news channels, so I just know that I can usually get away. Don't get copyrights from these guys.
Meanwhile, Signature Bank marks the third largest bank failure in U.S. history. Regulators say all customer deposits will be insured in that case as well. ABC's Mona Kozarabdi joins me live outside one of those branches in New York City for more on this. Mona, you've been talking to customers there this morning. What are they telling you?
That's right, Diane. Customers now are left with assurances from federal officials, also from inside the bank, after the state bank regulators shut the bank down on Sunday. And again, as you mentioned, this is the third largest bank closure in U.S. history. To some extent, this is part of the panic surrounding the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, which has left many small and mid-sized banks like Signature Bank vulnerable to bank runs. But New York Governor Kathy Hochul says that many of the businesses that bank with Signature Bank are small businesses, and federal officials are, again, reassuring customers that they will be made whole, even though a lot of them have deposited more than the $250,000 insured by the FDIC. We did speak to one man, David, as he was walking out of the bank, and he tells us that he still has full confidence in the bank. Take a listen.
What did they say to you? Everything is okay.
Were you surprised when you heard the news yesterday?
Yes.
Did you have any idea that this was coming?
No.
What were you hoping to get in there today?
Just like a deposit.
So they reassured you the customer service was okay as well?
Yes.
And we also spoke with an attorney named David who says that, or Donald, excuse me, who said that he started with Signature Bank about 10 years ago. And the reason why he chose them was because he said he wanted to walk into a branch where people knew his name. And when he got the news yesterday that Signature Bank would be closing, he says his heart dropped and he rushed in here first thing this morning. And they reassured him that any outstanding checks that he has written will be honored. And so he too says that he still has full confidence in the bank, Diane.
All right, Mona Kozarabdi in New York. Thank you.
If people know the cap is $250,000, why would anyone hold more than $250,000 in cash assets in a bank?
Well, but it's because it wasn't a personal. By the sound of it, a lot of it wasn't personal accounts; they were business
Right.
accounts.
But even a business account, why put it all in one bank account?
That's true. I don't know. But
scrambling to open accounts elsewhere.
It is true that banks get themselves in trouble, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I don't know. And that's another thing that's coming, right? Like, it's going to be harder to get a loan, and not just because of the interest rates, right? But because they're not going to want to get into positions like this, right? Like, part of the problem with the housing market, I mean, well, now it's just companies buying everything. But then part of the problem with the housing market was that they were giving loans to people who weren't quite in the approval category for the loan that they were getting.
Mm-hmm.
And they were having lots of defaults and lots of repossessions and all this crazy stuff going on. But they shouldn't have been giving loans to people who didn't fit the approval category, right? Like, they got themselves in trouble. And
Well, they didn't
because
get
of things
themselves
like
into
that,
trouble. Barney Frank wrote legislation requiring that they give those loans.
well, yeah. But, and then, well, I will say some banks used that to go way beyond what they had to do. And it was very apparent in the difference between the outcomes in different branches, right? And it's the same way here, right? Like, even if it's not loans, it's what the bank is investing in and all kinds of other things. But it's going to be harder to get loans, not just because of the higher interest rates, but because of things like this, because they're going to want to protect, like, they can't, like, taking a chance is a bigger risk.
Bro J says free money is coming again, Pixie, and then more inflation.
Inflation's been consistent. I mean, people say it hasn't, but it has. There's in the face of stagnant wages, granted, but inflation has been consistent. If you look at the price of anything from then compared to now, and I mean in any category, if you compare it to GDP, if you compare it to cost of living versus wages, I mean, inflation has been pretty consistent for a while, I would say.
Up until the last 2 years, it's been actually extremely low, but these last 2 years, it's gone crazy.
No, I meant a consistent problem.
Oh.
How fast it raises. Yeah, it was consistently raising slowly, and then now there's a big jump. I get that.
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
like it's not a new problem.
Well, the target inflation rate is 2 to 5%.
Yeah,
But then if it hits 20, it's like, that's pretty bad.
it is. But there's a lot of concerns there, right? It's just like everybody thinks you want really low unemployment numbers, but that's not true. Sometimes really low unemployment numbers actually hurt you really bad in the economy.
It's true.
And wages have never kept up with inflation.
Actually, really low unemployment numbers is one of the causes of inflation. Sometimes it's interesting.
Of inflation or suppressed wages? I'd say suppressed wages. That if you have people that aren't really qualified for top-notch jobs, they're going to be at the low end of the wage scale.
Of course, unemployment numbers are always tricky because is that the number of employed people? How many of those are working 2 or 3 jobs?
Yeah.
So that gets tricky too.
Are they people that have been unemployed beyond the 6 months of unemployment, so they just dropped off the rolls, but they still can't find a job?
Yeah, it gets kind of tricky to even calculate that correctly.
Targets is Charlotte-based Bank of America. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here at 4. I'm Morgan Francis. Let's bring in Queen City News Chief Business Correspondent Taylor Young, who has been tracking this story since the beginning of the collapse earlier this week. Taylor, what exactly is going on here?
Yeah, Morgan, following the collapse of both Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, what we were left with was a group of on-edge, fearful customers with no place to put their money. And we aren't just talking about a couple of hundred people here. SVB was the 16th largest bank in the country, and Signature Bank had offices across the country, including here in Charlotte. Now, as of last year, there were more than 4,000 commercial banks recognized by the FDIC. So options when shopping around for a new bank are vast. But what we are seeing is a trend of depositors now gravitating towards either fintech companies or bigger banks, traditional banks that many deem too big to fail. Now, according to Bloomberg, Bank of America has been the top choice. Reports show the bank has
Roger,
brought
my
in
interest
$15 billion
rates just
worth
went
of
up
deposits since the collapse
to
of
$1,000 a month.
They do have a significant in California brick and
Ah,
mortar
my
presence.
interest rates. Sorry, my
And two,
house
They
repayment.
also are one of the banks that's identified as too big to fail. You cannot
Purchased
have a bank the size of
in
Bank of
December,
America with 10% of the
and
nation's
my
deposits
repayments were
fail. This can't happen.
630.
Now, I did reach out to
640.
Bank of America
They
asking
just
about
hit
the uptick in
$1,000,
deposit
and
levels.
it's
A
only
spokesperson
March.
with the bank said they do not speak on this outside of quarterly earning reports. We can, however, expect to find out in their next report coming out on April 18th.
I know that's something that's definitely going to be on your calendar, Taylor. So you also spoke with the president and CEO of North Carolina Bankers Association. What did he have to say?
Yeah, he made it a point to say that the North Carolina banking institutions right now, they're in a really good standing. And that's what happened to SBV was a very unique to them. Now, as for deposits, he says money is flowing into every bank he has spoken to, not just Bank of America.
Money is flowing into.
I'm really lucky, and because of the type of loan I got, they can't change my interest rate. Unfortunately, what they can do, and they have been doing, is start raising my property taxes and the stuff associated with that.
Yeah. Well, it's because my loan is new. I can't lock it in for 12 months or something. And
wow, it sounds like you got a 1-year arm. So it's adjusted. I don't know, in America, we normally get like fixed loans, like 5, 10, 20, 30-year fixed loans. And whatever they, whatever it is when you sign, that's for the life of the loan unless you both agree to renegotiate it.
yeah. Well, I have, I have to wonder, like, we weren't really in a position to negotiate much. We had to, get whoever would give us the loan, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's better to have banks fighting for you than you fighting for the bank.
Exactly.
So I would suggest when you get to a certain point, doing like a reamortization, or like like we did that to one of our
20
like when the
grand.
interest
We
rate.
have to have paid 20,000 in 12 months.
Well, like on the other property, when the interest rates dropped, we were like, all right, we want to completely redo the loan and everything from our balance now. Take that, and we'll redo the loan, right, for the new interest rate. And if you can do that, you'll have different banks competing for you to do the loan through them, and you could probably get a fixed rate. Maybe, I don't know. I don't live in Australia.
Yeah. And I don't know enough myself. I need to become more savvy.
Just look up loan refinance or mortgage refinances in Australia and see if you can do that, like get it refinanced. Because then you can have multiple banks competing. And you already have the property, so you can take your time.
Yeah, that's what I need.
Ryan here, coming to you from Bloomington, Illinois. Sorry, I forgot where I was there for a second. It is the 14th of March, Tuesday, and for those of you who've been following the news, you of course know that the United States is facing a little bit of a banking hiccup right now. Over the course of the last few days, 3 banks of note, Silvergate, Signature, and Silicon Valley, have either been closed by regulators or just simply collapsed. And this is something that honestly I don't think anyone should really overly worry about. The biggest of them, Silicon Valley, is like number 16 in the country. So this is nothing like the financial crisis of 2007 when all of our big 10 banks were in trouble all at the same time. Now, normally when you have a financial crisis, it's because of a problem with loans. Whenever the business cycle turns, the cost of capital goes up, and loans that may have made sense in the past don't anymore. So in 2007, the issue was subprime. We had, based on how you measure the math, somewhere between $500 billion and $2.5 trillion of questionable loans in the real estate market. And that meant that touched almost every single bank within the entire system. So when the real estate market turned and we realized that a lot of these people were baristas who had no incomes and had qualified for 100% mortgages on $1 million homes, and those loans went bad, we had problems across the entire space. Nothing like that is going on this time. We've had a very strong expansion, and certainly capital has probably been overly cheap, and there is some rot in the system that does need to be worked out. And basically what's going on is the financial system is going through the process of taking out the trash right now. You would expect some banks to go down. That's not necessarily a signal of a broader contagion, systemic risk sort of thing. In addition, the United States has something called the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, which is a system by where all banks pay a monthly fee into the system in order to get insurance for their depositors. So as long as your deposit is under $250,000, you are federally guaranteed to get your money back without the federal government having to do anything. That system has kicked in, and depositors will be made whole. It makes sense that these 3 banks are the ones that went under first. They won't be the last, probably, although that doesn't mean I'm concerned about something like eking through the entire system like a cancer. She said they're all related to tech, and tech tends to be a capital-intensive industry, and especially when you're talking about newer firms and startup firms and research firms, which are what these banks cater to, you're talking about institutions and companies that don't make money today. They're hoping to make money next year or the year after that, or invest in the next big thing. So they tend to be more prospective. They don't have to have any income. And so when capital costs go up, they face problems. And so these banks are the ones that are facing the issues. So there's nothing about this that is any more than a run-of-the-mill bank failure that matches most of our understandings about macroeconomic trends. I don't want to say it's nothing to worry about, but I'm really not concerned about an overall national bank contagion or broad bank run. And I think what the stock markets have done in discounting all things financial is a gross overreaction. So there's that. Now, there are 3 reasons why this time it is a little bit different. First of all, tech has been on a tear for the last several years, and not just because capital has been cheap, but because of COVID. When we all found ourselves living and working at home, we needed better cameras, we needed ring lights, we needed computers, we needed to update our phones. And so in the year 2020 and 2021, and to a lesser degree in 2022, we were all buying all kinds of tech-related products, generating a bit of a boom. Well, once you buy the newest and greatest computer and phone, you probably are going to wait before you get the next one. And so we were always going to have a little bit of a tech bust independent of what was happening with the overall economy. So that's one. Number 2, this is a little atypical for a bank run or a bank crash, because normally the problem is on the loan side. It really isn't this time. It's not that there hasn't been a capital crunch, but in the tech startup space, these companies usually don't go to like the Small Business Administration to get a business loan. They get their capital directly from a venture capitalist. And it's the venture capitalists who are finding themselves with less capital to throw at situations. So they're not as able as they have been to throw money at these small startups. And so the startups have been drawing down on their cash, which means the problem from the bank point of view hasn't been with the money that they've lent out. They don't lend out very much. It's been with the money that they thought they had. So as deposits have been drawn down, they haven't had enough operating capital to continue normal operations. Now, this is mostly good news because it means the overall exposure to the financial sector, which is normally what happens when you sell loans among banks, just isn't there. But it's a very big problem for the tech sector. And then we get to our third problem, which is how the Biden administration has chosen to deal with it. Now, if you're dealing with a deposit that's under $250,000, the federal government doesn't have to lift a finger because the FDIC will take care of it. But a lot of these
Okay, that
small
answered my
startups,
question earlier.
they put
What?
I said that answered my question earlier.
Which question?
How would they get it out if they didn't seize it? But I just wasn't considering the FDIC. Anyway, continue.
all of their money into individual banks, most notably Silicon Valley Bank. So it was a lot more than $250,000. Now, more than $250,000 is not insured. So what the federal government has done under the Biden administration is step in and say that all depositors will be made whole by the FDIC. What will happen is banks will have to pay a little bit higher, all banks, into the FDIC system in order to ultimately make up for this so that taxpayers don't have to pay for the actual bailout. Now, this does put a hard stop in any risk of a bank run. So it's definitely the right tool for the job there. But what it does is it encourages companies that have done stupid things like this to continue doing them, because now all of us have to pay through lower bank interests or more difficult loan conditions for a handful of startup companies who had CFOs who were just too dumb to realize that there was a limit to the deposit insurance system. And so this has injected a permanent level of stupidity into the financial system that was really not necessary. And by backing all depositors,
What was the joke?
That the chief financial officer is too stupid to know that the sticker that's right on the door and at the cashier station and on the loan officer's desk that all say limit $250,000, that they're too stupid to know what that meant.
That they shouldn't have a second bank account for the other $250,000.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very stupid chief financial officer.
Yeah. No wonder.
Well, in like signature though, right? Like that would make sense geared toward, but I mean, and that's a problem, right? Because like this isn't really geared toward financial people. One of the banks, they said Signature was geared toward small companies and like startups. And if what you know is tech and you go in there all excited to start your business, you may be listed as CFO of a company, but that doesn't mean you have the credentials of a CFO.
Right.
Federal government, the Biden administration specifically, has chosen to introduce what we call moral hazard into the system at the base level, which in my opinion was really not a great idea, although it definitely does put a bit of a backstop on the financial, maybe kind of sort of itty-bitty crisis. Okay, I'd like to give a little shout out here to Marcy Russell, who is an economist that I actually just saw on stage, who is fantastic. So if you ever have a chance to see her in person, she is definitely an entertaining show and will constantly give you new things to challenge your assumptions and things.
Person.
All right, that's it for me. See you guys next time.
I like everything he had to say. I just dislike his manner of speech. It reminds me of Leo Phileas.
Yeah.
I like Leo.
You like the way that he talks?
I don't have a problem with the way that he speaks.
Okay.
There are people that I do have that issue with, though. There's just something about it that I can't do it. Like people who have like an overly sing-songy voice. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Right.
Where everything they say comes out in a pattern like this and their inflection makes no sense. I can't listen to it. I'm like, nope, done.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about with Leo. The emphasis on certain sounds.
I don't think Leo does that, though.
He
The
does.
sing-songy thing.
He really does.
Yeah.
I think he gets into a cadence I think it gets into a cadence, but that's not what I was referring to. I didn't mean
No, he's
cadence
not
when I was.
sing-songy. It's not sing-songy. It says over-exuberant, over. What word did you use, Sam?
The inflection.
Yeah, overemphasis, like really, and it's just way over the top, and it gets annoying after a while.
I guess sometimes over the top
What's
doesn't bother
the-
me,
yeah,
especially
yeah.
because I understand. Like I make different allowances for different people. I'll put it that way. And yes, I know that that's like hypocritical or whatever, but not only do I think people have different backgrounds, but and different capabilities, but I think people have different disabilities, right? So, but I would say like it's not the exuberance of the inflection or the that bothers me. It's more so like when it doesn't make sense, when it's misplaced and it doesn't make any sense. Like, have you ever tried to read a story in a different language, like
Sure.
that you're just learning, not a second language that you speak, but a language that you're just learning, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as you're reading, you notice that like you're stopping in the wrong place, your voice is rising and falling in the wrong place because your mind hasn't adopted the correct like cadence and,
Right.
and pattern of inflection yet. And it's something that you have to learn and get there, right? That's what bothers me. It's like if you never get past that, if that is your pattern of speech forever and ever and ever, even speaking your own language, I can't deal with that. It's just weird to me.
To dump fuel as it flies extremely close to a U.S. surveillance drone. On another pass, the camera cuts out, and the Americans say a collision occurred, damaging the propeller and leading the U.S. to ditch its $45 million MQ-9 Reaper into the Black Sea.
Given the reckless and dangerous behavior, and to demonstrate publicly what type of actions the Russians had taken, we felt that it was important to provide this imagery.
The Russians have been just flat out lying about their account.
In Bakhmut, the Ukrainians are still digging in, holding the Russians at bay. Just in conditions and equipment reminiscent of battles past.
It's Maxim's machine gun, 120 years of history of killing Russians, weapon from First World War that uses in First World War.
As winter turns to spring, Poland has answered Ukraine's call for fighter jets, promising a dozen MiG-29s like these, also past their prime. Authorities here have acknowledged Poland's decision to send in fighter jets, saying Warsaw's punching above its weight in supporting its neighbor. But a move by the US to supply F-16s appears no closer, with the White House saying that's not on the table. A UN inquiry has now concluded Russia's committed wide-ranging war crimes in its year-long invasion, including willful killings, torture, and the rape of civilians. A finding that will come as no great revelation to the people of Ukraine. Barbara Miller, ABC News.
Well, that was just sad.
Wasn't it?
I think I know why that cadence bothers me. Because it sounds like an imposter, right? Like something fake pretending to be human, like almost robotic.
Who? The woman, the Russian
No,
sounding.
the broken cadence that I don't like. It was a random thought because I didn't want to think about the sad thing anymore. Yeah.
Well, look at this. South Korea work culture, 69 hours a week.
Yeah.
America has released footage of the moment a Russian fighter jet collided with one of its drones. The decision to put the video out to the world is designed to set the record straight about what happened over the...
That's what you
Collided with? That's not the
That's
way I
what you
heard it.
call mutton dressed as lamb.
the Black Sea.
This,
Does
the
that
White House
mean?
says, is proof.
Whoa, I have no idea what you said. I kind of zoned out on work for a minute, but I looked down and there was this lady in like lime green, and I do not know what was up with that lipstick or lip gloss or whatever that was, but it created this weird contrast that just flashed on my screen for half a second.
I said that's what you call mutton dressed as lamb.
Mutton
That
dressed
was
as
a mess.
lamb. We don't know what that means.
Mutton is grown sheep.
Uh-huh.
Lamb is a baby sheep.
So it's an older woman dressed up like a little girl.
No, just an old you.
Someone
trying
past
to
their
look
prime trying to be
not
glamorous,
past their
I guess.
prime. Yeah, and looking horrendous in the process.
I don't know what that was. I just know whatever flashed across my screen just then was really weird. Like I didn't even get a good look
Yeah.
at it, and it was weird. So
Look,
I'm,
like
I'm sure it was accurate.
Her hair's kind
I
of
don't know,
wild, but she's nice enough looking.
No,
I don't
it's
know,
the
I just get-
contrast. For me, it's the contrast between that lip gloss and that blazer. Like, what is going on there?
Mm.
That is a whole mess.
I just get Cruella de Vil vibes.
What?
To put the video out to the world is designed to set the record straight about what happened over the Black Sea.
This, the White House says, is proof Moscow has been flat out lying. In the skies over the Black Sea, a Russian fighter jet roars towards the American drone, dumping fuel. Then again, an Su-27 flies so close, the underside of the jet is in clear sight. The feed drops out. There's been a collision. When the picture re-emerges, the damaged propeller is there to see.
The Russian military and the Russian government is responsible for its own behavior.
Moscow claimed the drone was in its airspace. The head of Vladimir Putin's Security Council says his president vowed Russia would defend its independence and sovereignty. The US believes the aggressive tactics by the jet fighters were ordered from inside the Kremlin.
This was meant to send a
Of
message.
course.
This is the equivalent of a dog raising its leg on a fire hydrant.
American defense officials also released
And not on a fire hydrant on the neighbor's leg. And is anybody shocked that something like this would have to come directly from the Kremlin?
No. Well, I know. It's almost a moot point.
this map highlighting where the drone was struck, adamant it was 80 kilometers off the Crimean coast and therefore in international waters.
We did not ask for an apology.
Moscow claims it's now trying to retrieve the spy drone. The US says even if it does, it has little intelligence value because the sensitive information gathered was wiped in the 20 minutes the drone operator had to guide it into the sea. Now its footage has been released to the world. In the United States, Jonathan Kersley, 9 News.
Is 80, did he say 80 meters off the Crimean coast?
Must have been kilometers.
Okay. Yeah, because America's got like a 12-mile boundary, I think, off our coastal waters. I don't know exactly how much it is now, and it's varied for a few different things, but I don't know, I don't know if I should even say it, but that was part of my job in the Air Force, was doing cross-border incursions into certain countries and seeing what they did as a result.
That's the branch I almost joined.
What's that?
I said that's the branch I almost joined.
Yeah, it would have been good for you.
No, I think I did the right thing. I was one signature away, and my dad finally talked me out of it, and he was probably right. Because if I went to the Navy, they wanted me to be a linguist, and if I went to the Air Force, They wanted me to either be a linguist or a strategist.
Well, you're good at that. Why?
And either way,
Why?
right? But I believe my dad wholeheartedly when he said you will not come out the same person. Like there is
No,
something
you
inside of
won't.
you. He said no. Well, and my dad was my best friend till the day he died. He knows me pretty well, and I watched him deal with his PTSD and his nightmares and all of that. And so when he looked at me and he got tears in his eyes and he pleaded and he begged and he said, I promise you, something inside of you will break and you will never, ever get it back again. He was like, please do not do this. And I was like, okay, Dad, I won't do this. I think that's the one time I wasn't all out defiant. And he's probably right. It probably would have broken me in ways I can't imagine. Because either of those jobs, right? Either of those jobs, one would have been up close and personal, and it would not have been fun. And the other one wouldn't have been, but I still would have known what I was responsible for. And if I'm wrong, that's a really heavy thing to be responsible for. I don't doubt that he meant what he said or that he sincerely believed that. And because of that, I think he's probably right.
Power scrap in the sky on camera. A Russian Su-27 fighter dumps a river of jet fuel as it flies perilously close to an American MQ-9 spy drone. The drone's rear camera then shows a second fuel shower. This passed so close, the video cuts out. When it returns, a blade on the MQ-9's rear propeller is buckled.
The Russians have been just flat out lying.
Russian authorities claim there was no collision.
Given the reckless and dangerous behavior, we felt that it was important to provide this imagery.
The US says its remote crew then guided the crippled $50 million drone down to the Black Sea, erasing any intelligence as it descended. They say the surveillance drone was operating at least 90 kilometers south of Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. The Kremlin says it was in Russian restricted airspace.
We do have indications that Russia is likely making an effort to try to recover MQ-9 debris.
One report tonight suggests they've recovered fragments, though the US military says most of the prized drone is likely under up to 1,500 meters of water, gone for good, but remembered for its wild final flight. In the United States, Tim Lester, 7 News.
Yeah, you can be 90 kilometers away and still be in restricted airspace. You know, America has no-fly zones all the time.
Big hugs, everyone. I'm sorry. I'm just having a real bad day. Apparently, well, I need to have a new job. We have mutually decided to part our ways. I get a good reference, and I told him, throw all this stuff from my locker in a bag and a friend will pick it up. I don't even want to go there. Oh my God. I got yelled at so bad. I curled up in a corner, and I've been working outside in a tent.
Yeah, he told us freezing weather.
Yeah. And it's I don't deserve to get yelled at. It was the laundry was frozen yesterday and I'm getting yelled at. It's I've worked 20 years in factories. Why are you talking to me like this? It's wrong. But we're going to just mutually part our ways, and that's great because the commute is getting to me. You know?
You're better off. You're better off, Krista.
Yeah, you know what I've been going through, Jody, and I think.
Well, I don't. I don't. But
you've heard a bit. You've heard a bit on my streams, and today it's all just come to head, and I didn't want to show up. I got yelled at so bad yesterday. I was having a panic attack, and I was I had panic attacks yesterday. It's you don't need to yell at each other in a corporate environment to have effective employees, you know? But it's happening. And it's just like, okay, this is happening. I'm walking away. It's probably all good for everyone. You know?
Yeah.
That's the best thing to do, especially if it's like typical in the corporation, right? Like I work somewhere where and I know somebody who still works in an environment like this, and I don't know how they do it. It's not for me. I am not the one. But like their manager would come in and scream, and I don't mean just scream and yell. I mean like be really degrading and curse at them and this and that. And anyway, but like I worked for somebody like that, and I thought, what the fuck is wrong with this? Why is this happening? You know? But then I noticed another manager in another department was doing the same thing, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Well, one time I had accidentally walked into the office, right, where like the bigwig had come into town, like the owner was in town. So the owner is in the office with the person who runs the place, and he's doing the same damn thing. He's in there just screaming, MF for this and MF for that, and why don't you? Just what? And which was really weird because the company had just had like their record year. They had this was the owner's response to them having a record year. And I was just like, holy shit, this place is not for me.
Whoa.
Yeah. Like some places
no,
are
not
like that.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Trump, I've got to show you this just because his fake tan, I think he's reached that point, you know, when really famous people get a little bit crazy and they don't realize that their attempts to look better just make them.
He had that
Is
tan
it?
for a long time, and then people
Oh, yeah.
started making fun of him and calling him Orange Man, and then he like tapered it for a little bit, and now it's back full force.
Okay.
But I agree
Yeah.
with you, Crypta. Don't work in an environment like that. That's
No,
nonsense.
it's been like I've literally been working in a tent outside in the middle of winter in Canada and getting yelled at. Like there was one day, like it snowed so bad the buses shut down. So I walked 3 hours in, and the whole day I got yelled at. And yesterday it was like I got yelled at so bad I just shut down. And one of the managers said, like, I was outside and he was like, it's a little early for your break, isn't it? And I'm like, I don't care. I literally do not care because I'm so stressed out. I'm having a panic attack. This shouldn't be going on. And I feel so bad for Kyle. He's been the most like awesome little assistant. I thought he was way older, but he's only 25. I was like, oh, jailbait. But no, this kid is so sweet. And he got yelled at all day yesterday because they couldn't yell at me. You know, this is wrong. It's wrong. And if I'm walking away, fine.
You're just a target.
Because
I'm wondering why everybody doesn't just walk
I'm
off the job.
strong and independent, and I went out with stupid, and you know, some guys just want to control you. They are weak men, and so it's like if they can't mold you into what they want you to be, you know, they just want to break you.
Yeah, that doesn't happen with me.
That tan is
Nah,
freaking
me
me out.
either. That's why.
It's like the bags under his eyes.
No.
Ain't got a
That's
job
the
no more,
difference.
but
That's the difference between a real tan and a fake tan, right? Like if that was a real tan, if he naturally had that tan, the bags under his eyes wouldn't be so fucking white.
Yeah. And do you see what else is wrong on that screen?
That he always looks like he's sucking something? What?
Yeah. Never
Well,
been
he
close
does.
to World War II.
Oh, I didn't read. I wasn't reading. I was looking. He was freaking me out. Okay. Has never been closer to World War II.
I'm pretty sure he says
He
3.
meant 3. Well, he does that stuff all the time, you know, like 2 Corinthians.
Yeah.
We have never been closer to World War III than we are today under Joe Biden. A global conflict between nuclear-armed powers would mean death and destruction on a scale unmatched in human history. It would be nuclear Armageddon. Nothing is
It's
more
that broken
important than
cadence.
avoiding that
Yeah.
nightmare. We will avoid it, but we need new leadership. Every day this proxy battle in Ukraine continues, we risk global war. We must be absolutely clear that our objective is to immediately have a total cessation of hostilities. All shooting has to stop. This is the central issue. We need peace without delay. In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad, while they turn us into a third world country and a third world dictatorship right here at home. The State Department, the defense bureaucracy, the intelligence services, and all of the rest need to be completely overhauled and reconstituted to fire the deep staters and put America first. We have to put America first. Finally, we have to finish the process we began under my
I actually like
administration.
Trump.
Fundamentally,
I'm sorry.
I can't stand. Well, I know why I'm laughing is because of.
He's
Okay, so
dumb, though. Like what?
Yeah,
the fuck
well,
are you
I'm not
doing
going to get
here?
into why I don't. I'm not going to get into why I don't like him. Okay, I just that's a
Yeah.
debate for another day. But what I think is
that's
funny
okay.
in this speech, what I think is funny in this speech, is that it's almost like he's calling back to that video he released during his campaign. This is what Biden's America will look like, and it was all like war torn and fucked up and crazy. And I think this is a throwback to that. But I find it funny because he's saying this knowing full well, unless he's a fucking idiot, knowing full well that there are less American soldiers on foreign territory now than there was during his presidency. So
But that's not his claim,
it's
though.
laughable.
Oh my God, the Canadian military is a joke right now. Like it really is. Like, I am sorry, we do not have the North. The Russians can pretty much just walk right over. Look at the balloons. Like, I'm sorry. Like, we had a $4 billion surplus last year on the budget. And the Canadian Department of Defense told our officers, oh, we can't afford housing for you. Talk to Habitat for Humanity. Oh, by the way, when you're a veteran, we got made. This is sick up here.
They got plenty of money for heroin and suicide.
It's getting so bad up here. At least Trump kept Trudeau in line. You know? It's getting bad here. It's like China to.
Trump didn't keep anybody in line.
Oh, he
wouldn't. But Trudeau would be doing what he's doing, whether Trump was president or Biden.
I know he is. He's like a little bitch that way. I'm sorry. I hate the man. He killed his brother.
I'm just saying, Trudeau was going to do what Trudeau was going to do. It didn't matter who the U.S. president was. It wasn't going to influence Trudeau.
Yeah, he's like just a corrupt little asshole. And I've grown up with him, and he killed his brother. And they left his body in the lake. That's how sick this family is. This is Canada.
Are they Kennedys?
It's almost like that. I think the Kennedys even have more manners.
Yeah.
Damn, yeah.
Russia doesn't have the capabilities to just walk over here.
No, they own the North. They have submarines. You think?
No, they don't. They don't own any parts There's submarines. Hold on. Let me
Can't both hear. Yeah, we can't hear both of you at the same time.
let me actually drop you some actual facts. The Russian Navy sucks. Their ships can't go 30 miles away from shore.
Well, them's fighting words there.
Yeah, all the
Their
submarines. I
submarines
think Canada
are
has
two
submarines.
generations behind us. So Russia cannot do shit by coming over here. No military in the world can come over to the United States.
Actually, that's true. First of all, they don't have the equipment to go against ours. They don't have the number of equipment to take on ours. They just don't. But on top of that, because we're so far separated from Europe and all of that, even getting tanks or things. Well, hold on. Even getting tanks or things that they would need to occupy America in sufficient numbers would be a logistical nightmare. They don't even have the carriers to do that. We have more carriers than they have, and it would be a logistical nightmare for us. And third of all, so many citizens have guns that you would be fighting like an entire nation. You wouldn't just be fighting its army. Trying to invade the U.S. is a logistical nightmare for many, many reasons.
Crick, did you actually make the argument that they could successfully invade America, or just that they could walk across the North Pole into
They
Canada?
planted a flag in the Arctic Circle. They won the North. I'm trying to tell you guys.
Oh, like that.
You have
Okay,
no
got
idea
you.
what's going on up here, apparently. They won the North. Canada lost. Okay? We might win in hockey, but we lost.
Everybody put a flag there.
Yeah,
Everyone put a flag there. So you're just talking out of your ass right now.
Ooh, not very polite.
Isn't Antarctica a shared thing, like a research thing?
Oh my goodness, no. Like, you have no
Yes,
idea
it
what's going on.
Yes, it is.
I've been working for the Department of Defense.
That's the Antarctic.
I look at their budgets. I know more than you know.
Yes, you know
and
the
I'm
Canadian
glad you're
budget.
thinking talking out of my ass, because so are you, babe.
No, I'm not. Guess what?
You
Canadians
are.
are protected by the United
You
States.
bloody well are. Oh my
Anybody
goodness.
that comes to Canada
This is what
will
happens
get
when
shot
hockey
down
sucks
by the
this
United
season.
States because they
No,
are
you know what?
protected.
I will say
by the United
Canada's
States.
winning in one area right now that none of us
You know
can
what?
say they're not
I
winning
love
in,
you,
and that
Sammy,
is
but
and
I'm
that is
just gonna
access
do my
to
own
water.
stream. I'm not putting up with more fucking abuse this week. You
No,
all
I was
can
saying
have
Canada
a
does
wonderful
rule in
day.
a way right now.
No. You have a wonderful day. God bless you.
Okay, well, I think part of Canada's later days. I think part of Canada's strength lies in its access to water, particularly when other places are access to water is quickly depleting. I think that's a big boon in natural resources for Canada for a long time to come.
That and wildlife and a number of really good resources. Not all of them, but several. Canada's great. But the political leadership of all of North America is kind of crappy at the moment. I don't know what Mexico's up to, but U.S. and Canada aren't doing very well.
I'm sorry. I had to come in and just shoot her down because just spouting nonsense just annoys me. It's like listening to ironic.
Well, I have a feeling she's been nipping at the bottle a little bit after her situation
She's had
at
a
work
rough
this
day,
week.
and I don't have anything against
Yeah,
her.
she had a rough day, rough week, in fact.
Yeah. And I misinterpreted her at one point, and I'm sure that was frustrating. So I don't, if she doesn't want to get frustrated, good for her. I completely understand that.
Good to have limits.
Right.
I just don't care. I don't care how your day is or what. You come in spouting stupid shit, I'm going to call you out.
That's not very Canadian.
I'm not Canadian.
Oh my goodness. Are you a dirty Yank?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Colorado, baby.
All right.
Actually, Colorado's below the Mason-Dixon line. You'd be considered central at best, southerner at worst, but you're not a Yank.
Are you sure isn't the southern border of Kansas and Missouri the Mason-Dixon line?
Colorado is not above the Mason-Dixon line. It's like I heard somebody say the other day, I don't consider Oklahoma in the South, and I'm like, you realize Oklahoma's by like Alabama, right? Like, is Alabama not in the South?
God. Oklahoma's north of Texas. It's not near Alabama.
Or not Alabama.
Mississippi, and Florida.
Sorry, I
way
didn't
down
mean
the corner.
Alabama. I meant Kansas.
Oh,
It's by
okay, yeah,
Kansas.
it's just
But
south of
is
Kansas.
Kansas not a part of the South, right? So, like, I didn't mean Alabama. I don't know why I said Alabama. Probably because I'm looking at a group, my work thing. I'm looking at a group from Alabama. My apologies. But yeah, I mean, it borders Kansas, and Kansas is part of the South. So why would Oklahoma not be in the South, right?
I don't think
like,
that Kansas is.
Look, okay,
look at the southern border of Kansas.
Somebody look up a map with the Mason-Dixon line drawn on it.
Yeah, because I remember from Kansas history that we were like part of the Missouri Compromise. That Missouri was, I don't even know, but I'm pretty sure that the southern border of Kansas is the Mason-Dixon line.
Kansas got some territory from Texas at one point.
I don't know.
Texas used to be a lot bigger than it is even now.
And if Oklahoma isn't just considered,
There's Oklahoma there.
Yeah, they are definitely in the South, but because it's so much.
Look at that. That
federal,
Mason-Dixon line. That Mason-Dixon line is up by Pennsylvania. So traditionally, in order to be a Yankee, you lived above the Mason-Dixon line.
Yes.
Colorado is not above that.
Well, I'm just saying when my family moved down to Texas, we got called Yankees all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened to me too. I was born in Denver. And they liked to make fun jokes like, "Do you really ride horses to school?" And me being the facetious me, I told them, "No, we ride the cows. There's more of them."
There you go.
But yeah, they really questioned like if I had TV, like weird stuff like that. They thought I lived like Little House on the Prairie or something. It's weird.
There you go.
I'm trying to remember the little town that my grandma grew up in. It's some really simple name. It's near Silverton, and I'm trying to remember the name of the casino town.
So it's like mid-Kansas. Look at that. It's closer to the top of Kansas.
That is that's weird. I've never seen it like that. So that's the Missouri Compromise. Missouri is in the South. I don't know. Is this from Wikipedia?
Let me see. This is from Today in History.
I mean, to be fair, Colorado didn't even exist at that point. But I just meant if the line carried over, wouldn't at least part of Colorado still be south? I mean, the majority of Colorado still be south?
Maybe.
That was the Wikipedia one, but it was a shit map.
Yeah, on the one we looked at a second ago, it's lower than this one, but it's still.
Yeah, Missouri Compromise. Okay, yeah, look up Missouri Compromise, and 2/3 of the way down, it's got red and blue states.
Can you
Well, right,
share
but
me
red
on
and
a
blue
screen?
states,
Yeah.
now isn't like
No,
red
it's
and blue
just
states.
no. I'm just saying that. See the.
Yeah, Colorado doesn't exist, but if you take that red line over,
No, look at the green line.
oh, because it's curved. They curved it under.
Well, I think it should be. See,
See,
they
that's a
did it
different
on the
map.
bottom line of Missouri, but it's
That's
actually right
that's
there.
different from the map in my textbooks. The map in my textbooks has it running like if you it would be closer to the top of Kansas, and so a little more of Colorado than Kansas would be north, but not much at all.
Well, this is the way
And
it
then
looked
it would
in my Kansas history class.
and then Nevada would be up, like it would be up the bottom of Nevada would, or not Nevada, the line would be closer to that hook in California right there. Interesting. I wonder why the difference in the textbooks.
I don't know. So Missouri Compromise line is probably what we should really be calling it. Because Mason-Dixon is kind of odd.
Well, Mason-Dixon, was that even the same line though? I mean, I guess.
Apparently not. Apparently Mason-Dixon is only separating like 4 states of the Northeast and
Well,
doesn't even cover the Midwest.
Mason-Dixon had to do, well, that's because Mason-Dixon didn't really, it just had to do with the Civil War, didn't it?
It may have even been before that. I mean, when I was reading through the wiki article, it sounded like it was just to separate 4 states from the rest, and it said Pennsylvania and whatever it
So,
said.
like what they considered the original colonies from the rest, minus Georgia being the debtor state that it was.
It's something about land surveying. I really didn't understand it.
Interesting. So traditionally, to be a Yankee meant you were north of the Mason-Dixon line. So that meant you were in one of those 4 states only?
Apparently.
There you
Interesting.
go. Demarcation line separating Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, and West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Part of the resolution of a border dispute involving Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Delaware.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, we have these things all the time, and we don't even think about what they actually mean. We just go with the colloquial usage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like now, well, and it changes, right? It changes so often. Like I've always grown up knowing Oklahoma was south, right? It borders Kansas. It's in the south. And then somebody the other day, I don't even remember who it was, but they were like, I don't consider Oklahoma in the south. And I was like, really? How is it not in the south? I don't. I guess it just changes. What people think of changes, right? And somebody said, no, that would be Midwest. And I'm like, well, when I think of Midwest, I think of like Illinois. And I don't know. It was just weird. Maybe my mind is just messed up.
No, Oklahoma is traditionally considered the South, but it's like the near South. And then there's the deep South, which is like Mississippi, Alabama,
Louisiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other countries? New Spain?
Look how big, Texas gave land to a lot of different states. Texas used to be huge.
Republic of Texas?
Yeah. I mean, it's big now, but this form is after they gave land to other states.
The Viceroyalty of New Spain. Unorganized territory. Wow. That's fascinating to see that changing map like that.
Texas lost 67 million acres in the compromise of 1850. So we used to be 67 million acres bigger.
May refer to New Englanders, residents of northern United States, or Americans in general.
Yeah, in Spanish, Yankee is just any bingo from, U.S.
And in the southern United States, it's a derisive term which refers to all northerners. It was applied by Confederate soldiers.
I don't know if anybody likes reading alternate history, but Harry Turtledove is one of my favorite authors, and he's written a bunch. It was like the United States of America and several others. And it's what would have happened if the South would have, well, it's what would have happened if they hadn't found Robert E. Lee's Order 191, I think it's called, which was the Battle of Gettysburg. And so if we would have won that, then Lincoln wouldn't have given the Emancipation Proclamation, and then there would have been a compromise that the Senate made with the South.
The Emancipation Proclamation didn't, other than a strategical move, what was that even? And at this point, it set free the slaves in the rebelling states, but the rebelling states already had they had already elected their own president, right? And they didn't give it to. But there were a couple of border states that were allowed to keep their slaves because he didn't want to piss them off enough to secede.
Right.
So all it really did was give abolitionists a reason to help refuge slaves without any legal repercussions, right? So it was a good PR move. But slavery wasn't abolished until an amendment was added to the Constitution. So other than that, I don't really know what the Emancipation Proclamation was so special for.
That would be like the Vatican passing a law that affects China. It has no force of law.
That's what I'm saying. Other than a rallying cry, I don't understand its significance.
No, that's all it was. Just PR. Good optics. Maybe Jefferson Davis should have gotten rid of all debt in the northern states. Have the same effect.
Well, interestingly, that's debt is the reason Texas lost 67 million acres, right? We sold that to the government to pay off the war debt because Texas had to independently fight a war without any support from anybody else.
Correct.
In order to be annexed. So selling off part of our land to other states was part of Texas selling land off to other states was paying off war debts. you know, I look back and I think that whole time period was fucked up, right?
Yeah.
I really do. I mean, you had slavery, that was bad. You had children working very dangerous jobs, that was bad. I mean, the sweatshops alone, the lack of any sort of safety expectations for the workers. I mean, all of it was just bad news bears. I'm glad I did not live them.
Yeah.
It's trying to pull the world into conflict with a nuclear-armed Russia based on the lie that Russia represents our greatest threat. But the greatest threat to Western civilization today is not Russia. It's probably, more than anything else, ourselves and some of the horrible USA-hating people that represent us. It's the abolition of our national borders. It's the failure to police our own cities. It's the destruction of the rule of law from within. It's the collapse of the nuclear family and fertility rates like nobody can believe is happening. It's the Marxists who would have us become a godless nation worshiping at the altar of race and gender and environment. And it's the globalist class that has made us totally dependent on China and other foreign countries that basically hate us.
Wait, is that what he's
Globalists
blaming
want to
fertility
squander
rates
all
on?
of America's strength, blood, and treasure.
I didn't hear him say anything about fertility.
Or was
Yeah.
or was
No, he
fertility
did.
rates just another point in there?
I really didn't even hear him say it. I kind of thrown him out. Sorry.
Oh my God, it's just like fear mongering rhetoric.
Yes.
And I told you
his whole
so,
speech was
ism.
that. His whole speech was that. It was just ridiculous. But I mean, look at the last campaign, like one of his last campaign videos. Like I said, it was all like Biden's America, and it was not only was it like a compilation of all this like war and riot like footage to make you like fear everything. But what was funny about it is I'm like, does he realize that footage came from things that happened under him?
Yeah.
Like I don't. Like, this was clearly your America. But sure, we can advertise it as Biden. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say to that. And then the fear mongering on top of it, it was hilarious.
Chasing monsters and phantoms overseas while keeping us distracted from the havoc they're creating right here at home. These forces are doing more damage to America than Russia and China could ever have dreamed. Evicting the sick and corrupt establishment is the monumental task for the next president. And I am the only one who can do it. I'm the only one that can get the job done. I know exactly what has to be done.
Is someone eating or something?
Yes.
I thought I was muted.
I didn't know who it was. I just kept saying mute, please, please.
Yeah.
Somebody.
I heard somebody, it sounded like crunching, but I wasn't sure.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
That was so. Oh, he's incredible.
Didn't he though?
For all the wrong reasons. And Biden can barely string a sentence together. Like, you guys are fucked. I really feel for you.
And our choices don't seem to be getting any better. They just seem to be getting worse and worse. You know, but what do you expect from bot people? And I don't care who tries to tell me Trump was an outsider. He wasn't one of these politicians. No, but he played in the same circles with the same lobbyists, and he laughed about how he took advantage of the loopholes provided for people like him, and he did nothing about any of them. So I don't think of him as an outsider either.
No, mate, if he's an outsider, he certainly became one of them.
Real quick.
Quick, smart, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he never was an outsider. That's the thing. They're like, oh, he hates Democrats. And I'm like, yeah, he does now. He does now that he wants to run.
He used to be one.
He used to, yeah, well, not only that, he's like, for all the shit he talks on, like, the Clintons and everything, he hung around them for years. They used to be buddies or whatever. Right? So, I don't know. He's just as slimy as the rest of them.
Make sure there was no sensitive information on that drone that the Russians.
Now to some important breaking news. Brand new information just into CNN about that American drone forced out of the sky by a Russian fighter jet over the Black Sea. Let's get straight to CNN's Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon. Oren, what do we know?
John, we now have a far better sense of the steps the U.S. took to make sure there was no sensitive information on that drone that the Russians might be able to try to recover from the Black Sea.
I was wondering about this. I'm glad they found this. CNN, what are they?
They would probably be considered left. It depends. It's so weird when you're talking left in America. We don't actually have like what I would consider a left news source. We have one that leans Democrat and one that leans Republican, right? Like anything beyond that is independent. You have independent progressive news sources and things like that. But I would say that you have like a pretty corporate Democrat and corporate Republican leaning news sources. And this one people say is more corporate Democrat.
Sea. Yesterday, John Kirby, the strategic coordinator for the National Security Council, said the U.S. had taken steps to protect its equities, but wouldn't go into further detail. We now know from two U.S. officials familiar with the incident that that step that was taken was erasing or wiping the software from the drone, the sensitive software that runs the drone and is in charge of collecting the intelligence, collecting the signals that the drone uses and then passes on to the U.S. upon its landing. Remotely, the operators of the drone were able to wipe the drone and erase that software such that it wouldn't fall into Russian hands or, frankly, other hands after the U.S. brought it down in the Black Sea. A senior Russian official said on Russian state TV that the Russians would try to recover the drone. It's not the aircraft itself, the hardware, if you will, that's the sensitive part. It is the software, and that's the step the U.S. went to protect by erasing it and wiping it remotely from the drone before it crashed into the Black Sea. The U.S. doesn't have naval assets or ships in the Black Sea that would be able to expeditiously carry out a recovery effort. So this, John, is now we know the step the U.S. took to make sure sensitive information, intelligence, didn't fall into the wrong hands.
Oren Lieberman live for us at the Pentagon with the breaking news. Oren, thank you. Let's get some insights now from retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel, grateful to see you today. Let me just pop up some video of this drone as it plays out. Is this standard operating procedure? You have an asset like this in the sky, it comes under attack or some interference and the like. Is the operators, number one, trying to get it to safety, but number two, prepared to delete any sensitive information if you can?
Yes, absolutely. And one of the lessons we learned from a 2001 incident with the Chinese, when a manned P3 surveillance platform was actually downed by the Chinese. We didn't zeroize the equipment then. We didn't take care of the software. This was a lesson learned from that. And the way they did this was basically textbook. Now we zeroize these types of things. We erase the software. And we make it unusable.
Russia has drones as well. I mean, how are we that far more advanced than them that this would be proprietary and urgent to keep out of their hands?
It would still be urgent to keep out of their hands. They do have drones that are somewhat compatible to the MQ-9, but they're not as sophisticated as what the MQ-9 has.
And so now I just want to bring up the map by Admiral Kirby, who you know now at the White House, says we may not be able to recover it. They're going to try, may not be able to recover it. It happened somewhere over the Black Sea. We do not have exact location, correct, as to where it happened. You see the Russian border here. Walk me through the challenge of trying to get some military asset to recover the drone before the Russians find it.
So this drone was probably somewhere about here, where it crashed into the sea. So what this shows, of course, is this is Russian occupied territory, Russian naval activity all throughout this area. Very hard for us to get there. Any of our allies, the Romanians, don't have the capability. The Turks don't have the capability, nor do the Bulgarians. It would be almost impossible if you don't have naval assets in there right now to get the drone.
The Russian ambassador to the United States was summoned to the State Department. He says, Russia doesn't like any U.S. aircraft near its borders. That's what he said. This is the Russian border over here. This is stolen property. Sorry, but that's stolen property. That is part of Ukraine that Russia stole way back in the Obama administration. Is it likely? Would it have been flying over here, close to Russia? Would the United States have reconnaissance? It's international water, by the way, so it could be there, right? Legally?
Yes, legally, absolutely. And we've done that before. We were going across this whole area. But our area of interest right now is this because, number one, the war in Ukraine. Number two, the grain transshipments from Odessa that we need to make sure that Ukraine gets to continue to do those. And that's one of the reasons we're watching all of this.
Just very quickly before I let you go, we're focusing on the breaking news. They deleted the software. But the fact that a fighter jet would approach essentially an unarmed or very lightly armed drone, what does that tell you about Russia's mood at the moment?
Russia is very combative, John. And what they want to do is they have this very sophisticated.
This sounds exactly like what Russia says about us, too. I mean, there's really no difference. Oh, an unarmed or very lightly armed. Well, it's either armed or it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there is a difference. There's a difference between the way we present things and the way they present things, right? If you watch their media, they don't just say things like, oh, they're a little aggressive, right? They're like, we must prepare for nuclear war. Maybe we should just drop some nukes on them. But at the same time, if you use the word war, we can try you for treason. Like, they're just ridiculous.
Yeah. And they'll use the same terms like we call Vietnam a police action, so they call Ukraine a special military operation. Well, if you're attacking another country and invading them, that is an act of war.
I agree. I'm not going to argue that the U.S. is innocent. We're not. We are particularly guilty of things like this. Also with black ops and psyops, right? But like, at some point when you're on the world stage like that, I'm not saying we're better in any way, except maybe that they didn't punish their own people for it. I don't know.
Called the Topaz. In June of 2020, this is the Australian ship called the Topaz. In June of 2020, this ship left the port of Queensland in Australia with 90,000 tons of coal as its cargo, and its destination was the port of Jingtang, where it was set to unload its coal and then travel back to Australia over the course of several days. But that's not what happened, because once the Topaz reached the port of Jingtang, it was not allowed into the Chinese port. So the ship waited. 1 month passed, 2 months, 6 months, 10 months, and eventually the ship and all of its crew found itself being stranded at sea for nearly an entire year with no end in sight. And as it turns out, this event would foreshadow one of the biggest economic issues that we are currently witnessing today. But to explain why this event happened, why this event is also so important, and why it's creating a global economic crisis today, you must know that this crisis that we are currently experiencing may have actually started with a small bird just a few decades ago. A bird that caused one of the biggest crises of the 20th century. This is the Chinese sparrow. In the 1950s, the Chinese government didn't know much about these birds except for, well, one thing. And that was, well, they found out that these sparrows ate on average 4 pounds of Chinese grain per year. Now, on its surface, this may not seem like much, especially when you consider that all of the sparrows in China consume only a very small fraction of 1% of the grain in China. But at the time, the Chinese thought that this small fraction of a percentage was too much. You see, China in the 1950s was trying its best to adopt communist economic policies while becoming completely self-sufficient in regards to agriculture. So, in order to accomplish their goal, they banned privatization of all agricultural products within the country. They also decided that all of the food shall be collected and distributed by the government. They also changed their farming techniques to match that of the Soviet Union. They decreased crop diversity to help boost production quotas. And lastly, they stopped trading resources with all Western nations in hopes of becoming completely self-sufficient. And all of those policy effects took place virtually overnight, which caused a massive shock to China's agricultural system. And soon, China would begin to experience a decrease in their food production, as well as a very serious national famine. However, there was one thing that would push this crisis over the edge, and that, of course, was the sparrow. You see, remember how the Chinese government didn't like that sparrows ate a small amount of their grain? Well, as it turns out, the Chinese government decided to order the extermination of all sparrows from the country in hopes of boosting food production. And so, over the course of just a couple years, millions of sparrows in China were killed, and as a result, the sparrow became nearly extinct. And it would not take too long before China realized it had made one of the largest mistakes in the country's history. This one single policy change ended up making their famine substantially worse. You see, what China did not know was that sparrows were the main predators for all of the pests in their crop fields, meaning that as soon as sparrows went away, the crop-eating pests, mainly locusts, began swarming the entire country. And these locusts were not eating just a small fraction of 1% of the food like the sparrows were. These swarms of locusts literally destroyed entire farms or even villages of crops at a time. So it was this event that ended up making the famine in China turn into the Great Chinese Famine, a crisis that caused tens of millions of people to starve to death over a 5-year span. And remember, all it took was a few policy changes and one hasty economic decision to cause a crisis on a massive scale. And well, that brings us to today. Remember that ship, the Topaz, that we last saw being stranded at sea in China? Well, as it turns out, this was also because of a hasty economic decision that came from the Chinese government. You see, in June of 2020, just a few months into the pandemic, the Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison called for an investigation into the origin of the pandemic in China. Now, on its surface, this may not have seemed like much of a story at the time, but in reality, this would be the instigator for the global crisis that we are seeing today. This is because China did not take this criticism of the Australian Prime Minister very well. In fact, because of a handful of seemingly minor sentences from the Australian Prime Minister, China decided to start a trade war with Australia. And again, on its surface, there should have been a clear winner of this trade war, as China's economy is roughly 10 times larger than that of Australia's. But what China did not realize was how reliant it was on Australia. You see, China ended up banning or placing high tariffs on things like barley, beef, and about a dozen other Australian products. And as it turns out, one of these banned items was coal. And so, well, that is why in June of 2020, as the Topaz and 60 other bulk carriers were on their way to China, they all of a sudden were not allowed into Chinese ports with their coal because, well, China overnight banned and canceled all of their trade deals in relation to coal. Now, to most Western nations, coal isn't that important to their respective economies and infrastructure. For example, countries like Canada, France, the UK, and the Nordic countries produce less than 10% of their electricity from coal. And even on the upper end of the Western nations like the United States and Germany, they only produce about 15 to 20% of their electricity from coal. But then we have China. And well, China produces over 65% of its electricity from coal, meaning that the less coal China has available to them, the less likely it'll be able to produce electricity for its country. Now, China is actually the world's largest producer of coal, and roughly 75 to 90% of all coal used in China is produced domestically. However, for coal that is used for industrial processes, like the making of metals, and for a large fraction of its coal power plants, China is reliant upon coal imports from other countries in order to fulfill its needs. And well, who do you think was at the top of that list for coal imports to China in 2020? It was, of course, Australia. Before the coal ban, China was importing roughly 78 million metric tons of coal from Australia per year. And to put that in perspective, the next closest nation was Indonesia, where they were importing roughly 48 million tons of coal. And so, slowly, from June of 2020 up until today, China's coal reserves kept depleting, in part due to stopping the imports from Australia. Now, it's also worth noting that during this time, there was some major flooding in southern and eastern Asia that caused many Chinese and Indonesian coal mines to close down. There were also a handful of other policies, such as increasing the safety guidelines for coal companies in China, that also decreased coal production. And so, because of one hasty policy decision against Australia and a few other environmental and policy events, we started to see just a few months ago that Chinese cities began going dark. Power outages began affecting factories and homes, supply chains began getting severely disrupted again, and Chinese banks that had loans with these coal companies began seeing the signs of defaults on these loans. And as this began happening, China began implementing new policies such as ramping up coal production in their working mines and also importing more coal from other nations that weren't Australia. They also began mandating cutting electricity consumption from factories and residences, and also made their banks start making extremely risky loans to new upstart coal companies in China. But at the end of the day, None of those short-term solutions worked, and China was forced to do something that it did not want to do. Remember those 60 or so Australian bulk carriers that were stranded in China? Well, as it turns out, China became so desperate for coal that just a few weeks ago, they allowed some of those stranded ships to unload their coal into Chinese ports. Now, it's also worth mentioning that some Australian ships are still stranded after being at sea for well over a year. And many of these ships also got rerouted to different countries like India and South Korea, who ended up actually buying a lot of this stranded Australian coal. But the effects of this Chinese energy crisis, and what it should be called, which is the Chinese coal shortage, are being felt worldwide right now. Many large companies that are reliant on Chinese manufacturing are seeing similar or even longer delays than what they were seeing at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. In fact, there have been a handful of large corporations that have begun switching their manufacturing out of China and into other countries or even domestically, largely because companies are realizing that manufacturing in China is becoming more unreliable. And because of decisions like this and the shutdown of some factories and the electricity shortages, China's manufacturing industry shrank for the second time in modern history this year. And so, where is this all going? Well, this coal crisis is already taking a chunk out of China's economy and will likely do so for the foreseeable future. And despite this ongoing energy crisis, China still refuses to lift the ban on Australian coal simply because of a few sentences said over a year ago. And a few recent quotes from a Chinese energy specialist and a Chinese coal data company stated that the biggest provinces now only have 9 to 14 days worth of coal reserves left. And with winter soon in China, the country will have to make a tough decision. Will it potentially allow power outages in winter and a continual shutdown of its core economy simply because of those few sentences said by the Australian Prime Minister? Or will it lift the bans on Australian coal, admitting that the government made a hasty decision that ended up creating an energy crisis that the country didn't expect? What do you think will happen? And all this means is that China has a few weaknesses. And those weaknesses are its energy consumption and its irrational and hasty economic policies. And as it turns out, Australia, the seemingly innocuous Western nation, ended up accidentally revealing the weaknesses of China to the world. It also revealed that Australia is one of the very few nations that can influence China's economy directly to the point of a national crisis. And who knows? Maybe as Australia and other Western nations continue to get closer, we may begin to see a further divide between China and the Western world. Now, I just want to make one more quick note, and that is a video game that I am developing now officially has a
You probably knew all that. Hey, Hillary's?
No, I don't really keep up on all that.
I knew parts of it, but not all of the details. Although China does, like, even independent of that, China has some very unique stressors on their grid, particularly in more rural locations. So I imagine that could be pretty devastating. Absolutely.
Here coming to you from Colorado, and today we're.
But it makes you realize that in all the ways that they're powerful, they're also very weak in so many ways. Wherever you have reliance, that's a vulnerability.
Yeah. Well, if you listen to economists, though, to not have some level of reliance, to not have some level of global trade, right? To be super bring everything home is actually bad for the economy too, and not just the global economy, but the local economy, which I find interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
They said the reason we were allowed the growth we have is because of the global connectedness. Not just trading goods, but trading ideas and technology and information. And that if you silo those things, right, you actually, you don't just, you gain the ability to produce everything you need, but you lose a lot in your ability to grow. And so it stunts you economically to not play on the global market.
Yeah, well, who do you sell shit to?
Well, there's a group of people who want to everything you sell the goods to your own people, but those goods that you're selling are built here, made here, whatever, right? But then you run into resource problems, which is probably the first thing that opened up global trade, was resource needed for things. Anyway.
Inflation. Now, as I'm sure everyone is aware, last year was a little rough for inflation. In midsummer, we hit 9% year on year, which really ate into people's incomes and caused a lot of pain. Since then, especially in the fourth quarter of last year, though, inflation has been coming down. We're now down to about half that level, and it seems to be still dropping. And for the next couple of months, I would expect it to continue to be dropping. But we shouldn't get used to that. We're dealing with some mid and long-term factors that are at significant cross currents. So let's start with the mid, because that's the good news. The inflation pulse that we experienced in 2020 and 2021 and into 2022 was largely COVID related. Now, from the point that you change how you live, it takes about 1.5 years for the industrial supply chains that service your needs in terms of manufactured goods to kind of catch up to where you are. And for a couple of years, we had something new every few months. We had our initial lockdown, then we had an initial opening, then we had the Delta strain, then we had the Omicron strain, then we had the vaccines, then we had anti-vaxxers, then we had the decision that we needed second shots and blah, blah, blah. Every single time there was a shift, our demand profile changed.
He just said like every single no word on YouTube. In like 5 seconds. Surprised this video didn't get taken down.
And the manufacturers had to retool everything to match whatever it happened to be. So are we staying home? We want to do more home repairs. We need a new computer. Or are we excited to get out and we're going on vacation? We buying a car, or are we going back? And it was over and over and over. Well, in roughly June of 2021, Arizona, Texas, and Florida threw off their restrictions for the last time. And by the time we got to December, everyone in the United States, except for California, had thrown off the restrictions, and California followed suit a couple months after that. Well, you fast forward from that general opening until now, it's been about 18 months. So our demand profile changed that one last time, and now we've largely caught up. In addition, there were some short-term factors that have also pushed inflation down. We had some spooling up of capacity in terms of gasoline refining because prices have been so high, so the refiners were able to build more. That took a few weeks. The European system has been remarkably warm. Temperatures in Europe this winter have been 20 to 30 degrees above average for 6 weeks now. That took some of the heat out of energy prices. And globally last year, agriculturalists had some of the best weather they've ever had in almost every single growing season. Put all that together, and inflation has come down, probably has a couple more months to go. And I would expect for things that were particularly out of whack, like, say, car prices, to really get better over the course of the next 3 months. That's the midterm.
This guy doesn't understand what inflation is.
Going absolutely the opposite direction.
Well, it depends on what type of inflation you're speaking of, right? Are you talking inflation as in like the simple rising of prices or how most people speak of it? Or are you speaking of the type of inflation that not only requires an excess of money, but a shortage of goods?
Right.
And so it really depends on what type of inflation you're speaking of.
Mm.
The Biden administration has this thing called the Inflation Reduction Act that is seeking to electrify a lot of the system on environmental grounds. That is going to require a massive industrial build out and everything that involves electricity. So copper wiring, lithium batteries, electric vehicles, and all the rest. A lot of this capacity for the manufacturing, the actual industrial base, has to be built from scratch. And anytime you do that, that's inflationary. And anytime you've got demand for a product that doesn't really exist in terms of mass manufacturing, that is also inflationary. In addition, we're seeing disruptions out of the Russian space. Fertilizer exports from the Russians and the Belarusians are already down by 20 to 40% based on which nutrient you're looking at. Now, that's been true for a year, but last year, most agriculturalists worldwide had a degree of reserve that they could draw upon. You can't draw down your reserve twice in a lot of places, especially in Africa. That has not been replenished. That would suggest we're going to have significant food inflation on a global basis later this year, and that assumes nothing else goes online. We also can't count on weather in Europe staying cold forever, and that means higher natural gas prices and higher electricity prices, which means a lot of industrial activity in Europe, whether it's steel forging, aluminum smelting, fabrication of fertilizer and petrochemicals, all that good stuff goes away, with the economy likely to get hit the hardest being Germany, because Germany uses Russian natural gas not just for power, but as a feedstock for its entire petrochemical and therefore its entire manufacturing system. So we should see significantly lower industrial output out of the Germans, not just for a year, but over the long term until they can figure out a new economic model or other places can build out industrial plant to replace what we used to get from the Germans. There's also going to be some problems with the Chinese. We already have the Russians cutting their energy output by about 500,000 to 750,000 barrels per day. That's only about 10 to 12% of their total output, but that's enough to make a pinch, because the Chinese have been importing more and more crude from the Russians because it's been at a lower cost. Well, if it's not produced, it can't be imported. And any problems that we see with shipping or insurance or the technical aspects of fields that the Russians can't maintain themselves, the Chinese are the very last country in the kick line, and they're the ones who are going to feel all the pain. That means energy inflation for the Chinese, which means product inflation for everyone else. In addition, the demographic situation in China has gone from atrocious to something truly horrible. And so labor costs in the Chinese system are now at a point that they're generating labor inflation, which means manufacturing inflation for everybody else. And there's no fix here unless we can figure out how to clone fully skilled people in their 20s. I'm unaware of any imminent breakthroughs on that front. And all of this assumes no miscalculations on the part of Moscow or Washington or Brussels or especially Beijing. And we see a lot of those on deck. The decision-making capacity within the Chinese system is breaking down. The balloon incident is a great example of that. The Chinese are still trying to save face and just blatantly lying about it, even though the United States actually has all the spy apparatus from the balloon in hand now. So it's just, it just makes them look stupid. And they're carrying out this desire to save face into economic policy and military policy. And it looks like they're about to do some things in security policy with the Russians and trade policy with the Americans that would almost be designed to trigger a retaliation. Either way, we should expect to see fewer goods coming out of the Chinese space, or even if they continue, more expensive goods. Now, all of these trends are not things you fix with an executive order. They require a sharp change in policy, or more likely, the private sector adapting to the new circumstances. The bottom line is that North America as a unit needs to roughly double the size of an industrial plant as the Chinese and to a lesser degree the Germans fall out of the system. You don't do that in 6 months. That's a 5-year program, which means that we should think of the inflation environment of 2022 as arguably the lowest inflation we are going to see for several years.
Dang.
Good luck.
Do keep in mind, any good economist's job is to tell you everything that can go bad, right? Yeah. The only benefit to not super industrializing seems to be the no pollution, the less pollution.
Yeah. But it's like at the cost of...
But doesn't that just make us extra mean, though, that we're paying somebody less to do the stuff we don't want to?
Well, that's an excellent question. How would you answer it?
So
Oh, anyone. Pixie.
I don't know. I think there's a argument that can be made for that. But I think if you were to get really cold and philosophical, one could also argue that there's, as a whole, like on a scale of forever, not just now, right? It's probably arguably better to poison one portion of the earth than the whole earth.
say that last
Depends
part
on what
again.
level.
What did you say? The last part?
Like if I was taking all of time and I was being like really cold and calculating, I could argue that it's not necessarily mean as it's better to poison one portion of the earth than the whole earth. Not that I think that that makes it better.
Very
I just have lots of weird thoughts.
That's no, that's sacrifice the one to save the many.
I turned it into a trolley problem. I know.
It's very pragmatic.
Oh yeah, the trolley problem. I was thinking Spock from Star Trek.
Yeah, that's why I
But
said, like, how cold do you want me to be? Because I can be cold and I can, like, zoom out and be like, well. Doesn't mean that's my natural inclination, though, right?
Okay.
That's
I still think it's a sad thing to do to people who are less advantaged.
That are what?
Less advantaged. And yeah, I caught that, Sammy. And you still, I am unconvinced. But thanks.
Ouch.
Let's see what else is going on in this crazy world.
I have no idea.
Oops, someone's out the back.
I got some good homegrown though.
Sorry, Rennick.
That's all right.
Hi, Rennick.
Some good homegrown. Yeah, you held a nugget up to the screen the other night. It looked fairly high quality.
What this?
Yeah. Oh, what?
My
what
daughter paid $8 for it. My daughter bought it online for $8.
No, not your pipe. What you're smoking?
Oh yeah, it's my homegrown Skywalker.
And you grew it?
It's called Skywalker. Yeah. Is that strange?
No, it just looks good. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Nice.
I got a whole
tight
garbage
nugget.
bag full.
So what are you guys up to? What are you talking about?
Solving the world's problems.
Just watching some videos about the banks crashing and
I like. I think Michael Malice makes a lot of sense. I like that philosophy.
who's that?
Michael Malice. Never heard of him?
No, I don't think I've heard of him.
He's a YouTuber or somebody in the political space.
As in, excuse me, MALICE.
Like the word malice.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I see. He does like hour-long episodes.
He's an anarchist of some variety. I guess you call him so. That's what he identifies as.
Okay.
But it basically, what his idea is, it kind of is just people practice self-regulation. Basically it's a voluntary association, agreement to, associations are voluntary, and also built in is a non-aggression agreement between all parties in society. So, so in other words, I won't strike you, my neighbor, and you won't strike me, you. And then I think it probably believes in strong property rights, private property. I mean,
Yeah, okay.
so I like that idea. And it believes in private policing, if any. Doesn't believe government should have a monopoly on policing society, which I think I agree with that also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that idea, except except if it leads to mob rule.
That's the one thing I'm not clear about on his system is what do you do with the miscreants in society, or people who violate, even the non-aggression thing or whatever. What do what's so I'm not sure what, because ostensibly there's nobody to dictate to somebody else what happens exactly, I think.
Yeah.
But it's like community standards, I think, dictate somehow, but I need to get clarity on that. I like the idea of the community, elders kind of thing, deciding court
Yeah.
cases and things like that. People who know the little young, the young kid or whatever, everybody knows them, so they can judge maybe fairly what happens to them, that kind of thing. In any kind of case, but just thinking out loud. So I was thinking, I guess Richard didn't have the opportunity to come back. I was listening, you guys probably saw me out in the chat earlier. But I wanted to talk about that Genesis thing and this idea that Adam and Eve didn't know right from wrong or something.
What about it?
Well, I don't assume that they didn't know not to eat from the tree, for instance, after God told them not to. I think they
What do you think that the
probably
knowledge
knew that.
represented?
I think they probably knew that was wrong, quote unquote.
What do you think that the knowledge represented?
I just think it was a test to see if they would eat from it or not. I don't think it conferred any powers or anything in nature changed because of it, or I don't think their intelligence changed or anything like that, or whatever knowledge they had or any attributes they had. Because I believe they were made in God's image anyways, and that being made in God's image would include all those sensibilities, the consciousness, the knowing right from wrong kind of thing, on my view.
Well, that makes more sense than they did wrong before knowing what wrong was.
Well, I don't know how you're made in God's image and you don't know how to distinguish in your conscience between right and wrong. That's what I can't figure out. Maybe someone has an answer.
I just don't think it was original, right? I mean, the idea of a Promethean figure or Promethean incident it's pervasive in all kinds of literature, not just the Bible. I just don't think it was a unique idea.
This is involving a critique of my own view, so I guess you'd have to enter my worldview to critique it, in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah, Richard's definitely best qualified for that.
I tend not to delve into worldviews that I don't find particularly fascinating, I guess.
Well, that's fine, but you should limit your criticism to those that don't involve you being necessarily stepping into their worldview.
Somebody's going to be around.
I think part of what I said may have gone undetected, but that's okay.
Go ahead, Fitz.
No, that was a nicer way of saying it. I don't want to.
Oh my God.
But I was accusing Richard sort of assuming, right, like I was just pointing out that I don't believe that they were ignorant of right and wrong, that kind of thing. So, in my view, he's assuming that it's the case, and that's that's fine. You can assume something, but just make sure everybody knows that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
About what the tree of knowledge represented.
If I try and think of Richard's...
It was
or
their,
Adam and Eve's relationship to the
it was
tree
their,
of knowledge of good and evil.
It was their senses.
It was their senses, Jody?
What does that mean?
You said it.
Are you trying to say
No,
I didn't understand my own sensibility? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think we're trying to understand what it is you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the five senses. Everything that your flesh thinks about.
So before they ate the tree of knowledge, they didn't have their five senses.
I don't know. They may have, they may not have.
Okay, so how's that related to what you said about the five senses?
She's just high. I mean, it's clear from
Yeah, I
where she's
am
at
high.
now.
Oh, well, I didn't know. I didn't want to accuse
But
her.
I am believing what I'm saying, so therefore
Right.
I'm saying it.
Yeah, so
Right.
why don't you let her answer then instead of white knighting or whatever it is you're doing, Miller?
I'm not white knighting. I'm just trying to be polite.
That's white knighting, by the way.
Okay, but I'm
A
white
mild
knighting.
form, right? Admittedly, but excuse me.
White knighting is the same thing as being polite.
No,
Coming
what
from
he
the
was
same
doing
guy
was
who
a
said they
mild.
used to know how to behave. Very
No,
fascinating.
what he was doing was a mild form of white knighting, and he was calling it polite.
I'm glad to white knight for my sweetie. I accept that.
That's fine. I mean, I think it's appropriate to white knight for people that deserve it, or sometimes it's called for.
So I would say
I
that
appreciate
Richard
when
would.
someone stands up for me when I'm not there, or whatever, and like that's cool. Kind of know who your friends are. Yeah.
Not me.
You don't like when people stand up for you when you're not there?
No, I'm not one of your friends.
Uh-oh.
Was that I know you often mention the obvious. I don't know why, but
I do
Ram it
that.
home.
I mention the obvious quite often. But
well, I know maybe women like to talk or something. They like to hear the sound of their voices or something.
no, I
Well, if
just
that
tell
isn't
it.
the pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah.
Yeah, guess I'm direct.
I wasn't the one commenting on the whole thing though, right? Bringing it up as some kind of
Oh,
complaint.
this time? I know, that frees you from every other time. I get it.
No, you just like you conflate everything. I mean, you don't even
Sure.
know what the reason
Sure,
is.
yeah, okay. That's cool.
Yeah, well, you're always in a fallacy of one kind or another.
Is that it? Is that your assessment?
That is my assessment, yeah.
All right, I have given it the proper amount of time of consideration and weight, and I still don't give a shit about your opinion. Thanks, though.
Very reasoned
So
evaluation.
I would say that Richard's answer would be something along the lines of Eden is Earth. Adam just represents mankind in general. No, I can't do it. I know that he thinks that it's all the tense of the Bible is not past or present; it's future, basically.
Well,
I
I
know
wanted to
that
ask.
Eden is the whole world.
I wanted to ask him
Planet.
what he was saying something about Genesis causing the rest of the Bible to be full of or he talked about I wanted to talk to him about the failure aspect, what he meant by I'm assuming he thinks God's a failure on this view or something.
Well,
Because he used the word failure, and I was like, well, we got to define that word. I don't know what you mean exactly.
Well, I think it was that they got. I'm not sure. Is this?
I think he's saying if you assume the typical or traditional Christian view of Genesis, therefore it entails that God is a failure, I believe. Kind of, right? Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, he also would say that aliens made humans like through genetic modification, and that we were too good, and so that was a failure because we rebelled.
we were too good and therefore we rebelled. I don't.
Yeah, we were like too smart, not obedient enough, and so we
Oh,
were.
in other words, he made us, or we were made with too great capabilities.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, in other words, like we talk about this AI thing taking over humans or
Mm.
whatever. It'd be like that kind of idea. Like, oh shit,
Right.
what we
We
create?
aren't doing that right now, are we?
Well, some
Making
say,
AIs?
Like, are we a part of a simulation?
I don't know. Do you think we're human beings you're talking to, like you?
I don't think so. There's a hawk. No, it's not a hawk, it's a crow that just flew on the line outside. I don't know what crow means.
Yeah, I just don't want to eat any.
It's probably good eating.
So you don't believe the people you're talking to here are human beings like you?
I have no fucking clue.
They could be AI.
Yeah, what if it is?
Intelligence. I mean, how would you know?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Who's laughing?
There's some good weed, Jody.
Yeah.
Skywalker, guys. Skywalker OG. OG. What does that stand for? Original?
You better call that moonwalker.
I've had that.
You have?
Yeah, I'm smoking cigarettes right now.
You're a crack up, Jody.
Oh my god.
When he said, "Do you think you're talking to real people?" I did not expect you to say no.
My god. What the fuck is going on? I don't think I need all this, do I?
No, you better send it to me.
It's the Keith. There's a lot of it.
Oh no, you can keep that.
That's the best part.
Oh. I thought you meant the leaf.
Pardon?
I thought you meant the leaf.
No, it's the Keith, the trichomes that fall through the screen. Yeah. It's my
Yeah, you definitely don't need those.
I do not. You guys are being too quiet.
I have this ongoing work distraction, you know.
Let's see, I can find us another subject.
Say what?
I said I'll find us another subject.
Okay.
Oh, actually, Brojo's got a show starting in 20 minutes. I don't want to stream over him. I might,
Call it and go to Brojo's in a little bit.
Yeah. Sorry, I was scrolling and seeing if there's anything worth having a quick look at. Oh, there's something called Muffin Song. TikTok chain. Oh, they're often fun. Let's have a look at that. And then I'll end on that, I think.
I'm your muffin girl. You're my muffin girl. Let's get together and we'll see the muffin world. In a car, in a plane. We can muffin every day. Always forever in our little muffin tray.
You're my muffin man, I'm your muffin girl. Throw in some chocolate chips, why not give it a whirl? Grab a bus or a train, we can meet on Drury Lane. Grow all together in a fluffy muffin way. Yeah, that's something sweet, and that extra spice. Put us together, let them say life tastes real nice. I don't ever wanna share my little sweetie pie. A spoonful of sugar, but I get to go.
Yes, you are. You're my muffin girl. Let's get together and we'll see the muffin world. In a car, in a plane, we can muffin every day. Always forever in our little muffin tray.
Yeah, that's my muffin dude. I hope he's cuffing you. Cause in the heat of pressure, he'll rise above just like us muffins do. And when some days you're feeling chewed, and then you get the muffin blues. So you're merry, he'll take his berries, a muffin loaf, and he'll give them to you.
And I'm another muffin guy. But I'm here to tell you this muffin's telling no lies. He would go a million muffin miles to see you, mother muffin smile. No, he's wild about you, so never doubt him. That's my muffin pal, and he's been telling me that he really wants you to be his muffin gal.
Enough.
Let's dance together and touch shiny little wire. Feel the flowers come start. All we need to fall out. Lip tick talking while we're near my sweet muffin.